Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Zara. The alarm hasn't even buzzed when my eyes flutter open, my internal clock more reliable than any device. I stretch my arms above my head, working out the kinks from a night spent dreaming about flower arrangements and holiday wreaths. The familiar ache in my lower back reminds me that I fell asleep on the couch again, sketching designs for Mrs. Henry's Christmas centerpieces. Winter light filters through my bedroom curtains, painting everything in soft silver tones. I pad to the window and push the fabric aside, breathing in that particular stillness that only comes with fresh snowfall. The air carries that clean, sharp bite that makes my lungs wake up faster than coffee ever could. My bare feet hit the hardwood floor with purpose. December means business at Petals and Stems, even if most people think flower shops hibernate during winter months. They couldn't be more wrong. Holiday parties, winter weddings, funeral arrangements that seem to multiply when the weather turns harsh. Flowers are needed year-round, sometimes more desperately when everything outside looks dead. The back door creaks as I step onto the small porch, my robe pulled tight against the morning chill. My breath creates little puffs of vapor as I survey my winter garden. Snow caps each dormant rose bush like tiny white hats, and the bare branches of my climbing clematis look like delicate lacework against the fence. Even in their sleeping state, they're beautiful, patient, waiting for spring to awaken their potential. I run my fingers along the snow-dusted railing, feeling the cold bite through my skin. This view never gets old, never fails to remind me why I chose to stay here, to build something lasting in this little corner of the world. Some people might call it small-minded, settling for less than what's out there in the big wide world. Some people would be wrong. The kitchen welcomes me back with familiar warmth. I flip the switch on my coffee maker, preloaded from last night, because morning me is grateful for evening me's planning, and listen to the comforting gurgle as it comes to life. While it works its magic, I grab my phone to check the weather forecast and any new orders that might have come in overnight. 3 new requests, not bad for a Tuesday in early December. A sympathy arrangement for the Raymonds. Their elderly father passed yesterday. A birthday bouquet for someone's grandmother. And Mrs. June wants something festive but not overwhelming for her book club meeting. I make mental notes about color schemes and flower availability as I scroll through the messages. Mom? Jaden's voice drifts down the hallway, thick with sleep and that particular 6-year-old confusion that comes with waking up in winter darkness. In the kitchen, baby? Small feet thump against the floor as he makes his way toward me, probably still half asleep and moving on autopilot. He appears in the doorway wearing his favorite dinosaur pajamas, curls sticking up at impossible angles, and those bright blue eyes still heavy with dreams. Is it still the nighttime? He rubs his eyes with the back of his hand, a gesture so innocent it makes my chest tight. Nope, just winter being tricky. The sun's up, just hiding behind clouds. I pour myself coffee and grab his favorite mug, the one with the cartoon frog that changes color when hot liquid hits it. Hot chocolate? His face lights up like I've offered him treasure. With the tiny marshmallows? Is there any other way? While the milk heats on the stove, I watch him climb onto his usual stool at the kitchen island, his legs swinging freely. He traces patterns on the marble countertop with his finger, humming some tune he probably learned at school. These quiet morning moments are my favorite, before the day demands our attention, before school and work and all the responsibilities that come with being a single parent, running her own business. "What are you doing at school today?" I ask, stirring cocoa powder into the warming milk. Mrs. Dawn said we're making Christmas decorations, paper snowflakes and stuff. He pauses his finger drawing to look at me seriously. "Can I bring some home for the shop?" "Of course. Your artwork always makes the shop prettier." The pride that spreads across his face could power the whole town. I pour the hot chocolate into his mug, watching the frog transform from blue to bright green. He gasps like it's the first time he's seen this particular magic, and I fall in love with his sense of wonder all over again. "Careful, it's hot." He blows across the surface, creating tiny ripples in the chocolate. "Are you making flowers today?" "Always making flowers, kiddo. Mrs. Raymond needs some special ones because her daddy went to heaven, and Mrs. June wants something pretty for her friends." Jaden nods with the gravity of someone who's grown up, understanding that flowers serve important purposes beyond just looking nice. He spent enough afternoons at the shop to know that sometimes people need beauty when they're sad, or celebration when they're happy, or just something lovely to remind them that good things still exist in the world. "Will you have the Christmas flowers soon?" "Very soon. Poinsettias and winter roses, holly branches with the red berries, maybe some white lilies if I can get good ones from my supplier." His eyes widen with excitement. Christmas in Jaden's world is still pure magic. No complicated emotions or bittersweet memories attached to it yet. Just anticipation and joy, and the simple pleasure of pretty things and special treats. I finish my coffee, while he works on his hot chocolate, both of us comfortable in the peaceful quiet. Outside, I can hear the distant rumble of snow plows making their early rounds, ensuring the roads are clear for school buses and morning commuters. Maplewood takes care of its own, always has. "Time to get ready for school," I announce when his mug is empty, and the kitchen clock shows we're cutting into our buffer time. He slides off the stool without complaint. Mornings are easier when you go to bed on time and wake up naturally. I follow him down the hallway, already mentally organizing my day. Check inventory. Call my supplier about those white lilies. Work on Mrs. Raymond's arrangement first, since grief doesn't wait for convenience. In his room, I help him pick out clothes appropriate for both indoor school activities and outdoor recess. Jeans, a soft green sweater that brings out his eyes, thick socks for his snow boots. He chatters about his upcoming Christmas program while I help him get dressed, something about singing songs and wearing special costumes. "Are you coming to watch me sing?" "Wouldn't miss it for the world." In the bathroom, I wet down his rebellious curls and try to tame them into something resembling order. It's a losing battle since his hair has a mind of its own, inherited from me along with his stubborn streak and his laugh. I brush his teeth under his supervision, making sure he hits all the spots his 6-year-old attention span might miss. "Backpack, lunchbox, homework folder," I recite as we head back to the kitchen. Check, check, check. He's learned this routine well. I pack his lunch while he gathers his school supplies, assembling a sandwich he'll actually eat, along with the apple slices, a string cheese, and a small container of crackers. His water bottle goes in the side pocket, and I slip a note into his lunchbox. A silly drawing of a flower with a smiley face and "Love you, Mom" written underneath. The school bus arrives exactly on time, as it has every day since September. I help him into his winter coat and watch through the front window as he climbs aboard, turning to wave at me before finding his seat. The simple ritual of sending him off to school never loses its bittersweetness. Pride in his growing independence mixed with the natural worry that comes with loving someone more than your own life. Once the bus disappears around the corner, I allow myself exactly 5 more minutes of coffee and quiet before switching into business mode. The shop opens at 9, which gives me an hour to prep arrangements and review today's schedule. I mentally catalog what I have in the cooler versus what I'll need to create from scratch. The sympathy arrangement for the Raymonds requires careful thought. Something elegant but not overwhelming, comforting without being overly somber. White lilies for peace, soft pink roses for love and remembrance, maybe some eucalyptus for texture and that subtle, calming scent. Nothing too bright or cheerful. Grief needs gentleness, not celebration. Mrs. June's book club arrangement can be more playful. She mentioned wanting festive without overwhelming, which probably means warm colors but nothing too bold. Deep red roses, white chrysanthemums, some seasonal greenery, arranged in something classic but not fussy. Her book club meets monthly, and I've done arrangements for their gatherings before. They appreciate beauty, but don't want anything so elaborate it distracts from their discussions. The birthday bouquet is straightforward, bright, cheerful, celebratory, yellow roses for friendship, pink gerbera daisies for joy, maybe some purple statice for texture, easy to arrange, guaranteed to make someone smile. I finish my coffee and head upstairs to shower and dress for work. The hot water helps me transition from mom mode to business owner mode, washing away the lingering sleepiness and replacing it with the focused energy I'll need for a productive day. In my closet, I choose practical clothes that can handle the demands of flower arranging, dark jeans that won't show water stains, a comfortable sweater in deep burgundy that makes me feel confident without being impractical, and sturdy shoes with good support for standing on concrete floors. My reflection in the bathroom mirror shows a woman who's figured out how to balance motherhood and entrepreneurship, even if some days feel more successful than others. I twist my curls into a loose bun, leaving a few tendrils free to frame my face, and apply just enough makeup to look polished without going overboard. Back in the kitchen, I grab my purse, keys, and the travel mug of coffee that will sustain me through the morning rush. The drive to Petals and Stems takes exactly 7 minutes, one of the many advantages of small-town living that I never take for granted. The shop sits on Main Street between the bakery and the used bookstore, occupying a corner building with large windows that showcase my work to anyone walking by. I unlock the front door and breathe in the familiar scent of fresh flowers and plant food, that particular perfume that instantly settles my nerves and reminds me why I chose this life. Inside, the cooler hums quietly, keeping yesterday's arrangements fresh and protecting my inventory from the temperature fluctuations that could damage delicate blooms. I flip on the lights and survey my domain. Work tables clean and ready, tools organized in their proper places, ribbon spools arranged by color, vases sorted by size and style. This is my sanctuary, my creation, built from scratch with determination, creativity, and more late nights than I care to count. Every corner reflects decisions I made, problems I solved, dreams I refused to abandon, even when practical people suggested I might be reaching too high for a single mother in a small town. Those practical people never understood that sometimes the best life isn't the biggest life. Sometimes home is exactly where you're supposed to be, doing exactly what feeds your soul, surrounded by people who appreciate what you bring to their world. Some people might find that limiting, might assume I settled for less than I deserved because I was afraid to reach for more. Those people would be wrong. This isn't settling. This is choosing. There's a difference.
Chapter 2. Paul. The taste of stale coffee and regret coats my mouth as consciousness drags me back from whatever restless half-sleep I'd managed to achieve. My neck screams in protest from the awkward angle against my leather chair, and there's a goddamn pen cap embedded in my cheek. The Manhattan skyline glitters through my office windows, taunting me with its relentless energy, while I feel like death warmed over. Jesus Christ, Paul. I don't need to open my eyes to know that voice belongs to John Francis, my law partner and the closest thing I have to a best friend in this concrete jungle. The disappointment in his tone cuts deeper than any hangover could. What time is it? My voice comes out as a croak, probably because I haven't used it for actual conversation in the past 12 hours. 7:30. In the morning. John's footsteps cross my office with deliberate heaviness, like he's trying to wake the dead. Third time this week I found you passed out in here like some kind of workaholic zombie. I force my eyes open and immediately regret it. The morning light streaming through those windows feels like knives stabbing directly into my brain. John stands in front of my desk wearing his usual perfectly pressed suit, looking annoyingly fresh and put together while I probably look like I've been hit by a garbage truck. I wasn't passed out. I was resting my eyes. For 8 hours. He drops into the chair across from my desk with enough force to make his point. While drooling on my client's contracts, I glance down at the papers scattered across my desk, and sure enough, there's a small wet spot on the Hoffman case documents. Nothing that can't be reprinted, but still. I've been working on these cases. The deadline's tomorrow, and the deadline's next week, Paul. John leans forward, his dark eyes boring into mine with an intensity that makes me want to crawl under my desk. You're losing it, man. Completely losing yourself. I straighten in my chair, trying to summon whatever dignity I have left. My spine pops in 3 places, reminding me that expensive office furniture isn't designed for overnight stays. I'm fine. Just been putting in extra hours to make sure everything's perfect for the holidays. Perfect for the holidays? John's laugh holds zero humor. Dude, it's December 3rd. Most normal human beings are thinking about vacation time, spending time with family, maybe actually leaving the office before midnight occasionally. Family. The word hits like a punch to the gut, bringing with it all the complicated emotions I've been successfully avoiding for the better part of 7 years. Family means Maplewood. Family means facing everything I left behind when I decided this city life was what I wanted. Family means confronting the fact that I've built this entire existence on running away from the person I used to be. I don't do family holidays. I reach for my coffee mug, find it empty, and resist the urge to throw it at the wall. You know that. Yeah, I know that. What I don't know is why. John studies me with the same intensity he reserves for hostile witnesses. You've never told me what happened back in whatever small town you crawled out of, but whatever it was, it's eating you alive. My jaw clenches automatically. John's good at reading people. It's what makes him such a successful attorney. But there are some things that don't need to be analyzed or dissected or fixed with logical arguments. Some things just need to stay buried. Nothing happened. I grew up, moved on, built a career. Not everyone needs to cling to their past like a security blanket. Right. That's why you work 16-hour days and sleep in your office instead of going home to your empty apartment. He stands up and starts pacing, which means he's shifting into lawyer mode. Damn. That's why you haven't taken a real vacation in 3 years. That's why you act like taking a weekend off might cause the entire legal system to collapse. I'm dedicated to my work. You're hiding from your life. He stops pacing and fixes me with that stare again. When's the last time you talked to your parents? The question lands like a slap. I know exactly when I last talked to my parents. 6 weeks ago, a brief phone call where Mom asked if I was coming home for Christmas, and I gave her some nonsense excuse about being too busy with work. The hurt in her voice still echoes in my head during the rare quiet moments when I let my guard down. That's none of your business. It is when my business partner is having a mental breakdown in slow motion. John crosses his arms, and I recognize the stance. He's dug in for a fight. You know what you need? A vacation. A real one. Not a long weekend in the Hamptons or some corporate retreat nonsense. You need to go home. Every muscle in my body tenses. Absolutely not. Why not? Because I don't want to. The words come out sharper than I intended, revealing more than I meant to show. I left Maplewood for good reasons, John. I'm not going back. What reasons? He leans against my desk, getting into my personal space in that aggressive way that makes opposing counsel squirm. Enlighten me. What's so terrible about this place that you'd rather slowly kill yourself with work than spend a week there? I stand up abruptly, needing to move, needing space to think. My legs feel unsteady after hours in the same position, and I have to grab the edge of my desk for support. How do I explain that going back to Maplewood means facing the biggest mistake of my life? How do I tell him that there's a woman I destroyed, a life I abandoned because I thought I deserved something bigger and better? It's complicated. Try me. I'm a smart guy. The Manhattan morning spreads out below us, all gleaming towers and endless possibility, everything I thought I wanted when I first came here. Now it just looks cold, impersonal, like a beautiful cage I've built for myself out of ambition and stubbornness. Look, I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine. I don't need a vacation. I don't need to go home. And I sure as hell don't need you psychoanalyzing my life choices. Too bad. John straightens up and smooths down his tie, a gesture that usually means he's about to deliver bad news to a client. Because as your business partner, I'm ordering you to take a vacation, effective immediately. You can't order me to... Actually, I can. Check the partnership agreement we signed, Section 12, Subsection 4. Either partner can mandate time off for the other in cases of impaired judgment or behavior detrimental to the firm. My blood turns to ice. You wouldn't. I already did. His smile is sharp enough to cut glass. Your PTO request for December 4th through January 5th was approved this morning. By me. While you were drooling on those contracts. John, you can't be serious. Dead serious. You're going home for Christmas whether you like it or not. I feel like the walls are closing in. 7 years of carefully constructed distance. 7 years of avoiding everything painful and complicated about my past. And John wants to tear it all down with one vacation mandate. I'll fight this. I'll take it to the board if I have to. Good luck with that. John heads toward the door, then pauses to look back at me. You know what the board's going to say when I tell them you've been sleeping in your office and missing important details because you're too exhausted to function? They're going to thank me for preventing a malpractice suit. He's right, and we both know it. The board takes liability seriously, and my recent behavior could definitely be classified as a risk to the firm. I've been making small mistakes, missing nuances in contracts, showing up to meetings looking like I haven't slept in days. Because I haven't. This is blackmail. This is friendship. His expression softens slightly, showing a glimpse of genuine concern beneath the legal maneuvering. Paul, man, you're my partner, my friend, and you're destroying yourself for reasons you won't even talk about. Whatever happened in this Maplewood place, it can't be worse than watching you slowly disappear into work because you're too scared to deal with your own life. The word scared hits harder than I want to admit. I'm not scared. I'm practical. I'm focused. I'm protecting everyone involved by staying away from situations that can only end badly. But looking at John's face, seeing the genuine worry there, makes something crack in my chest. When's the last time anyone cared enough about my well-being to stage an intervention? When's the last time I let anyone close enough to notice I was falling apart? You don't understand what you're asking me to do. Then explain it to me. For a moment, I consider it. Consider telling him about Zara, about the way she looked at me the last time I saw her. Consider admitting that I've built this entire successful life on the foundation of running away from the most important decision I've ever made. But the words stick in my throat like concrete. Some confessions are too big for office conversations, too complicated for easy solutions. I can't. Then go home and figure out why. John opens the door, then turns back one more time. Your flight leaves at 2 this afternoon. I took the liberty of booking it for you. You what? LaGuardia to whatever podunk airport serves Maplewood. Don't bother arguing. The ticket's non-refundable. His grin turns downright evil. And Paul, don't even think about coming back until you've found whatever piece of yourself you left in that small town. The office will survive without you. Before I can formulate a response, he's gone, leaving me standing in my expensive office in my rumpled clothes, staring at the door like it might provide answers to questions I'm not ready to ask. The silence settles around me like a weight. For the first time in years, I don't have anywhere urgent to be, any pressing deadlines to meet, any excuse to avoid thinking about what I've been running from. Maplewood. Even the name makes my chest tight. 7 years. Has it really been that long since I left? Since I walked away from everything familiar and comfortable and real, chasing after some idea of success that now tastes like ashes in my mouth. I sink back into my chair and stare out at the Manhattan skyline, wondering when exactly this life stopped feeling like an achievement and started feeling like a prison sentence.
Chapter 3. Zara. The morning light filters through the windows of petals and stems, casting everything in a soft golden glow that makes even the simplest white roses look like they're glowing from within. I've got my hands deep in a centerpiece arrangement for the Adamson wedding, carefully threading baby's breath between deep red roses and winter greenery. The scent of pine and eucalyptus fills the air, mixing with the perpetual floral sweetness that's become as much a part of me as my own perfume. More to the left with that rose, honey. It's looking a little lopsided. I don't need to look up to know that voice belongs to Pearl Martinez, owner of the bookstore next door and unofficial keeper of all Maplewood secrets. The bell above my shop door chimes as she bustles in, carrying 2 steaming coffee cups and what looks like a bag from Abby's bakery. Good morning to you too, Pearl. I adjust the rose she's critiquing, though honestly it looked fine before. Pearl just likes to feel useful. Please tell me one of those coffees is for me. Of course it is. Dark roast with that oat milk you're always going on about. She sets the cups down on my counter with the reverence of someone delivering sacred offerings. And I brought those cinnamon scones you love, the ones with the glaze that's basically sugar and butter having a party. My stomach growls in response. I've been up since 5 this morning, working on arrangements. Surviving on nothing but the protein bar I grabbed on my way out the door. Pearl's timing is impeccable, as always. You're a saint. I wipe my hands on my apron and reach for the coffee, inhaling the rich aroma before taking my first sip. Perfect temperature, perfect sweetness. Pearl knows my coffee order better than most people know their own social security numbers. Saint nothing. I'm a woman who knows the value of good gossip and strategic bribes. She settles herself on the stool behind my counter, like she owns the place, which, after 5 years of daily visits, she practically does. Besides, I need someone to talk to about all the interesting developments happening in our little town. Here we go. Pearl collects information like some people collect stamps, and she distributes it with the enthusiasm of a carnival barker. Usually her gossip is harmless. Who's dating who? Which teenagers got caught making out behind the hardware store? Whose garden gnome went missing from their front yard? Small town drama that's more entertaining than genuinely scandalous. What kind of developments? I ask, though I'm not really paying attention. The Adamson centerpiece needs 3 more roses, and some of those silver ribbon accents Mrs. Adamson specifically requested. Wedding season might be winding down with the approach of winter, but the few ceremonies that do happen in December require extra attention to detail. Well, you know how Martha Peterson's grandson applied to that fancy college in Boston? I thread another rose into place, adjusting the angle so it catches the light just right. Got rejected. Full scholarship to state, though? Which is probably better for the family budget anyway. And did you hear about the drama at the town council meeting last night? No, but I'm sure you're about to enlighten me. Pearl launches into a detailed account of some dispute over holiday decorations on Main Street, her voice rising and falling with practiced dramatic flair. I let the familiar rhythm of her chatter wash over me while I work, adding touches here and there to make the arrangement perfect. This is our routine. Pearl talks. I listen with half an ear while I create beautiful things, and somehow we both end up satisfied with the exchange. Oh, and speaking of interesting news, Pearl's tone shifts, taking on that particular quality that means she's about to drop something big. I heard the most fascinating rumor yesterday at the post office. Something in her voice makes me look up from my flowers. Pearl's dark eyes are practically sparkling with whatever juicy tidbit she's been saving for last, and her hands are clasped together in front of her like she's physically restraining herself from spilling everything at once. What kind of rumor? The kind that involves certain people from our past making unexpected returns to Maplewood. She pauses for dramatic effect, clearly savoring my attention. Specifically, certain successful lawyer types who left town for Harvard Law School and haven't been back since. The rose in my hand slips, its stem sliding through my suddenly nerveless fingers. It hits the counter with a soft thud, petals scattering across the dark wood surface like drops of blood. No, 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 no. This can't be happening. Pearl, what exactly did you hear? My voice sounds strange to my own ears, too careful and controlled. Well, you know how Karen Sullivan's sister lives in New York? The one who works at that fancy restaurant in Manhattan? Pearl leans forward conspiratorially, completely missing the fact that I've gone rigid as a statue. She called Karen yesterday morning, all excited because guess who mentioned he was flying home to Maplewood for the holidays? The blood in my veins turns to ice water. 7 years. It's been 7 years since I've heard his name spoken aloud in this town. 7 years since anyone dared bring up Paul Carter in my presence. Most people know better by now. Most people understand that particular subject is off limits, but Pearl doesn't know the whole story. Nobody does. Paul Carter. His name falls from my lips like a curse word, bitter and sharp. That's the one. Pearl claps her hands together, delighted by my recognition. Can you believe it? After all this time, he's finally coming home. Karen's sister said he looked successful but tired, you know? Like all that big city living might be wearing on him. I can't breathe. The shop suddenly feels too small, too warm, like the walls are closing in around me. My hands shake as I reach for my coffee cup, needing something to do with them before Pearl notices my distress. Paul Carter, coming back to Maplewood. 7 years ago, when I was 22 and stupid enough to believe in forever. Paul Carter was everything I wanted in the world, smart, ambitious, charming enough to make me forget my own name when he smiled at me. We dated all through college, making plans for a future that seemed as solid and permanent as the mountains surrounding our little town. Then Harvard Law School called, offering him everything he'd ever dreamed of, and suddenly our forever shrunk down to a series of long-distance phone calls that grew shorter and less frequent with each passing week. By Christmas of his first year, the calls stopped altogether. By spring, I heard through the grapevine that he was dating someone new, someone sophisticated and city-appropriate, who probably knew the difference between a salad fork and a dessert fork. And by the end of spring, I knew for certain I was pregnant. Zara, honey, you look like you've seen a ghost. Pearl's voice cuts through the memories, concerned and slightly puzzled. Are you all right? I force my face into what I hope resembles a normal expression. Fine, just surprised, I guess. It's been a long time. That's an understatement. 7 years? Can you imagine? He left right after college graduation and never looked back. Pearl shakes her head like she's contemplating one of life's great mysteries. I always wondered what happened between you two. You seemed so perfect together, and then suddenly you weren't talking about him anymore. Perfect together. If only she knew how perfect we'd been, right up until the moment he chose his dreams over everything we'd built. right up until I realized that I was just a small-town girl who'd been foolish enough to think she could compete with the bright lights and endless possibilities of a bigger world. People grow apart, I managed to say, my voice surprisingly steady. It happens. I suppose. Still, it'll be interesting to see him again after all this time. I wonder if he's changed much. Pearl picks up her coffee and takes a thoughtful sip. Karen's sister said he's some hotshot attorney now, working for one of those big firms in Manhattan. Probably makes more money in a month than most of us see in a year. Good for him. I'm genuinely happy that Paul achieved everything he set out to accomplish when he left Maplewood in his rearview mirror. Really, I am. The bitterness that's coating my throat like poison has nothing to do with his success and everything to do with the timing of his return. When? The word comes out sharper than I intended. When what, honey? When is he coming back? Pearl's eyebrows rise at my tone, but she answers readily enough. Oh, sometime today, I think. Karen said her sister mentioned his flight was this afternoon. Today. He's coming back today. Panic rises in my chest like floodwater, threatening to drown me where I stand. 7 years of carefully constructed peace. 7 years of building a life that doesn't include Paul Carter. And now he's going to be here in a matter of hours. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to handle seeing him again after all this time, knowing what I know, knowing what he doesn't know? Zara, you're scaring me a little. Pearl sets down her coffee and studies my face with the intensity of someone trying to solve a complex puzzle. You're looking sick. What's wrong? Everything. Everything is wrong. Paul Carter is coming back to Maplewood, and he has no idea he has a 6-year-old son with curly dark hair and bright blue eyes. He has no idea that I spent 9 months carrying his child while he was building his new life in Boston, then New York. No idea that I've spent the last 6 years raising Jaden alone because I was too proud and too hurt to tell him the truth. He has no idea that every time Jaden asks about his father, my heart breaks a little more. I wasn't expecting to hear his name again. I busy myself with cleaning up the scattered rose petals, needing to do something with my hands. It's been a long time, like you said. Honey, there's more to this story than you're telling me. Pearl's voice gentles, taking on the maternal tone she uses when she's genuinely worried. I've known you since you were 18 years old, and I've never seen you react to gossip like this. What really happened between you and Paul Carter? The question hangs in the air between us like a challenge. I could tell her. I could finally share the secret I've been carrying alone for 7 years. Let someone else help me figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do now. But telling Pearl would be like taking out a full-page ad in the Maplewood Gazette. By evening, everyone in town would know that Paul Carter has a son he's never met. By tomorrow, the story would have grown legs and probably include details about secret marriages and hidden inheritances and God knows what else. Nothing happened. I gathered the scattered petals into a neat pile, focusing on the simple task to keep my hands from shaking. We dated. He left for law school. We lost touch. End of story. Zara. Really, Pearl, there's nothing dramatic or mysterious about it. People break up all the time. Pearl doesn't look convinced, but she knows me well enough to recognize when I'm done talking about something. We've been friends for too long for her to push when I'm clearly drawing boundaries. Well, if you say so. She finishes her coffee and stands up, gathering her purse and the empty bakery bag. But you know where to find me if you need to talk, right? About anything? I know. Thank you. After she leaves, the shop feels impossibly quiet. I stand surrounded by the beauty I've created, arrangements full of life and color, and carefully planned perfection, and feel like my world is falling apart at the seams. Paul Carter is coming home, and I have no idea what I'm going to do about it.
Chapter 4. Paul. The Porsche Carrera's engine purrs like a satisfied cat as I navigate the winding roads leading into Maplewood. 7 years away, and I still remember every curve, every pothole, every scenic overlook that frames the mountains like a postcard nobody bothers to send anymore. The convertible top is down despite the December chill, because I'm a masochist who apparently needs to feel the bite of familiar air against my skin. Expensive mistakes, my therapist would call this whole trip. Dr. Henley would have a field day analyzing why I'm returning to the place I worked so damn hard to escape, driving a car that costs more than most people's annual salary, while wearing a watch that could fund a small country's infrastructure. But Dr. Henley isn't here to judge my choices, and neither is the rest of Manhattan's legal elite who think sentiment is akin to a certain four-letter word. Damn. The house comes into view as I round the final bend. And Christ, I'd forgotten how imposing it looks. 3 stories of colonial grandeur sitting on 15 acres of meticulously maintained grounds like some kind of monument to old money and older expectations. The circular driveway unfolds before me, wrapped around an ornate fountain that's been the centerpiece of family photographs since before I was born. Home sweet home. I pull up to the front entrance, the Porsche's engine echoing off the stone facade in a way that announces my arrival like a starting pistol. The Italian leather of the driver's seat releases me reluctantly as I unfold my 6-foot frame from the low-slung car, straightening the cashmere overcoat that probably cost more than my father made in his first year practicing law. The front door explodes open before I can even reach for my luggage. Paul! Oh my God, Paul! My mother launches herself down the front steps with the enthusiasm of a woman half her age, her perfectly styled silver hair catching the afternoon light. She's wearing one of those expensive sweater sets that scream country club luncheon, paired with pearls that belong to my grandmother. Hello, Mom. I catch her in my arms as she practically tackles me, breathing in the familiar scent of Chanel No. 5 and the faint lavender sachets she keeps in all her dresser drawers. For a moment, I'm 8 years old again, coming home from school to find her waiting with milk and cookies and stories about her day. Let me look at you. She pulls back, gripping my shoulders with hands that shake slightly from excitement or age or both. Her eyes, the same blue I see in the mirror every morning, scan my face like she's memorizing every detail. You look so sophisticated, so successful. 7 years will do that to you. 7 years too long. My father's voice carries the authority that made him one of the most respected judges in the county before his retirement. He's standing in the doorway, hands clasped behind his back in that familiar pose that used to intimidate the hell out of opposing counsel. Age has silver-streaked his dark hair and carved deeper lines around his eyes, but his presence still fills a room like smoke. Dad. We shake hands because the Carter men don't hug, a tradition that goes back at least 3 generations. His grip is firm, calloused from his new hobby of woodworking in the garage, and I can see approval in his expression as he takes in my appearance. Armani? He asks, nodding toward my suit. Tom Ford, actually. Even better. Success suits you, son. My mother loops her arm through mine and practically drags me toward the house. Come inside before you catch pneumonia. December in New England is no time for convertibles, no matter how expensive they are. The foyer engulfs us in warmth and the scent of pine from the massive Christmas tree that dominates the space. Nothing's changed. Same marble floors that I used to slide across in my socks. Same crystal chandelier that my mother threatened to take away my PlayStation privileges if I ever broke with a football. Same grandfather clock that chimed away the hours of my childhood. Mrs. Petunia made your favorite cookies, Mom says, steering me toward the living room. Those chocolate chip ones with the sea salt you used to devour by the dozen. I remember. And I opened that bottle of Macallan 25 I've been saving for a special occasion, Dad adds, following behind us. Figure my son coming home after 7 years qualifies. The living room hits me like a punch to the gut. Not because anything's different, but because everything's exactly the same. Same leather furniture, same Persian rug, same fireplace where we used to hang stockings every Christmas Eve. But it's the photographs lining the mantel and scattered across every available surface that make my chest tighten. There I am at 8, gap-toothed and grinning after losing my first tooth. At 12, holding up a trophy from Little League Regionals. At 16, awkward and gangly in my first tuxedo before junior prom. College graduation, looking like I could conquer the world with nothing but determination and stupidity. And there, nestled between my high school senior portrait and a family vacation shot from Martha's Vineyard, is a photograph that stops me cold. Zara and me at last year's spring formal, her in a blue dress that matched my eyes, me in a rented tux that didn't quite fit right. We're laughing at something off camera, her hand resting on my chest, mine around her waist like I never intended to let her go. Christ, they kept it. Sit, sit. Mom gestures toward the couch, bustling around like a mother hen who's finally got her chick back in the nest. Tell us everything. How's the firm? Are you still working those terrible hours? Are you eating enough? You look thin. I'm fine, Mom. The firm's good. Demanding, but good. Partnership track? Dad asks, settling into his favorite armchair with the grace of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Made partner last year, actually. The pride that flashes across both their faces is almost painful to witness. Like I finally fulfilled some destiny they'd mapped out for me before I could walk. Dad raises his glass of whiskey in a silent toast, while Mom clasps her hands together like I've just announced my engagement to European royalty. Partner at 29. Dad shakes his head in amazement. Youngest in your firm's history, I'd bet. Second youngest. There was a guy in the 80s who made it at 27, but he had family connections. Well, you did it on merit. That's what matters. Merit. Right. Merit and 80-hour weeks in a social life that consists entirely of client dinners and networking events where everyone smiles with their teeth, but not their eyes. Merit and an apartment that costs a stupid amount every month, furnished with expensive pieces that have no soul because I bought them from a decorator who specializes in successful bachelor chic. Merit and a complete absence of anything that feels real. I'm proud of you, Paul. Mom's voice wavers slightly, thick with emotion. I know it wasn't easy being so far from home for so long. It's what I wanted. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Once upon a time, it was what I wanted. Harvard Law, then a prestigious firm, then partnership before 35. I'd had it all mapped out like a military campaign, every step calculated to take me as far from Maplewood as possible. Funny how getting everything you think you want can feel like losing everything that actually mattered. So what brings you home? Dad swirls his whiskey, ice clinking against crystal. Not that we're complaining, but this is rather unexpected. I take a sip of my own drink, letting the smoky burn buy me a few seconds to figure out how to answer that question without sounding like I'm having a complete existential crisis. Needed a break. Thought it might be nice to spend Christmas somewhere that actually feels like Christmas. Manhattan doesn't do holidays well? Mom asks. Manhattan does holidays like everything else. Big, expensive, and ultimately hollow. They exchange one of those married couple glances that contains an entire conversation I'm not privy to. Probably wondering if their successful son is having some kind of breakdown, coming home after 7 years talking about hollow holidays and needing breaks. Well, you're here now, Mom says finally. That's what matters. I nod and let my gaze drift back to the photographs, landing again on that picture of Zara and me. She looks so young, so happy. We both do. Like we genuinely believed that nothing could touch us, that love was enough to overcome anything the world might throw our way. Naive doesn't begin to cover it. How is everyone? I ask, trying to keep my voice casual. The old crowd from high school? Oh, you know how it is. Mom settles back against the couch cushions, clearly delighted to have someone new to gossip with. Some stayed, some left. Jenny Morrison married that boy from the next town over and has 3 kids now. Tommy Walsh took over his father's construction business. Sarah Lee went to medical school and came back to work at the clinic. She rattles off updates like she's reading from a high school reunion newsletter, and I find myself only half listening. I'm waiting for one name in particular, dreading it and needing it in equal measure. What about Zara? The question slips out before I can stop it, hanging in the air between us like an accusation. Both my parents go still, Dad's whiskey glass frozen halfway to his lips, Mom's bright chatter cutting off mid-sentence. Zara? Mom's voice climbs half an octave. Zara Johnson? Yeah, I just wondered how she was doing. Another one of those loaded glances passes between them, this one heavier than before, like they're having an entire argument without saying a word. She's doing well, Mom says carefully. Very well, actually. Good. That's good. She has a flower shop now, on Main Street, where the old hardware store used to be. Dad's voice carries the same careful neutrality as Mom's, like they're both walking through a minefield. Quite successful, from what I hear. A flower shop. Of course she does. Zara always loved flowers, could spend hours in her mother's garden talking to the roses like they were old friends. She used to bring me wildflower bouquets when we were dating, little explosions of color and life that brightened whatever dorm room or apartment I was living in at the time. I left them behind when I moved to Boston, left them to wilt and die in empty rooms while I chased bigger and better things. That's great. Really great. Silence stretches between us, thick with everything nobody's saying. I can feel them watching me, gauging my reaction, probably wondering if I'm about to fall apart at the mention of her name. I'm wondering the same thing. Paul. Mom's voice gentles, taking on that tone she used when I was sick as a kid. Are you sure you're all right? Fine, just curious about old friends. Of course. It's natural to wonder. But there's something else hovering in the air. Something they're not telling me. I can see it in the way Dad won't quite meet my eyes, in the way Mom's hands flutter nervously over her pearl necklace. They know something about Zara that they don't want to share, and that realization sends a cold spike of anxiety through my chest. Is there something else? I ask. Something you're not telling me? No, of course not. Mom's response comes too quickly, too bright. What would we not tell you? I don't know. You both just seem, I don't know, weird. About Zara. Dad clears his throat, a sound I remember from childhood whenever he was about to deliver bad news or uncomfortable truths. Son, it's been 7 years. People change. Lives change. Maybe it's better to focus on the present rather than the past. Translation. Leave it alone. But I've spent 7 years trying to leave it alone. 7 years trying to convince myself that walking away from Zara was the right choice. The only choice. 7 years of telling myself that what we had was just college romance, nothing more substantial than shared classes and convenient proximity. 7 years of lying to myself about the biggest mistake I ever made. You're probably right, I say, because pushing them won't get me answers anyway. Ancient history. Exactly. Mom's smile looks forced, brittle around the edges. Now tell us about your apartment. I want to hear everything. Do you have a doorman? Is it true that Manhattan apartments are impossibly small? She launches into a barrage of questions about my life in New York, clearly desperate to change the subject. I answer on autopilot, describing my penthouse and my office and my routine with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. But my mind stays fixed on that careful tone in their voices, the way they seemed to close ranks when Zara's name came up. They're protecting something, keeping something from me, and that knowledge gnaws at me like hunger. What the hell happened while I was gone? What aren't they telling me about Zara?
Chapter 5. Zara. The morning air bites at my cheeks as Jaden and I wrestle the last of the centerpieces from my SUV. 23 arrangements of winter whites and deep evergreen, each one nestled in hand-thrown ceramic vases that cost me more than I should have spent, but will photograph beautifully for the community center's social media. "Mom, this one smells like Christmas threw up," Jaden announces, hoisting a particularly fragrant arrangement of pine and eucalyptus. His small arms barely wrap around the vase, but he's determined to help, despite my protests that he should just carry the ribbon spools. "That's the point, baby. Christmas is supposed to smell overwhelming." "Like when you burn the cookies?" "Exactly like when I burned the cookies." He grins at me over the flowers. That gap-toothed smile that never fails to make my chest tight with love. 6 years old and already a comedian, this kid. 6 years of just him and me against the world, and we've built something pretty damn good together. The Maplewood Community Center buzzes with pre-event energy as we approach the main entrance. Through the large windows, I can see volunteers arranging folding chairs and stringing lights while the catering team sets up their stations. The annual holiday open house draws half the town, which means half the town will see my work displayed throughout the main hall. No pressure at all. "Do you think they'll have those little sandwiches cut in triangles?" Jaden asks as I shoulder open the heavy door. "The ones with no crust that taste like fancy people food?" "Probably. And those chocolate-covered strawberries you demolished at last year's spring fling." The warmth hits us immediately, along with the scent of coffee and something cinnamony baking in the kitchen. The main hall stretches before us, high ceilings draped with garland and twinkling lights that cast everything in a golden glow. Round tables dot the space, each one waiting for my arrangements to bring them to life. "Zara, oh, thank God you're here." Margaret Henley, the event coordinator and resident town busybody, descends on us like a well-dressed hurricane. Her silver hair is swept into a perfect chignon, and she's wearing one of those holiday sweaters that probably cost more than most people's car payments, but somehow doesn't look ridiculous on her. "The flowers are gorgeous," she gushes, reaching for one of the arrangements I'm carrying. "Absolutely perfect. Classic, but with just enough modern flair to keep things interesting." "Thanks, Margaret. Where do you want me to start setting up?" "Wherever you think they'll look best. You have such an eye for these things." She means it as a compliment, but there's something in her tone that makes me pause. A forced brightness that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Margaret Henley is many things. Controlling, opinionated, occasionally insufferable. But fake isn't usually one of them. "Everything okay?" I ask, shifting the weight of the vase in my arms. "Of course. Why wouldn't it be? It's going to be a wonderful event. Just wonderful." That word, wonderful, delivered with the enthusiasm of someone trying to convince themselves as much as me. But before I can press her on it, Jaden tugs at my jacket. "Mom, can I go see if they have samples in the kitchen? I promise I won't touch anything. I'll just observe, like a scientist." "A scientist? A hungry scientist?" Margaret laughs, and this time it sounds genuine. "Go ahead, sweetheart. Mrs. Arnold always has extra cookies, and I'm sure she'd love to see you." Jaden practically bounces toward the kitchen, leaving me alone with Margaret and an armload of flowers that are getting heavier by the minute. "Let me help you with those," she says, reaching for another arrangement. "We can start with the registration table and work our way around." We move through the hall in efficient silence, placing arrangements and adjusting them until they catch the light just right. The work is familiar, meditative almost, and for a few minutes I lose myself in the simple pleasure of making something beautiful. But that weird tension from Margaret is starting to spread through the room like smoke. I catch volunteers glancing in my direction and then quickly looking away. Conversations seem to pause when I pass by, only to resume in hushed tones once I'm out of earshot. What the hell is going on? "Mrs. Johnson, these are stunning," calls out Rebecca Torres from behind the registration table. She's arranging name tags and welcome packets with the precision of someone who color codes her spice rack. The white roses with the silver ribbon, pure elegance. Thank you. I was going for Winter Wonderland meets sophisticated dinner party. You nailed it. Everyone's going to be talking about these. There it is again, that slightly strained quality to her voice, like she's reading from a script. I'm starting to feel like I'm missing something important, like everyone got a memo I didn't receive. Rebecca, is everything? Zara. The voice stops me cold, deep, familiar, with just enough rough edge to make my spine straighten involuntarily. I know that voice. I've heard it in dreams and nightmares for 7 years, a ghost that refuses to stay buried no matter how hard I try to forget. I turn around slowly, my hands gripping the empty vase I'm holding, like it might anchor me to the spot. And there, standing near the entrance with his parents flanking him like an honor guard, is Paul Carter. 7 years. 7 years, and he looks, God, he looks good. Taller somehow, broader through the shoulders in a way that speaks to gym memberships and personal trainers. His dark hair is short, stylish, and he's wearing a charcoal wool coat that probably costs more than I make in 3 months. Success sits on him like expensive cologne, subtle but unmistakable. His blue eyes find mine across the room, and for a moment, the noise of the preparation fades to white static. Those eyes, Jesus, those eyes. Still the same impossible blue that used to make me forget my own name, still framed by lashes that should be illegal on someone with a Y chromosome. But there's something different in them now. A hardness that wasn't there before, like he's learned to use those eyes as weapons instead of windows. Hello, Zara. The words carry across the space between us, and I watch conversations stop mid-sentence as heads turn to witness this moment. The prodigal son speaks to the girl he left behind, and apparently the entire town thinks it's must-see television. I should say something polite and neutral, an adult that shows I'm completely over him and have been for years. Something that proves I've moved on and built a good life without him. Instead, I stand there like a deer in headlights, clutching an empty vase and trying to remember how to breathe. He starts walking toward me, and I notice he's not alone. Judge Carter and Mrs. Carter trail behind him, looking like they're attending a state funeral instead of a holiday open house. Mrs. Carter's smile is tight enough to crack glass, while the judge maintains that neutral expression that made him legendary in courtrooms across the county. You look good, Paul says when he reaches me, his voice pitched low enough that the eavesdroppers have to strain to hear. Really good. Thank you. 2 words, that's all I can manage. 2 words delivered in a voice that sounds like I've been gargling gravel. Your flower shop? Mom mentioned you have a flower shop now. That's great, really great. It is. God, I sound like a malfunctioning robot. Where is my brain? Where are all the sophisticated, cutting responses I've practiced in my head for 7 years? Where is the confident, successful woman who built a business from nothing and raised an amazing kid on her own? Apparently, she fled the building the moment Paul Carter walked in. I'd love to see it sometime, he continues, shoving his hands deep into his coat pockets. If you wouldn't mind, I mean. I know it's been a while. A while? Like we're talking about missing a coffee date instead of him walking out of my life without a backward glance while I was pregnant with his child. Mom, they have mini quiches. Jaden's voice cuts through the tension like a chainsaw through silk. He comes bounding back from the kitchen, his face lit up with the pure joy that only unlimited appetizers can bring. There's a smudge of what looks like chocolate on his cheek, and his curls are more disheveled than when we arrived. He skids to a stop next to me, completely oblivious to the adult drama unfolding around him, and looks up at Paul with the open curiosity of a child Who hasn't learned to be suspicious of strangers? Hi, he says, because Jaden has never met a person he couldn't charm within 30 seconds. Are you here for the party too? Paul's face goes very still, very white. His eyes dart between Jaden and me like he's trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. And I watch in slow motion horror as he takes in the details. Jaden's dark curls that match mine exactly, his warm brown skin, his bright blue eyes that are unmistakably Carter eyes, the same impossible blue that runs through 3 generations of that family. The same blue that's staring back at him from a 6-year-old face. This is... Paul's voice cracks slightly. This is your son. It's not a question. Yes. The word comes out as barely a whisper. This is Jaden. The silence that follows is deafening. I can feel the weight of every gaze in the room. Feel the collective held breath of a town, watching their most dramatic soap opera play out in real time. Judge Carter steps forward, his face grave. Well, I'll be damned. Richard, Mrs. Carter hisses, but her eyes are fixed on Jaden like he's a ghost that's just materialized in front of her. Jaden, bless his oblivious heart, is still focused on the important things. Mom, can we stay for lunch? Mrs. Arnold said they're having hot chocolate with the little marshmallows that look like snowmen. Actually, I say, my voice coming out sharp and loud in the sudden quiet. We need to go, right now. I grab Jaden's hand, probably harder than I should, and start backing toward the exit. My heart is hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape, and there's a ringing in my ears that makes everything sound like it's coming from underwater. Mom? Jaden's excitement dims as he picks up on my panic. What's wrong? Did something happen? It's an emergency, I manage, still backing away. We need to go home, now. Zara, wait. Paul starts forward, but I'm already moving, pulling Jaden toward the door with the desperation of someone fleeing a burning building. I'm sorry, I call out to Margaret, who's watching the whole scene with her mouth hanging open. I'm so sorry. There's an emergency. And then we're through the door and into the parking lot. The cold air hitting my overheated face like a slap. My hands shake as I fumble for my car keys, dropping them twice before I manage to get the doors unlocked. Mom, you're scaring me, Jaden says as I strap him into his booster seat. What kind of emergency? Is Grandma okay? Is the shop on fire? Everything's fine, baby. I forgot something important at home, something we need to take care of right away. It's a terrible lie. And we both know it, but Jaden doesn't push. He just settles back in his seat and watches me with those impossibly blue eyes that are going to give me nightmares for weeks. I start the engine with hands that won't stop trembling and back out of the parking space like I'm fleeing the scene of a crime. Through the community center windows, I can see Paul still standing in the middle of the hall, surrounded by his parents and half the town's volunteer committee. He's watching me leave. Again. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Paul. I stand frozen in the middle of the community center like someone just sucker punched me in the gut. The echo of Zara's car door slamming reverberates through my skull, but it's nothing compared to the roar of blood in my ears. Those eyes. Jesus Christ, those eyes. My eyes. Staring back at me from a 6-year-old face that's half Zara, half me, and completely impossible to deny. Paul? Mom's voice sounds like it's coming from underwater. Paul, honey, are you all right? I can't answer. Can't form words around the boulder that suddenly lodged in my throat. The kid, Jaden, he looked exactly like the pictures of me at that age. Same bone structure, same stubborn cowlick, same way of tilting his head when he's curious about something. The only difference is his skin tone's a bit darker than mine. 6 years old. The math is simple, brutal in its clarity. I left Maplewood 7 years ago. Zara was pregnant when I walked away, and I never knew. Did you... I turn to face my parents, and my voice comes out raw, scraped. Did you know? Mom and Dad exchange wide-eyed looks. Mom's face has gone pale beneath her carefully applied makeup, while Dad's expression settles into that neutral mask he wears when he's processing information he doesn't like. No, Mom says quietly. We didn't know. Not like that. What the hell does that mean? Dad steps closer, his hand landing heavy on my shoulder. Son, we knew Zara had a baby. The whole town knew. But she dated a few people after you left, and we just assumed... You assumed what? That she moved on and had someone else's kid? Yes. The word comes out flat, honest. That's exactly what we assumed. I shrug away from his hand, needing space to think, to breathe, to process this information that's rewriting everything I thought I knew about the last 7 years. But seeing you two together just now, Mom continues, her voice barely above a whisper, seeing Jaden's face next to yours. God, Paul, he looks exactly like you did at that age. The community center has gone silent around us. Every volunteer, every early arrival, every goddamn person in this place is pretending not to stare while hanging on every word. Margaret Henley hovers nearby like a vulture, probably already composing the email she'll send to half the town before we even leave the parking lot. I need to get out of here. The words come out sharper than I intended, but I can't deal with being the center of Maplewood's gossip mill right now. I need to think. Of course, honey. Mom's already moving toward the door, her social instincts kicking in. We'll go home. We can talk there. The drive to my parents' house passes in a blur of familiar streets and churning thoughts. I sit in the back seat like a teenager again, staring out the window at the town I thought I knew, the life I thought I'd left behind clean and simple. Nothing about this is clean. Nothing about this is simple. The house smells like cinnamon and pine when we walk in, holiday scents that should be comforting, but instead make my chest feel tight. Mom immediately busies herself in the kitchen, because that's what she does when she's stressed. She feeds people. Dad settles into his leather recliner with the kind of careful movements that say his arthritis is acting up. I pace, back and forth across the hardwood floor of the living room, past the Christmas tree that Mom decorated with the same ornaments she's used for 30 years, past the mantel lined with family photos that suddenly feel like evidence of something I can't quite name. I have a son, I say to the room, testing the words out loud. They taste foreign on my tongue, impossible. I have a 6-year-old son, and she never told me. Paul, she never told me, Dad. For 6 years I've had a kid walking around this town, and I had no idea. No idea at all. The anger hits like a freight train, hot and righteous and easier to handle than the confusion. Anger I can work with. Anger makes sense. She had no right to keep that from me. No right at all. Didn't she? Dad's voice cuts through my rant like a blade. Quiet, thoughtful, with that edge of challenge that always made me want to argue with him when I was younger. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Sit down, son." "I don't want to sit down. I want to..." "Sit down." The judge voice, the one that made hardened criminals reconsider their life choices. I sit. Dad leans forward in his chair, his elbows on his knees, studying me with those sharp blue eyes that I apparently passed down to a kid I didn't even know existed until 20 minutes ago. "Let me ask you something, and I want you to really think about your answer before you give it to me." "Fine. If Zara had told you she was pregnant before you left for law school, what would you have done?" The question hangs in the air between us like a challenge, like a test I'm not sure I want to take. I would have... I start, then stop. Because the easy answer, the obvious answer, doesn't come as readily as it should. "You would have what? Stayed? Given up your scholarship? Married her and settled down to raise a family at 23? Maybe. I don't know. I would have figured something out. Would you have?" Dad's voice is gentle now, not accusatory, but the question still feels like a knife between the ribs. "You were so determined to get out of this town, Paul. So focused on making something of yourself, on proving you were more than just another small-town kid with big dreams and no follow-through. You talked about law school like it was your salvation. I remember. God help me. I remember every conversation, every plan, every moment of desperate ambition that drove me away from Maplewood like it was on fire." "That's different," I say, but the words sound hollow even to me. "Is it? You were 23 years old, son. You had your whole life mapped out, and none of that map included a baby. But if I had known, if you had known, you would have been faced with an impossible choice. And maybe, just maybe, Zara knew that. Maybe she loved you enough to not make you choose between your dreams and your responsibility to her. The thought hits me like a physical blow. The possibility that Zara didn't keep Jaden from me out of spite or anger, but out of some misguided attempt to protect me from a choice that would have destroyed one of us. That wasn't her decision to make. Wasn't it? She was the one who would have been pregnant, alone in a small town that loves to gossip. She was the one who would have had to watch you resent her for derailing your plans, or resent herself for holding you back. Mom appears in the doorway with a tray of coffee and cookies, her face carefully neutral. She sets it on the coffee table without a word, but I catch the look she gives Dad. Approval, maybe. Or recognition. "Your mother and I talked about this when we first found out Zara was pregnant," Dad continues. "We wondered if the baby might be yours, did the math in our heads. But you were already in Boston, already building your new life, and Zara seemed determined to handle things on her own. You should have asked me. Should we have? You were calling home less and less, sending shorter emails, making fewer visits. You were moving on, Paul. We could all see it. The words sting because they're true. I had been moving on, throwing myself into law school with the kind of single-minded focus that left little room for anything else, including the girl I'd left behind in Maplewood. But I had a right to know. Yes, Dad says simply. You did. But rights and reality don't always line up neat and clean, son. Sometimes people make choices based on what they think is best, not what they think is right. I slump back against the couch cushions, the fight draining out of me as quickly as it came. My head feels like it's been stuffed with cotton, thoughts spinning in circles without landing anywhere useful. 6 years, I murmur. He's 6 years old. He's been walking around this town for 6 years, and I've missed all of it. First steps, first words, first day of school. Mom's voice is soft, sad. I'm sorry, honey. I'm so sorry you missed those things. What kind of kid is he? Is he smart? Does he like sports? What's his favorite color? His favorite food? I don't know anything about my own son. The word son still feels strange in my mouth, too big and too small at the same time. He seems like a wonderful boy, Mom offers. Polite, curious, obviously adores his mother. And he has your eyes, your smile. even the way he holds his head when he's thinking about something. Zara's done a good job with him. The admission comes out grudgingly, but it's true. Even in those few minutes at the community center, I could see that Jaden was a happy, confident kid. Well-loved, well cared for, secure in his place in the world. Everything I should have been there to help provide. She has, Dad agrees. From what I hear around town, she's been a devoted mother. Works hard at that flower shop, volunteers at his school, never misses a game or a concert or a parent-teacher conference. And I've been what? Billing hours in New York while my kid grew up without me? You've been living your life, son. The life you chose. The life you worked damn hard to build. But if I had known... I trail off because the question Dad asked earlier is still hanging there, unanswered and increasingly uncomfortable. If I had known about Jaden, would I have given up everything? Would I have stayed in Maplewood, married Zara, traded my law degree for a job at the local bank or insurance office? Would I have been happy with that choice? Would I have made Zara happy? Or would I have spent the rest of my life wondering what if, resenting the family that kept me from the future I dreamed of? The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken truths and uncomfortable possibilities. Outside, the December wind rattles the windows, and somewhere in the distance, church bells chime the hour. I don't know, I finally admit. I honestly don't know what I would have done. Dad nods like this is the answer he expected, maybe even the answer he hoped for. That's the most honest thing you've said since you walked in that door, son. And maybe that's exactly why Zara made the choice she did.
Chapter 7. Zara. The eucalyptus stems resist my grip as I try to weave them into the winter arrangement, their stubborn branches refusing to bend the way I need them to. I've been fighting with this particular bouquet for the better part of an hour, and it's winning. Maybe because my hands won't stop shaking. Damn it! The curse slips out as another stem snaps, leaving me with a useless piece of greenery and frayed nerves. The bell above my shop door chimes, and I don't need to look up to know who's walking in. Pearl's footsteps have a particular rhythm, confident, purposeful, like she's on a mission, which, knowing Pearl, she probably is. Don't, I say without lifting my eyes from the arrangement. Whatever you're about to say, just don't. Well, good morning to you too, sunshine. Pearl's voice carries that tone she uses when she's trying to sound casual about something that's anything but. Lovely weather we're having, perfect for building snowmen and having life-altering encounters at community centers. My fingers tighten around the baby's breath I'm holding, probably crushing the delicate stems. I said don't. Honey, half the town is talking about it. Margaret Henley's been calling people since 7 this morning, and you know that woman doesn't get up before 9 unless there's premium gossip to spread. I finally look up, meeting Pearl's concerned brown eyes across the counter. She's bundled in her favorite red coat, snowflakes still melting in her dark hair, and she's got that expression she wears when she's determined to fix something whether I want her to or not. There's nothing to talk about. Really? Because from what I heard, Paul Carter took one look at Jaden and went white as fresh powder. Then you grabbed our boy and hightailed it out of there like the building was on fire. We had somewhere to be. Uh-huh. Where? I turn back to the arrangement, focusing on the precise placement of each winter berry, each curl of ribbon. My shop has always been my sanctuary, the one place where I can control every detail, make everything beautiful and perfect. Right now, I need that control more than I need air. Zara. I'm working, Pearl. I have 3 wedding consultations this week, and Mrs. Bennett wants centerpieces for her anniversary party, and you're avoiding the conversation we both know we need to have. The white roses I'm trying to position keep tilting the wrong way, throwing off the entire balance of the arrangement. I adjust them once, twice, but they won't cooperate. Nothing wants to cooperate today. He saw. The words come out so quietly, I'm not sure I actually said them out loud. Paul saw Jaden and he knew. Pearl moves closer, her footsteps soft on the hardwood floor. What did he say? Nothing. He didn't say anything. He just stared, like he was seeing a ghost. Maybe because in a way he was. I shoot her a sharp look. Don't. What? I'm just saying. The resemblance is pretty obvious when you put them side by side. Those eyes are unmistakable. My hands are definitely shaking now. I set down the roses and grip the edge of the workbench, trying to steady myself. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Jaden is my son. Mine. I've raised him by myself for 6 years and I've done a damn good job of it. Paul left. He made his choice and I made mine. But he didn't know, because I didn't tell him. The words explode out of me, louder than I intended. Loud enough that Mrs. Bolton, who's browsing the pre-made arrangements near the window, glances over with raised eyebrows. I lower my voice, lean closer to Pearl. I didn't tell him because he was so desperate to get out of this town, out of his old life, that he couldn't wait to leave. You remember what he was like that last month. Talking about Boston like it was the promised land, about how he was going to make something of himself, about how he needed to get away from small-town thinking. I remember. He had his whole future mapped out, Pearl. Law school, big city career, the works. And none of that map included me. Pearl's expression softens. But if he had known about the baby, then what? He would have stayed out of obligation, married me because he had to, not because he wanted to, spent the rest of his life resenting me for ruining his dreams. The thought makes my chest ache the same way it did 6 years ago when I first realized I was pregnant. When I sat in that bathroom, staring at 2 pink lines and knowing with absolute certainty that telling Paul would destroy everything he'd worked for. You don't know that's how it would have gone. Don't I? You saw how he was, Pearl, how focused, how driven, how desperate to prove he was more than just another small-town kid with big dreams and no follow-through. I pick up the roses again, trying to force them into the arrangement, but my vision is getting blurry around the edges. He would have done the right thing. Paul's got too much honor to walk away from his responsibilities. But doing the right thing and wanting to do it are 2 very different things. So you made the choice for him. I made the choice for all of us. For him, for me, for Jaden. I gave Paul his freedom and my son his stability. And yourself? The question hangs in the air between us like a challenge. What did I give myself? 6 years of single parenthood, of putting my own dreams on hold to focus on raising my child. 6 years of explaining to Jaden why he doesn't have a daddy like other kids, of deflecting well-meaning questions from neighbors and friends. 6 years of lying awake at night wondering if I made the right choice. I gave myself peace of mind, I say finally, knowing that every decision I made for Jaden was mine to make, that he was wanted and loved and never, ever a burden or an obligation. Pearl reaches across the counter and covers my hand with hers. Honey, nobody's saying you made the wrong choice, but Paul's back now and he knows. You can't pretend that doesn't change things. It doesn't change anything, I repeat, but the words feel hollow now. He's here for his parents, for the holidays. He'll go back to New York after New Year's, back to his real life, and everything will go back to normal. Will it? Because from what I heard, he looked pretty shaken up yesterday, like a man who just found out he has a son. That's not my problem. Isn't it? Before I can answer, the bell above the door chimes again. Mrs. Bolton calls out a cheerful goodbye as she leaves with her poinsettia arrangement, and for a moment, The shop is quiet except for the soft instrumental music I keep playing in the background. Then I hear footsteps, different from Pearl's confident stride or Mrs. Bolton's careful shuffle. These are deliberate, measured, like someone who's been pacing outside trying to work up the nerve to come in. I look up and my heart stops. Paul stands in the doorway like he's not sure he has the right to be here. Snow dusts the shoulders of his dark wool coat, and his hair is messed up like he's been running his hands through it. Those blue eyes find mine across the shop, and I see something in them I don't want to identify. Zara. His voice is rough, like he hasn't slept. We need to talk. Pearl straightens beside me, her protective instincts kicking in. Maybe this isn't the best time. It's fine, Pearl. The words come out steadier than I feel. It's okay. She looks between Paul and me, clearly torn between wanting to stay and knowing she should go. Finally, she squeezes my hand and grabs her purse from the counter. I'll call you later, she says, shooting Paul a look that clearly communicates what will happen to him if he hurts me. You know where to find me if you need anything. The bell chimes as she leaves, and suddenly the shop feels too small, too intimate. Paul and I stand on opposite sides of the counter like we're facing off, the weight of 6 years and one enormous secret hanging between us. Alone, he says, his eyes never leaving mine. I need to speak with you alone.
Chapter 8. Paul. The silence stretches between us like a taut wire, ready to snap. Zara's hands rest flat on the counter, her palms pressed against the dark wood. She's bracing herself for a fight, and I can't blame her. 6 years ago, I was the kind of man who solved problems by raising my voice, by pushing harder when things got complicated. I'm not that man anymore. At least I hope I'm not. I'm not here to yell at you. The words come out quieter than I intended, barely audible over the soft jazz playing from the hidden speakers. I just need to understand. Her brown eyes narrow, searching my face for signs of deception. Understand what? Why you didn't tell me. I take a step closer to the counter, noting how she doesn't back away, but her spine straightens, like she's preparing for battle. About Jaden. About the fact that I have a son. The last words feel strange on my tongue. Foreign. A son. I have a 6-year-old son with curly dark hair and my eyes, and I've missed every birthday, every Christmas morning, every scraped knee and bedtime story. You really want to know? Her voice carries an edge I remember from our worst fights, the ones that happened right before I left for Boston. Fine. You want to understand? You were obsessed, Paul. Completely consumed with getting out of here, with proving you were destined for bigger things than Maplewood could offer. She's not wrong. I remember those final months before graduation, how every conversation somehow circled back to my plans, my future, my escape route from what I saw as a dead-end town. You talked about Boston like it was salvation, she continues, her voice gaining strength. About how you were going to make partner before you were 30, about the cases you'd handle, the life you'd build. And none of those plans included me. That's not, isn't it? She cuts me off, leaning forward across the counter. Tell me honestly, Paul. If I'd come to you 7 years ago and said I was pregnant, what would you have done? The question hits me like a physical blow. I want to give her the right answer, the noble one, but she's asking for honesty, and I owe her that much. I would have stayed. The admission feels like swallowing glass. I would have married you, found a job here, given up law school. Exactly. The word comes out soft, almost gentle. You would have done the right thing, the honorable thing, and you would have spent the rest of your life wondering what if. I run my hands through my hair, feeling the familiar frustration building in my chest. But it's not anger at her. It's anger at the situation, at the impossible choices we were both faced with, at the fact that there was no clean solution. You were so driven, so focused on your goals, she says, her voice barely above a whisper now. I couldn't be the thing that derailed all of that. I loved you too much to do that to you. Loved. Past tense. The word cuts deeper than it should. So you decided for both of us. I lean against the counter, matching her position. You decided I was too selfish to handle the responsibility. I decided you deserved the chance to chase your dreams without guilt weighing you down. Her eyes glisten, but she doesn't look away. I decided our child deserved better than a father who stayed out of obligation. That's not fair, Zara. You shouldn't have had to handle all of this alone. For the first time since I walked in, her composure cracks slightly. Her shoulders sag, and she looks tired in a way that goes bone deep. You're right. It's not fair. None of this is fair. But I can't change what happened, and neither can you. I made the best decision I could with the information I had at the time. The shop feels impossibly small suddenly, filled with the scent of flowers and the weight of everything we're not saying. Outside, snow continues to fall, coating the windows in a way that makes the world feel muffled, distant. I want to spend time with him. The words come out before I've fully thought them through, but once they're out there, I know they're true. With Jaden, I want to get to know my son. Zara's face hardens again, that protective wall slamming back into place. Why? What do you mean, why? He's your what? Your son? Where have you been for 6 years, Paul? Where were you when he had nightmares about monsters under his bed? When he started kindergarten and cried because all the other kids had daddies to come to the father-son events? Where were you when he asked me why he didn't have a dad like everyone else? Each question hits like a physical blow, driving home the magnitude of what I've missed, what I've lost without even knowing it was mine to lose. I didn't know, because I didn't tell you. I get that. But you want to waltz in here now, spend some time with him over the holidays, and then what? Go back to New York? Leave him wondering why his father showed up just to disappear again. The accusation stings because it's exactly what I was thinking. Spend the holidays here, get to know Jaden, then figure out how to maintain some kind of relationship from 500 miles away. You think I'd do that? Just abandon him once the holidays are over? I think you're a man who's built a life somewhere else, a successful life that you worked very hard for. And I think asking you to give that up for a child you didn't even know existed until yesterday is unrealistic. She's not wrong. My entire life is in New York, my job, my apartment, my routine. The idea of uprooting all of that, of starting over in Maplewood, feels impossible. But so does the idea of walking away from my son. Being a father isn't a part-time job, Paul. It's not something you can do on weekends and holidays. It's showing up every day, especially when it's hard. It's putting someone else's needs before your own, consistently, for the rest of your life. Her voice gets stronger with each word. I don't think you're capable of that kind of commitment. The words hit their mark, designed to wound, and they do. But underneath the sting is something else. A challenge. She's daring me to prove her wrong, to show her that I'm more than the ambitious kid who left town chasing bigger dreams. You think you know me so well? I straighten up, meeting her gaze head on. You think you can predict exactly what I'll do? How I'll handle this? I think people don't change as much as they like to believe they do. Then you're wrong. The words come out with more force than I intended, but I don't take them back. You're wrong about me, Zara. I'm not the same person I was when I left. Really? Because from where I'm standing, you look exactly the same. Same confidence, same certainty that you can walk into any situation and figure it out. Same assumption that the world will bend to accommodate what you want. Maybe I look the same, but I'm not. You want to know why I came back? It wasn't just for my parents. It was because I realized that everything I thought I wanted, everything I worked so hard for, feels empty. I've got the corner office, the prestigious cases, the respect of my colleagues, and I've never been more miserable in my life. The admission surprises me as much as it seems to surprise her. I hadn't planned on being this honest, but something about standing in her flower shop, surrounded by life and beauty and the possibility of something real, makes it impossible to hide behind professional polish. That doesn't mean you're ready to be a father. Maybe not, but I'm ready to try. I'm ready to learn. I lean forward, trying to catch her eyes when she looks away. I'm ready to prove you wrong about me. And if you can't, if it turns out parenting is harder than you thought, or that dividing your time between here and New York is more complicated than you imagined, what happens to Jaden then? Then I figure it out, I make it work. How? By commuting back and forth. By asking a 6-year-old to understand why his father can only be present sometimes. I don't know yet, but I'll figure it out. She shakes her head, a bitter smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You're doing it again. Acting like everything is a problem to be solved, a challenge to be conquered. This isn't a case you can win with the right strategy, Paul. This is a little boy's heart we're talking about. You think I don't know that? The question comes out sharper than I meant it to. You think I don't understand what's at stake here? I think you understand it intellectually, but I don't think you understand it here. She presses her hand to her chest over her heart. I don't think you understand what it means to love someone so completely that their happiness becomes more important than your own. To make decisions based not on what you want, but on what's best for them. The flower shop seems to shrink around us, the space between the counter feeling both too wide and too narrow. I can smell her perfume, something light and floral that I remember from before, and it's distracting in a way that makes it hard to think clearly. So what are you saying? That I should just walk away? Pretend I never found out about him? I'm saying that if you want to be part of his life, you need to be all in. Not halfway, not when it's convenient, not when it fits into your schedule. All in, every day, for the rest of your life. And you don't think I can do that? I think you've spent 6 years building a life that doesn't include us. I think changing that would require sacrifices you're not prepared to make. The challenge hangs in the air between us, clear and unmistakable. She's not just talking about Jaden anymore. She's talking about all of it. About choosing this life, this town, this complicated, messy situation over the clean, successful existence I've created in New York. You're wrong about me, Zara. I say it quietly, but with absolute certainty. And I'm going to prove it.
Chapter 9. Zara. The knocking starts soft, almost tentative, then grows more insistent. I crack one eye open, squinting at the digital clock on my nightstand. 7:15 in the morning, on a Saturday. Who the hell is at my door this early? I roll out of bed, my feet hitting the cold hardwood floor. Through my bedroom window, I can see fat snowflakes falling steadily, coating everything in a fresh layer of white. The world looks muffled and quiet, the kind of morning where normal people stay in bed with hot coffee and nowhere urgent to be. The knocking continues, patient but persistent. I grab my robe from the foot of the bed, wrapping it tight around my waist as I pad down the hallway. Jaden's door is still closed. Thank God. If whoever this is wakes him up, they're going to get an earful about appropriate visiting hours. I peek through the peephole and my heart nearly stops. Paul stands on my front porch, snow dusting the shoulders of his dark coat. He's holding a cardboard tray with 2 coffee cups and what looks like a white bakery bag. His hair is damp from the snow, and he's stamping his feet slightly against the cold. Of all the nerve. I rest my forehead against the door, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. After everything we said yesterday, after I laid out exactly why this was a terrible idea, he shows up at my house with coffee, like we're old friends who just happened to bump into each other. The knocking comes again, 3 soft raps that somehow manage to sound both apologetic and determined. I unlock the deadbolt and crack the door open just wide enough to see his face clearly. What are you doing here? Good morning to you too. He lifts the coffee tray slightly. I brought breakfast. It's 7 in the morning, on a Saturday, and it's snowing. I know, I've been up since 5 thinking about what you said yesterday. His breath comes out in white puffs, and I notice he's not wearing gloves. His hands must be freezing. "Can I come in? Just for a few minutes?" No. The word comes out sharper than I intended, but I don't soften it. "We said everything we needed to say yesterday." "I don't think we did." He shifts the coffee tray to one hand and runs the other through his damp hair. "Look, I know I'm probably the last person you want to see right now, but I can't stop thinking about—" I start to close the door, but his foot slides into the gap, stopping it from shutting completely. The old Paul would have just pushed his way in, used his size and presence to overwhelm my resistance. This Paul just stands there, his shoe holding the door open but not forcing anything. "Please." The word comes out quiet, almost vulnerable. "Just let me talk to Jaden. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking." "He's sleeping." "Then I'll wait." "Paul, this isn't—" "Who's at the door, Mom?" Jaden's voice carries down the hallway, sleepy but curious. I hear his bedroom door creak open, the soft pad of his bare feet on the hardwood floor. Damn it. "Nobody, baby. Go back to bed." But it's too late. Jaden appears at my elbow, rubbing his eyes with one fist. His curls are sticking up in every direction, and there's a crease mark on his cheek from his pillow. "It's snowing." He pushes past me to get a better look through the crack in the door, and his eyes widen when he sees Paul. "Who are you?" Paul's face goes through a series of emotions so quickly, I almost miss them. Surprise, wonder, something that looks like pain, and then a kind of fierce tenderness that makes my chest tighten. "Hi there." Paul crouches down so he's at Jaden's eye level, even though there's still a door between them. "I'm Paul." Jaden tilts his head, studying Paul's face with the frank curiosity that only children possess. "You have blue eyes like me." "I do." Paul's voice sounds slightly hoarse. "We have the same eyes." I should close the door. I should send Jaden back to his room and tell Paul to leave. Instead, I find myself opening the door wider, stepping back to let the cold air rush in. Paul straightens slowly, his gaze never leaving Jaden's face. Up close, the resemblance is impossible to miss. Jaden got my skin tone and hair texture, but everything else, the shape of his eyes, the line of his jaw, the way he tilts his head when he's thinking, is pure Paul. "Can I come in?" Paul asks, but he's looking at Jaden, not me. "Mom?" Jaden looks up at me, and I see my own uncertainty, reflected in his expression. I step aside, hating myself for the weakness, but unable to deny the hope in my son's voice. Paul steps into the foyer, stomping the snow off his boots and setting the coffee tray on the small table by the door. "I brought donuts," he says to Jaden. "Chocolate glazed and sprinkle ones. Do you like donuts?" "I love donuts." Jaden bounces on his toes, then looks at me for permission. "Can I have one, Mom? Please?" "After breakfast," I say automatically, then feel ridiculous for falling into normal parenting routines when nothing about this situation is normal. Paul reaches into the bakery bag and pulls out a chocolate glazed donut, offering it to Jaden. "Just one, before breakfast. I won't tell if you won't." Jaden grins and takes the donut, biting into it with obvious delight. Chocolate glaze gets on his chin, and Paul reaches out automatically to wipe it away, then stops himself, his hand hovering uncertainly in the air. "You can," I hear myself saying. "It's okay." Paul uses his thumb to gently clean the chocolate from Jaden's chin, and something in his expression shifts, softens, like he's finally understanding that this isn't theoretical anymore, isn't just an abstract concept to be dealt with. This is his son, real and solid and standing right in front of him. "Jaden," Paul says, his voice careful and measured. "I need to tell you something important." Jaden takes another bite of donut, nodding to show he's listening. I'm your dad. The words hang in the air between them, simple and complicated all at once. Jaden stops chewing, his eyes widening as he processes what Paul just said. My dad? He looks between Paul and me, confusion clouding his features. But where have you been? The question hits Paul like a physical blow. I can see it in the way his shoulders tense, the way his jaw tightens. He glances at me, and I see a flash of panic in his eyes, like he's realizing for the first time that there are no easy answers here. I've been away, he says finally, crouching down again so he's at Jaden's level. I've been living far away, and I didn't know about you. But now that I'm back, now that I know about you, I don't want to leave. Jaden considers this, taking another bite of donut while he thinks. Why didn't you know about me? Paul looks at me again, and I can practically see him trying to figure out how to explain 7 years of complicated history to a 6-year-old without making anyone the villain. Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes, I say quietly, stepping closer. Sometimes we think we're doing the right thing, but it turns out we're wrong. Like when I thought I could jump off the monkey bars by myself and I got hurt. Something like that, Paul says, and there's gratitude in his voice when he looks at me. But the important thing is that I'm here now, and I want to get to know you, if that's okay with you. Jaden finishes his donut and wipes his hands on his dinosaur pajamas, leaving chocolatey fingerprints on the fabric. Are you going to live here now? Paul hesitates, glancing at me again. I'm staying in town for a while. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen, but I want to spend time with you. I want to learn about all the things you like to do. I like building with Legos, and reading, and helping Mom at the flower shop, and sledding when it snows like today. Jaden's enthusiasm is infectious, and despite everything, I find myself smiling slightly. Those all sound like wonderful things, Paul says. Maybe you could show me some of your Lego creations. Really? You want to see them? I would love to see them. Jaden grabs Paul's hand without hesitation, the kind of instant trust that children have before the world teaches them to be cautious. Come on, I built a spaceship yesterday. It has working lights and everything. He starts pulling Paul toward the living room, chattering excitedly about his latest creation. Paul lets himself be led, but he keeps looking back at me over his shoulder, like he's checking to make sure I'm not going to change my mind and kick him out. I should end this right now, before Jaden gets more attached, before the situation gets even more complicated than it already is. But watching them together, seeing the wonder in Paul's eyes as he takes in every detail of his son, the easy way Jaden accepts him, I find myself paralyzed by possibility. This is what I wanted for Jaden. Not necessarily this exact situation, but this feeling of having a father who looks at him like he's the most amazing thing in the world. Someone who wants to hear about Lego spaceships and chocolate donuts and all the small important details that make up a 6-year-old's universe. And now that he's experiencing it, I don't want to take it away.
Chapter 10. Paul. The spaceship is incredible. 3 feet long, built from what must be thousands of tiny pieces, with actual LED lights that Jaden programmed himself using some kind of basic coding kit Zara bought him for his birthday. See, this is the control room where the captain sits, and these are the engines that make it go really fast through space. Jaden's hands move over the construction with the confidence of an engineer explaining blueprints. And if you press this button right here, the whole thing lights up in sequence. Cockpit first, then the engines, finally the navigation array on top. I'm genuinely impressed, and not just because he's my son. This is sophisticated work for a 6-year-old. That's amazing, buddy. How long did it take you to build? 3 weeks. Mom helped me with the hard parts, but I did most of it myself. He beams with pride, and something in my chest tightens at the easy way he says, Mom helped me. How many times has Zara sat on this living room floor, patiently sorting through tiny plastic pieces while Jaden worked out his vision? I glance around the room, really seeing it for the first time. The walls are painted a warm sage green, and there are framed photos everywhere. Jaden at various ages, Zara laughing at what looks like a summer barbecue, the two of them building a snowman last winter. No pictures of me, obviously, but the space feels lived in and loved in a way my sterile New York apartment never did. Want to see my room? Jaden asks, already heading toward the stairs. If your mom says it's okay. Zara nods from the kitchen doorway where she's been watching us. She's changed out of her robe into jeans and a soft blue sweater that brings out the gold flecks in her brown eyes. Her hair is pulled back in a loose ponytail, and she looks beautiful and domestic and completely at ease in her own space. Christ, I missed this. I missed her. Jaden's room is exactly what I would have expected. Organized chaos with books stacked on every surface, more Lego creations on shelves, and a telescope pointed toward the window. The walls are covered with drawings he's made, some clearly from when he was younger, others more recent and surprisingly detailed. I want to be an astronaut, he announces, flopping down on his bed. Or maybe a scientist, or someone who builds spaceships. I haven't decided yet. Those are all excellent choices. I pick up one of his drawings from the desk, which is a rocket ship with flames shooting out the back and what looks like Earth in the background. Did you draw this? Last month. Mom says I'm good at art, but I like science better. We do experiments sometimes in the kitchen. Last week we made a volcano with baking soda and vinegar and it erupted everywhere. The way he talks, rapid fire and enthusiastic, reminds me of myself at that age. Before I learned to measure my words, before I understood that not everyone wanted to hear about every fascinating thing I discovered. What else do you like to do? Reading. Mom takes me to the library every Tuesday and I can pick out as many books as I want, and I help at the flower shop sometimes. I'm really good at carrying the heavy stuff and I know all the flower names. He sits up straighter, clearly proud of his contributions. Want to see the shop? It's really cool and it smells amazing. I look toward the doorway where Zara is leaning against the frame, watching us with an expression I can't quite read. Would that be okay? She hesitates for just a moment, then nods. We should probably get dressed first, and eat some actual breakfast, not just donuts. I'll make pancakes! Jaden jumps up from the bed. I know how to flip them and everything. Dad, do you like pancakes? Dad. The word hits me like a punch to the solar plexus, casual and natural like he's been saying it his whole life. I love pancakes, I managed to say around the sudden tightness in my throat. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in Zara's kitchen watching my son expertly flip pancakes while she makes coffee and fresh fruit salad. The domesticity of it should feel strange. I haven't had a leisurely breakfast in years, haven't spent a Saturday morning doing anything that wasn't work-related or obligation-driven. Instead, it feels like coming home. These are perfect, I tell Jaden as he slides a golden pancake onto my plate. Where did you learn to cook? Mom taught me. She says everyone should know how to take care of themselves, even kids. He pours more batter into the pan with careful concentration. I can make scrambled eggs too, and grilled cheese, and pasta with butter and cheese. That's more than I could make when I was twice your age. Zara snorts softly from where she's slicing strawberries. That doesn't surprise me. You lived on takeout and instant ramen in college. Hey, I expanded my culinary horizons eventually. I can make a decent stir-fry now. Can you make pancakes? Jaden asks, genuinely curious. No, but maybe you could teach me sometime. Yeah, we could have pancake-making lessons. I'm a really good teacher. Mom says so. The ease with which he includes me in future plans makes my chest ache with a fierce longing I didn't know I was capable of feeling. Like it's a given that I'll be around for pancake lessons and Lego building sessions and bedtime stories and all the small, precious moments that make up a childhood. The casual way he says, "we," when talking about activities, as if I've always been part of his world instead of someone who just walked into it yesterday, hits me harder than any contract negotiation or boardroom confrontation ever has. After breakfast, we bundle up in heavy winter coats, wool scarves, and thick mittens for the walk to Zara's flower shop. The snow is still falling steadily, fat flakes drifting down like nature's confetti, transforming Maplewood's charming Main Street into something straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting or vintage Christmas card. The sidewalks are blanketed in pristine white, and the Victorian storefronts look like gingerbread houses dusted with powdered sugar. Jaden runs ahead with boundless energy, his bright red coat a splash of color against the monochrome winter landscape. He stops every few feet to throw snowballs at tree trunks, trying to hit specific knots in the bark like targets, and tilts his head back to catch snowflakes on his tongue, giggling when they melt instantly. His laughter echoes off the quiet buildings, pure and joyful in a way that makes my heart squeeze painfully. Zara and I follow at a more leisurely pace, our boots crunching through the snow in a rhythm that feels surprisingly natural. I find myself stealing glances at her profile, the way her breath creates small puffs of vapor in the cold air, how her cheeks have turned slightly red from the winter wind. "He's incredible," I say quietly, watching Jaden crouch down to examine something half buried in the snow with scientific intensity. "You've done an amazing job with him, Zara. I mean it. He makes it easy most of the time. He's always been curious about everything around him, eager to help with whatever I'm doing, quick to laugh at the silliest things." She glances at me sideways, her brown eyes thoughtful. "He gets that from you, I think. The curiosity part, anyway. The way he has to understand how everything works. And the stubbornness when he doesn't get his way? Oh, that's definitely yours too."
Chapter 11. Zara. The shop feels different with Paul here. Not bad different, just charged. Like the air before a thunderstorm, electric with possibility and danger in equal measure. I unlock the front door and flip on the lights, breathing in the familiar scent of roses, eucalyptus, and that earthy sweetness that comes from fresh soil and green things growing. This space has been my sanctuary for years. The place where I built something beautiful from nothing, where I learned I could take care of myself and Jaden without anyone else's help. Whoa. Jaden's voice carries pure awe as he steps inside, and I see the shop through his eyes for a moment. The winter arrangements I finished yesterday line the front counter. Deep red amaryllis paired with white roses and silver eucalyptus, accented with pine boughs and burgundy ribbon. Garlands drape the windows, and the vintage chandelier I found at an estate sale last year casts warm light over everything. Paul stops just inside the doorway, taking it all in. The exposed brick walls lined with galvanized buckets of fresh blooms. The antique wooden table where I do my arrangements. The greenhouse extension visible through the back windows where I grow my specialty orchids and out-of-season flowers. "This is incredible, Zara. Really." His voice carries something I can't quite identify. Pride, regret. I busy myself checking the cooler temperature and pretending his approval doesn't matter to me. "Mom, can I show Dad the greenhouse? In the secret room upstairs where you keep all the ribbons and stuff?" "It's not really secret, baby. It's just storage." But I'm smiling despite myself. "And yes, you can show him around. Just don't touch anything expensive." I watch them disappear toward the back of the shop, Jaden's animated chatter mixing with Paul's deeper responses. The greenhouse door opens and closes, and through the glass I can see Jaden pointing at various plants while Paul nods and asks questions that make Jaden's face light up even brighter. The normalcy of it hits me like a physical blow. How easy it would be to pretend this is our life. Saturday mornings at the shop, Paul asking thoughtful questions about my orchids, while Jaden explains my watering system with 6-year-old authority. How simple it would be to let myself imagine that he never left, that we figured out how to make it work, that I didn't spend years learning to sleep alone and make decisions without input and carry every burden by myself. But I know better than to let my guard down completely. Paul looks at Jaden the way a starving man looks at food, with desperate hunger, barely contained. He's trying so hard to be the perfect father, saying all the right things, showing all the right interest. And maybe that's genuine. Maybe he really has changed. Maybe leaving forced him to realize what he lost. Or maybe this is just another role he's learned to play in his expensive suits and corner office life. I focus on the stack of orders that came in yesterday. Wedding arrangements for a February bride who wants winter elegance with romantic touches. White peonies and silver dusty miller. Pale pink roses and eucalyptus, accented with pearl-tipped pins and ivory ribbon. Simple enough in concept, complex in execution. The shop door chimes as I'm sketching out the centerpiece design, and Pearl pushes through, carrying 2 steaming coffee cups, and wearing the kind of expression that means she's here for information. Don't even pretend you're surprised to see me. She sets 1 cup down next to my design pad and shrugs out of her vintage wool coat. The whole town's buzzing about Paul Carter being back. Mrs. Yates saw him at your house this morning and called me before 8 a.m. Of course she did. I accept the coffee gratefully, wrapping my hands around the warm ceramic. How much does everyone know? That he's back, that he was at your place, and that he's apparently gorgeous enough to make Mrs. Yates forget she's 73 and happily married. Pearl perches on the stool across from my work table, her sharp green eyes studying my face. What they don't know is why he's back or how you're handling it. Through the greenhouse windows, I can see Paul crouched down to Jaden's eye level, examining something in one of the seedling trays with exaggerated fascination. Jaden's hands move as he talks, explaining whatever discovery he's made with the earnest intensity he brings to everything. I'm not sure how I'm handling it either. Start with the basics. Why is he here? He says he wants to be part of Jaden's life, that he realized he made a mistake leaving. The words taste strange in my mouth, like I'm trying on clothes that don't quite fit. But it's been 7 years, Pearl. 7 years of nothing. No letters, no phone calls, no acknowledgement that he had a son. And now he shows up looking like he stepped out of a magazine and expects what? For us to just welcome him back like nothing happened? Pearl studies me with the kind of attention that makes me fidget. She's been my best friend since we were teenagers, and she has an uncanny ability to see through whatever front I'm trying to maintain. What did Jaden say when you told him Paul was his father? The question I've been dreading. He was excited. God, Pearl, you should have seen his face. Like Christmas morning and his birthday rolled into one. I arrange peonies in a loose grouping, focusing on the mechanics of design instead of the ache in my chest. He's been asking about his dad for months now. Kids at school talk about their fathers, and Jaden started noticing he was the only one who didn't have stories to share. And now he does. I select eucalyptus stems, stripping the lower leaves with quick, practiced movements. But what happens when Paul gets bored? When he realizes that being a parent isn't just showing up for the fun parts? When his idea of small-town life stops being charming and starts being suffocating? You think he'll leave again? It's not a question, and I don't bother pretending otherwise. I think Paul has never stuck with anything that required real sacrifice. Law school was easy for him because he's brilliant. His career was easy because he's charming and ruthless when he needs to be. But parenting, staying in one place, building something that takes years instead of months. The greenhouse door opens, and Jaden's laughter spills out, bright and uncomplicated. He's dragging Paul toward the ribbon storage area upstairs, chattering about my organization system and how I taught him to measure and cut perfect lengths. Look at them together, though. Pearl's voice is gentle. I've never seen Jaden light up like that. She's right, and that's what terrifies me most. In less than 24 hours, Paul has become the center of Jaden's universe. My son, who's always been content with our small family of 2, who never seemed to feel like anything was missing from his life, is suddenly transformed by having his father's attention. That's exactly the problem. Jaden's already attached. If Paul decides this was a mistake, if he gets a better job offer somewhere else, if he meets someone who doesn't come with the complication of a ready-made family, I trail off, unable to finish the thought. You're scared. Terrified? The admission comes out rougher than I intended. I've built a good life here, Pearl. A stable life. Jaden is happy and secure, and he knows he's loved. What if letting Paul back in ruins that? What if I'm setting my son up for the kind of heartbreak I went through when Paul left the first time? Pearl reaches across the table and covers my hand with hers. What if you're not? What if this is Paul finally growing up and realizing what he lost? What if this is your chance to have the family you always wanted? I can't risk it. The words come out sharp, final. I won't risk Jaden's happiness on the possibility that Paul might have changed. I won't let him break my son's heart the way he broke mine. But even as I say it, I know it's too late. The damage is already done. Jaden is upstairs showing his father my ribbon collection, like it's the most fascinating thing in the world, and Paul is asking questions and making appreciative noises and being everything Jaden has ever imagined a father should be. The front door chimes again, and Mrs. Dolores enters with a gust of cold air and snowflakes. She's one of my regulars, comes in every week for fresh flowers for her dining room table, and her face lights up when she sees me. Zara, dear, I need something cheerful for tonight. My daughter is bringing her new boyfriend to dinner, and I want the house to look welcoming. I force a smile and reach for a notepad. Of course. What colors does she like? As I help Mrs. Dolores select the perfect arrangement, I can hear Paul and Jaden's voices from upstairs, muffled but animated. Jaden is explaining my filing system for different ribbon widths, and Paul is asking follow-up questions that show he's actually listening, actually interested in the minutia of my son's world. It would be so easy to let hope take root. To imagine Sunday dinners and family game nights and someone to share the load of parenting decisions, to picture Jaden having a father who shows up to school plays and helps with homework and teaches him how to throw a baseball properly. But hope is dangerous when you've been burned before. Hope makes you vulnerable to the kind of pain that takes years to recover from. You know, Pearl says quietly, while Mrs. Dolores examines roses. Maybe the real question isn't whether Paul will leave again. Maybe it's whether you're strong enough to trust that this time might be different. I meet her eyes across the work table, seeing the challenge there. Pearl has never been one to let me hide from difficult truths, never been willing to let me take the easy path when the hard one might lead somewhere better. I don't know if I am. Then figure it out. Because that little boy upstairs deserves to know his father. And you deserve to find out if the man Paul became is worth the risk of loving again.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Paul. The drive to my parents' house feels like traveling through a memory. Jaden presses his face against the window of my car, watching the familiar neighborhoods give way to the older, more established part of Maplewood where houses sit on acres instead of lots and driveways wind through mature trees. Dad, your parents' house is really big, right? Jaden's voice carries that mixture of excitement and nervousness I've been hearing all afternoon since I suggested dinner at my childhood home. Pretty big, yeah. I catch Zara's eye in the rearview mirror. She's been quiet since we left the flower shop, and I can practically see the wheels turning in her head. But they're just regular people, buddy. Grandma Ellen makes the best chocolate chip cookies in 3 counties, and Grandpa Richard knows more bad jokes than anyone should legally be allowed to remember. Zara shifts in the passenger seat, and I can feel her tension radiating through the small space. She's wearing a dark green sweater that brings out the gold flecks in her eyes, and she's twisted her hair up in a way that shows off the elegant line of her neck. She looks beautiful and completely out of her comfort zone. You sure they're okay with this? With us just showing up? Mom's been cooking since yesterday when I told her about dinner. I turn onto the familiar tree-lined street where I grew up, where every house tells a story of old money and older families. She's probably made enough food to feed half of Maplewood. The Carter family mansion comes into view, and I hear Jaden's sharp intake of breath. Even in winter, with snow covering the expansive lawn and the oak trees bare, the place is impressive. 3 stories of brick with white columns and black shutters, the kind of house that appears in architectural magazines and makes people slow down as they drive past. Whoa! Jaden's nose is practically glued to the window now. It's like a castle. Not quite, but close. I pull into the circular driveway, parking behind Dad's Mercedes. The house glows with warm light from every window, and I can see Mom moving around in the kitchen through the French doors that lead to the garden. Zara's hands are clasped tightly in her lap, and I reach over to cover them with one of mine. Her skin is soft and cold, and she doesn't pull away, which I take as a good sign. They're going to love you both, I promise. It's not that. She looks up at the house, taking in the stone lions flanking the front steps, the perfectly manicured landscaping, the obvious wealth and privilege on display. This isn't my world, Paul. I run a flower shop. I drive a 10-year-old truck. I shop at Target. And my parents have been married for 35 years because Dad fell in love with a teacher from the wrong side of town who drove a rusted-out Volkswagen and made her own clothes. I squeeze her hands gently. Trust me, they don't give a damn about any of that stuff. Before she can respond, the front door opens and Mom appears, wiping her hands on a dish towel and beaming like she's just won the lottery. She's wearing dark jeans and a cream-colored cashmere sweater, the kind of effortless elegance that comes from good breeding and better confidence. There's my boy! She's down the front steps before I've even turned off the engine, and I can't help grinning as I get out of the car. And there's Jaden! Jaden climbs out of the back seat and immediately goes shy, pressing closer to my side as Mom approaches. But her smile is so warm and genuine that his nervousness starts to melt almost immediately. Hi, Grandma Ellen. The words come out barely above a whisper, but Mom's face lights up like he's just recited Shakespeare. Oh, sweetheart. She crouches down to his level, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I've been waiting to meet you. Paul has told me all about how smart and funny you are. He has? He most certainly has. And I've been baking cookies all afternoon just for you. She reaches out and gently touches his cheek. You look just like your daddy did when he was your age. Same beautiful blue eyes. I help Zara out of the car, and she smooths down her sweater with nervous hands. Mom straightens and turns to her, and I hold my breath, suddenly terrified that this is going to be awkward or forced, or that Mom will say something that makes Zara feel unwelcome. But Mom being Mom, she simply steps forward and pulls Zara into a warm hug. Zara, honey, I'm so glad you're here. Dad appears in the doorway and I wave him over. His face softens completely when he sees Jaden, and I watch my son's shyness disappear as Dad approaches with an easy smile. And you must be the young man who's been keeping my son on his toes. Dad extends his hand for a formal handshake, treating Jaden with the same respect he'd show any adult. I'm Grandpa Robert, and I've been looking forward to meeting you. Jaden shakes his hand solemnly, clearly impressed by being treated like a grown-up. Nice to meet you, sir. Sir? Dad chuckles. I think Grandpa Robert will do just fine, don't you? The smile that spreads across Jaden's face could power the entire house. Okay, Grandpa Robert. And just like that, the nervousness melts away. Dad turns to Zara next, and his greeting is warm but respectful. The kind of acknowledgement that says he knows she's special without being overwhelming about it. The front hall is spotless when we enter. Gleaming hardwood floors, Persian rugs, oil paintings of ancestors I've never particularly cared about, and a curved staircase that sweeps up to the second floor. But instead of feeling cold or imposing, it feels warm tonight, filled with the scent of something delicious cooking and the sound of my family's laughter. Zara, your flowers at the church last Sunday were absolutely stunning, Mom is saying as we hang up coats in the front closet. That arrangement with the white roses and silver branches, pure poetry. Thank you. I wasn't sure if it was too modern for the church, but Pastor Williams seemed pleased. Modern? Honey, that church has been crying out for some style for decades. You brought elegance to a space that desperately needed it. Jaden has wandered into the living room and is staring up at the oil painting above the fireplace, a portrait of some long-dead Carter patriarch in military dress. Dad notices his fascination and joins him. That's your great-great-grandfather William. He fought in the Civil War, came home and built the first version of this house. He looks serious. Most people were serious in photographs back then. They had to sit still for a very long time while the picture was taken. Dad points to a smaller portrait on the side table. But this one here, this is your great-grandmother Catherine. She was known for her sense of humor. Paul gets his troublemaking streak from her. I was not a troublemaker, I protest, joining them by the fireplace. Son, you once convinced your cousin Michael to help you reprogram the sprinkler system to spell out curse words on the front lawn. That was innovative landscape design. That was a $2,000 landscaping bill. Jaden giggles, and the sound fills something hollow in my chest that I didn't even realize was empty. This is what I missed. Family dinners and shared stories and my son laughing at tales of my childhood mischief. 7 years of moments like this, gone because I was too afraid to try and too proud to admit I'd made a mistake. Come on, Mom calls from the dining room. Dinner's ready, and I made Paul's favorite. What's Dad's favorite? Jaden asks as we file toward the dining room. Pot roast with rosemary potatoes and honey carrots, and chocolate cake for dessert. I love chocolate cake. I had a feeling you might. The dining room looks like something out of a magazine, with the good china and crystal glasses and more silverware than any reasonable meal requires. But Mom has added touches that make it feel less formal. A centerpiece of winter branches and white candles, cloth napkins in warm gold instead of stark white, and place cards written in her careful script that include little doodles of flowers next to Zara's name and a baseball next to Jaden's. Mom, you didn't have to go to all this trouble. Nonsense. It's not every day I get to have dinner with my grandson for the first time. She guides Jaden to the seat next to hers. Besides, I've been wanting an excuse to use the good dishes. Zara takes the seat across from Jaden, and I settle in next to her. close enough that our knees almost touch under the table. The meal is perfect, the kind of comfort food Mom has been making for decades, and the conversation flows easily between stories of Jaden's school activities and Mom's garden club drama and Dad's retirement. But what gets me, what fills my chest with something warm and overwhelming, is watching my parents fall in love with my son. The way Mom cuts his meat without being asked, how Dad listens to every word of Jaden's rambling story about his friend Marcus's new puppy, the careful attention they pay to making sure he feels included and valued and loved. And Zara. God, watching her slowly relax as the evening progresses, seeing her smile become genuine instead of polite, hearing her laugh at Dad's terrible jokes and offer to help Mom with the dishes. She fits here in a way that feels natural and right, like she was always meant to be part of this family. Jaden, would you like to see your daddy's room? Mom asks as we finish dessert. I've kept it exactly the way it was when he left for college. Can I, Mom? Zara nods, and Jaden bounds out of his chair to follow Mom upstairs. Their voices fade as they climb to the second floor, leaving Dad, Zara, and me alone in the sudden quiet. She's lovely, son. Dad's voice is quiet, sincere. And that boy, he's something special. Yeah, he is. I reach for Zara's hand under the table, threading our fingers together. They both are. Zara's hand tightens in mine, and when I look at her, her eyes are bright with emotion. Not tears exactly, but something close. Something that looks like hope mixed with gratitude and maybe, just maybe, the beginning of trust. Thank you, she says to Dad, for making us feel so welcome. I wasn't sure what to expect. Honey, you're family now. Both of you. Dad's voice carries absolute certainty. That boy upstairs is a Carter, which makes you part of our family too. And from what I can see, we're damn lucky to have you. From upstairs comes the sound of Jaden's delighted laughter and Mom's voice explaining something about my childhood collections. The sound of my son discovering his history, learning where half of his DNA comes from, understanding that he belongs to something bigger than just himself and his mother. I'm happier than I've been in years. Maybe happier than I've ever been. Sitting here with Zara's hand in mine, listening to my son bond with his grandparents, feeling like maybe, just maybe, I might get a second chance at the family I was too young and stupid to appreciate the first time around.
Chapter 13. Zara. The doorbell rings at exactly 6 o'clock, and my heart does this ridiculous flutter that I haven't felt since I was 19, and waiting for Paul to pick me up for our first real date. I smooth down the burgundy dress I've chosen, nothing too fancy, but nicer than my usual jeans and sweater combination, and take a deep breath before opening the door. Paul stands on my porch looking like he stepped out of a magazine. Dark jeans, a charcoal wool sweater that brings out his eyes, and a black coat that lines his frame nicely. But it's the bouquet of white roses in his hands that makes my breath catch. You didn't have to bring flowers to someone who owns a flower shop. I didn't buy them. His smile is soft, almost shy. I picked them from Mom's greenhouse. She's been babying this particular bush all winter, and I thought you'd appreciate the effort more than the expense. The gesture hits me square in the chest. He's right. These roses, carefully tended through the cold months, mean infinitely more than anything he could have purchased. I take the bouquet and breathe in their subtle fragrance. They're beautiful. Thank you. Mom and Dad are practically bouncing off the walls with excitement about having Jaden overnight. Paul shifts his weight, and I catch a hint of nervousness that makes him seem younger, more like the boy I fell in love with all those years ago. They've planned everything from hot chocolate and Christmas movies to building a snowman tomorrow morning. He's never spent the night with grandparents before. The words slip out before I can stop them, and I see something flicker across Paul's face. Pain, maybe, or regret. Jaden bounces into the hallway, already dressed in his pajamas even though it's barely evening. Mom, Grandma Ellen said she's going to teach me how to make pancakes shaped like snowmen, and Grandpa Robert has this really cool train set in the basement. That sounds amazing, baby. I crouched down to give him a hug, breathing in his familiar scent of strawberry shampoo and childhood. You be good for them, okay? And brush your teeth before bed. I will. Have fun on your date. He grins at Paul. Dad, you look fancy. Thanks, buddy. You look pretty fancy yourself in those dinosaur pajamas. Ellen and Robert arrive 15 minutes later, and the handoff happens with military precision. Jaden's overnight bag, his favorite stuffed elephant, detailed instructions about his bedtime routine, and approximately 17 reminders that they can call if anything goes wrong. Zara, honey, stop worrying. Ellen takes my hands in hers, her touch warm and reassuring. We raised this one. She gestures toward Paul. And he turned out mostly decent. We can handle one 6-year-old for 12 hours. Mostly decent? Paul protests. Robert chuckles and hefts Jaden's bag over his shoulder. Come on, grandson. Let's go start that popcorn and get the good spot on the couch before your grandmother claims it. And then they're gone, taking my son and all my nervous energy with them, leaving Paul and me standing in my suddenly quiet hallway. Ready? Paul offers me his arm, the gesture both familiar and foreign after all these years. Where are we going? You'll see. The drive through downtown Maplewood takes us past the decorated storefronts and twinkling lights that make the town look like a Christmas card. But when Paul turns onto Elm Street and parks in front of Murphy's Diner, my heart stops completely. Murphy's looks exactly the same as it did 10 years ago. The neon sign flickers the same welcoming pink. The windows are fogged with condensation, and I can see the familiar red vinyl booths through the glass. This place holds more memories than I care to count. Late-night study sessions during finals week, celebratory dinners after Paul's debate team victories, quiet conversations about our dreams and futures that felt so certain back then. Paul, my voice comes out barely above a whisper. I know it's not fancy. I could take you to that new place by the lake, or we could drive into the city. He's rambling, nervous energy, making his words tumble together. But I thought maybe. This is perfect, and I mean it. Murphy's isn't trying to be something it's not. It's honest and unpretentious and filled with the ghosts of who we used to be. The bells above the door chime the same off-key melody they always have when we step inside. The air smells like coffee and grilled onions and something indefinably comforting that I'd forgotten I missed. Mrs. Murphy herself appears from behind the counter, her silver hair pinned in the same neat bun she's worn for decades. Well, I'll be damned. Her face breaks into a grin that transforms her from stern diner owner to proud grandmother in an instant. Paul Carter and Zara Johnson, together again in my establishment. Hi, Mrs. Murphy. I can't help smiling at her obvious delight. You remember us? Honey, you two practically lived in booth 3 your senior year. Paul here once tried to convince me to let him pay for coffee with an IOU written on a napkin. That was a legitimate promissory note, Paul protests, but he's grinning too. And I paid you back with interest. That you did. Come on, let's get you two settled. She leads us to the same booth we always claimed, the one in the back corner, with the slightly ripped vinyl seat and the view of the parking lot. I slide across the familiar cracked leather, and Paul settles across from me. And suddenly, we're 19 again, full of plans and possibilities and absolutely certain that we could conquer the world together. Coffee? Mrs. Murphy doesn't wait for an answer, just produces 2 steaming mugs and the cream pitcher that's probably older than both of us combined. I'll give you a few minutes to look at the menu, though I suspect you already know what you want. She's right. I always ordered the same thing here, grilled cheese and tomato soup, comfort food that reminded me of childhood and made everything feel manageable, even during the most stressful weeks of college. Remember when you tried to convince me that pineapple on burgers was sophisticated? Paul's eyes are warm with memory as he fidgets with his coffee mug. That was culinary innovation. You were just too narrow-minded to appreciate it. I was trying to impress you with my refined palate. You succeeded. I was very impressed by your ability to eat that entire monstrosity without admitting it was disgusting. The laughter that bubbles up between us feels natural, easy in a way I haven't experienced in years. Not the careful politeness we've maintained for Jaden's sake, but the genuine connection that drew us together in the first place. Mrs. Murphy returns to take our order, and we fall into the rhythm of shared memory and gentle teasing that defined our relationship all those years ago. Paul tells me about his cases in New York, the high-stakes corporate drama that sounds exciting and exhausting in equal measure. I tell him about the flower shop, about building something from nothing, and finding satisfaction in creating beauty for other people's important moments. I always knew you'd do something amazing with plants. Paul reaches across the table and traces one finger along my knuckles, a gesture so familiar and intimate that it sends electricity shooting up my arm. Remember that tiny herb garden you had in your dorm window? You managed to grow actual food in a space the size of a shoebox. Those were desperate times. The dining hall's idea of seasoning was salt and more salt. And you fed half our floor with those tomatoes you somehow coaxed out of a coffee can. The memory warms me from the inside out. Those late nights in my cramped dorm room, Paul sprawled across my narrow bed while I fussed over seedlings, both of us convinced that we were living the most romantic story ever told. We were so young, so sure that love was enough to overcome anything life threw at us. What happened to us, Paul? The question slips out before I can stop it, hanging in the air between us like a challenge. His hand stills on mine, and I see something shift in his expression. The easy nostalgia gives way to something deeper, more complicated. I got scared. His voice is quiet, honest in a way that cut straight through me. Senior year, when everyone started talking about the future, about marriage and careers and all that adult stuff, I panicked. I thought I needed to become someone different, someone successful enough to deserve you. I never asked you to be different. I know, but I couldn't see that then. All I could see was this perfect life we'd planned, and I was terrified I'd mess it up. So I left before I could disappoint you. And instead, you broke my heart. The words hang between us, not accusatory, but truthful. He winces, and I can see the regret written across his features. I know, and I've regretted it every day since. His thumb brushes across my knuckles, the touch gentle and apologetic. But if I hadn't left, we wouldn't have Jaden. And he's perfect. He's the best thing I've ever done, even if I did it completely backwards. Our food arrives and we eat slowly, savoring both the familiar flavors and the tentative reconnection happening across the scarred Formica table. The grilled cheese is exactly as I remember it. Crispy golden bread and melted cheese that strings between my fingers. The tomato soup is rich and slightly sweet, the kind of comfort food that makes everything feel manageable. Do you remember the night we decided to stay up until dawn, just to watch the sunrise from the roof of the library? Paul's eyes are bright with memory. And we fell asleep around 3 a.m. and missed the whole thing. But we woke up together. And you had that pillow crease across your cheek, and I thought you were the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. The compliment sends heat spiraling through my chest, and I feel myself leaning slightly forward without conscious thought. Paul's gaze drops to my lips for just a moment, before returning to my eyes, and the air between us becomes charged with possibility. Zara! His voice is rougher now, lower, and I can feel the pull of old attraction mixed with something deeper, something that's been building since he walked back into our lives. I know, and I do know. I can feel it too. The magnetic draw that made us impossible to separate in college. The connection that 7 years and hurt feelings and careful boundaries haven't managed to break. The diner around us fades into background noise. The other customers, the clatter of dishes, Mrs. Murphy's cheerful chatter with the regulars. All of it becomes white noise as Paul and I stare at each other across the small table, remembering who we used to be and maybe, possibly, imagining who we could become.
Chapter 14. Paul. The drive back to Zara's house passes in comfortable silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. The radio plays softly in the background, some Christmas song I barely register, while I steal glances at her profile in the passenger seat. She's looking out the window at the snow-covered houses we pass, but I catch her stealing glances at me too. My hands grip the steering wheel tighter than necessary. The evening has shifted something between us, cracked open a door I thought was permanently sealed. Every shared laugh at Murphy's, every moment our fingers brushed reaching for the salt, every time she smiled that genuine smile I remember from college. It's all building to something I'm not sure either of us is ready for. But damn if I don't want it anyway. When I pull into her driveway, neither of us moves immediately. The engine ticks in the sudden quiet, and I can hear her breathing beside me. Thank you. Her voice is soft. For tonight. For remembering. Thank you for giving me the chance. She turns to face me fully, and even in the dim light from the street lamp, I can see something shifting in her expression. The careful walls she's maintained around me are wavering. Paul. I know. I reach over and brush a curl away from her face, letting my fingers linger against her cheek. Her skin is soft and warm, exactly as I remember. I know this is complicated. 7 years complicated. The most complicated thing I've ever messed up. That draws a small laugh from her. Language, Mr. Carter. Jaden's not here to hear me. The reminder that we're completely alone hangs between us, loaded with possibility and danger in equal measure. I should walk her to the door, give her a polite goodnight kiss on the cheek, and drive away before I do something that changes everything irrevocably. Instead, I lean closer. Zara. Her name comes out rougher than I intended. Tell me to leave. She stares at me for a long moment, her brown eyes searching my face for something I hope she finds. Then she shakes her head slowly. I can't do that. The space between us disappears. I cup her face in both hands and kiss her the way I've wanted to since the moment I saw her again. Soft at first, tentative, giving her every opportunity to pull away. But she doesn't. Instead, she makes this small sound in the back of her throat and kisses me back with 7 years of longing wrapped up in the press of her lips against mine. Damn. Nothing has ever felt more right or more dangerous. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her fingers are twisted in the front of my sweater, and I can feel the rapid beat of her heart against my chest. We should go inside, she whispers. Are you sure? No, but I don't care. She fumbles with her keys at the front door, her hands shaking slightly. I stand behind her, close enough to smell the floral scent of her shampoo, fighting every instinct that tells me to press myself against her back and kiss her neck the way she used to love. The door finally opens and we stumble inside together. I barely register the familiar warmth of her living room before she turns in my arms and pulls me down for another kiss. This one is hungrier, more desperate, and I can taste the coffee we shared and something that's purely her. My hands find her waist, and she feels so perfect pressed against me that it's almost painful. 7 years of wanting her, of dreaming about her, of wondering what might have been if I hadn't been such a coward. It all crashes over me at once. Zara. I break away just enough to look at her face. If we do this... I know. Her fingers trace the line of my jaw. I know what it means. Do you? Because I sure as hell don't. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. I just know I've never stopped wanting you. Not for a single day. She rises up on her toes and kisses me again. And this time there's no hesitation, no holding back. Her hands slide under my sweater, her touch burning against my skin, and I groan into her mouth. Bedroom, she breathes against my lips. I follow her down the hall I've walked, but tonight everything feels different. Charged. The hallway that leads to her room seems longer than it should, and my heart is pounding so hard I'm surprised she can't hear it.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Right now, in this moment, with Zara warm and soft and perfectly fitted against me, everything feels exactly as it should be. Like this is where we were always meant to end up, despite all the years and mistakes and pain between us.
Chapter 15. Zara. I wake to the soft morning light filtering through my bedroom curtains, immediately aware of the warm weight beside me. Paul's arm is draped across my waist, his breathing deep and even against my neck. For a moment, I let myself pretend this is normal, that waking up next to him is something I do every day instead of something that hasn't happened in 7 years. My body feels deliciously tender in all the right places, a physical reminder of everything that happened between us last night. The way he touched me, the way he made me feel like I was the only woman in the world. It was exactly like I remembered and somehow even better. More desperate, more intense, weighted with years of longing we'd both been carrying. I shift slightly, trying not to wake him, but his arm tightens around me instinctively. Morning, he murmurs against my shoulder, his voice rough with sleep. The sound sends shivers down my spine. Morning, I turn in his arms to face him, taking in the way his hair sticks up at odd angles and the stubble shadowing his jaw. He looks younger like this, more like the Paul I fell in love with in college. Sleep well? Best sleep I've had in years. His blue eyes search my face, and I can see the uncertainty creeping in. The morning after vulnerability that comes with crossing lines you can't uncross. You? Same. He reaches up to brush a curl away from my face, the gesture so tender it makes my chest tight. Any regrets? The question hangs between us, loaded with everything we haven't said yet. Do I regret letting him back into my bed? Into my heart? Do I regret opening myself up to the possibility of being hurt again? Ask me again in a few days, I say honestly, because I can't lie to him. Not about this. His laugh is soft but strained. Fair enough. Before either of us can say anything else, there's a knock at my front door. My heart jumps into my throat as I glance at the clock on my nightstand. 8:30 in the morning. Who would be here this early? The knock comes again, more insistent this time, followed by a familiar voice calling out. Zara, honey, it's Elena. I've got your boy with me. Oh, damn. Paul's eyes widen as the reality of our situation hits us both at once. His mother is at my front door with Jaden, and Paul is very obviously still in my bed, wearing nothing but yesterday's boxers and a guilty expression. Damn, he whispers, running a hand through his disheveled hair. I completely forgot they were bringing him back this morning. Language, I hiss automatically. Even though Jaden isn't here to hear him yet, I scramble out of bed, looking around frantically for something to wear. What do I do? She's going to know you spent the night. She probably already knows. Paul sits up, the sheet pooling around his waist. My car's in your driveway, and I didn't come home last night. Another knock, followed by Elena's voice again, this time with an unmistakable note of amusement. I can see your car, Paul. And Zara, dear, don't panic. I'll just wait out here with Jaden while you both make yourselves presentable. Heat floods my body. Of course she knows. Elena Carter has always been perceptive, and she's not stupid. Her son's car parked outside my house all night, combined with the fact that we're taking forever to answer the door, paints a pretty clear picture. I can't believe this is happening, I mutter, grabbing my robe from the hook behind my bedroom door. Your mother knows we slept together. My mother is probably thrilled we slept together. Paul swings his legs out of bed and starts pulling on his clothes from last night. She's been dropping hints about us getting back together since the day I moved home. That doesn't make this less mortifying. Zara. He crosses to me and cups my face in his hands, forcing me to meet his eyes. Breathe. It's going to be fine. The certainty in his voice helps calm the panic fluttering in my chest, but only slightly. This isn't how I wanted to handle things with Jaden. I wanted time to figure out what last night meant. Time to understand where Paul and I stand before involving our son. Mama! Jaden's voice carries through the front door, bright and excited. Are you awake? Grandma Elena made pancakes shaped like snowmen. My heart clenches at the pure joy in his voice. He sounds so happy, so carefree, and I don't want to do anything to complicate that. Coming, baby, I call back, tying my robe securely around my waist. Just give me 1 minute. I glance at myself in the mirror on my dresser and wince. My hair is a disaster. My lips are slightly swollen from last night's kisses, and there's no hiding the fact that I look thoroughly satisfied. But there's nothing I can do about it now. Paul appears behind me in the mirror, now fully dressed, but still looking rumpled in a way that screams, just rolled out of someone else's bed. He places his hands on my shoulders and meets my eyes in the reflection. Whatever happens next, last night was worth it, he says quietly. Don't doubt that. The sincerity in his voice makes my breath catch, but before I can respond, there's another knock. Sorry to rush you, dear, Elena calls, but someone out here is getting very excited about telling you about his sleepover adventure. We can't keep them waiting any longer, I whisper. Together? I nod, taking a deep breath. We walk to the front door side by side, and I'm acutely aware of Paul's presence beside me, the way he moves, the familiar scent of his cologne, the warmth radiating from his body. Everything feels heightened, charged with the intimacy we shared just hours ago. I unlock the door and pull it open to find Elena standing on my front porch with Jaden bouncing excitedly beside her. She's wearing a knowing smile that makes my face burn, but her eyes are kind and warm. Jaden is still in his white pajamas with his coat thrown over them, his overnight bag slung over Elena's shoulder. Mama! Jaden launches himself at me before I can say a word, wrapping his arms around my waist and squeezing tight. Did you know that Grandpa Richard can make his eyebrows move independently? Like this? He demonstrates, wiggling one eyebrow and then the other. Despite everything, I laugh. That's amazing, sweetheart. And Grandma Elena taught me how to make coffee cake from scratch, and we watched 3 Christmas movies. And Grandpa told me stories about when Daddy was little and got in trouble for putting snow down a girl's shirt at school. Did he now? I glance at Paul, who has the grace to look embarrassed. I was 8, he mutters, and she started it. Elena chuckles. Some things never change. Her eyes sparkle with mischief as she looks between Paul and me. I see you two had a nice evening as well. The way she says it makes it clear she knows exactly what kind of evening we had, but there's no judgment in her expression, only warmth and what looks suspiciously like relief. We went to Murphy's, I say, trying to keep my voice casual. How lovely, Elena's smile widens. It's been far too long since you two spent time together, just the two of you. Jaden finally notices his father standing behind me and lights up even more. Daddy, you're here early? Did you come for breakfast? Mama makes the best French toast in the whole world. Paul looks at me, clearly unsure how to navigate this moment. I thought I'd stop by and see how your sleepover went. It was the best. Jaden launches into another detailed account of his adventures, this time including a story about building a snowman in Elena and Richard's backyard that apparently looked like a marshmallow with stick arms. While Jaden chatters away, Elena catches my eye and steps closer. I hope you don't mind me saying this, dear, she says quietly, but I haven't seen either of you look this happy in years. Whatever happened between you two last night, I'm glad for it. Her words are so genuinely kind that I feel tears prick at the corners of my eyes. Elena has always treated me like family, even after Paul left. Thank you, I whisper. Mama, can Daddy stay for breakfast? Jaden asks, interrupting my moment with Elena. Please? I want to tell him about the snow angel contest we had. I look at Paul, and the hope in his expression makes my heart skip. Would you like to stay? If you don't mind the company. I think I can manage. Elena claps her hands together, looking delighted. Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you three to enjoy your morning. Jaden, thank you for being such a perfect house guest. You're welcome anytime. She kisses Jaden's forehead and gives me a quick hug. When she embraces Paul, I hear her whisper something in his ear that makes him smile and nod. Then she's walking back to her car, leaving us standing in the doorway like a family, like we belong together.
Chapter 16. Paul. I'm walking down Main Street with a ridiculous grin on my face that I can't seem to shake. Every step feels lighter than it has in months, maybe years. Last night with Zara, damn, it was everything I dreamed about and more. The way she felt in my arms, the sounds she made, the way she looked at me afterward like maybe, just maybe, we could find our way back to each other. The morning had been perfect too. Watching Jaden's face light up when he saw me there, the easy way we all fell into conversation over French toast and coffee. It felt natural. Right. Like coming home in every sense of the word. Now I'm on a mission to find the perfect gifts for them both. Christmas is only days away and I want to make it special. I want to show them that I'm serious about being here, about being the man and father they both deserve. I duck into Thompson's toy store, the same shop where my parents bought my Christmas presents when I was Jaden's age. The owner, Mrs. Thompson, recognizes me immediately despite the years that have passed. Paul Carter. Well, I'll be damned. Heard you were back in town. She emerges from behind the counter, her gray hair still pinned in the same style she's worn for decades. Shopping for that beautiful boy of yours? Yes, ma'am. The pride in my voice surprises me. He's 6, loves adventure stories and building things. I've got just the thing. She leads me to a display of elaborate building sets. These are all the rage this year, and for the more creative types, she shows me a storytelling kit complete with props and costume pieces, perfect for imaginative play. I select both, along with a few books I think he'd enjoy. As Mrs. Thompson rings up my purchases, I'm already planning where we'll build the first project together. Maybe in Zara's living room while she works on her flower arrangements. The thought of that kind of domestic bliss makes my chest tight with longing. Next stop is Maplewood Jewelers. I'm not shopping for an engagement ring, not yet anyway. But I want to get Zara something meaningful. Something that shows I understand who she is now, not just who she was 7 years ago. The elderly jeweler, Mr. Hoffman, helps me select a delicate gold necklace with a small pendant shaped like a wildflower. It's simple but elegant, just like Zara herself. The kind of piece she could wear every day at the flower shop or dress up for special occasions. Beautiful choice, Mr. Hoffman says as he wraps it in a small velvet box. For someone special? Very special. I'm heading back toward my car, packages in hand, when my phone buzzes. John's name flashes on the screen, and I consider ignoring it. I'm supposed to be on vacation, for Christ's sake. But knowing John, he'll just keep calling until I answer. What's up? I say, balancing the phone between my ear and shoulder while I unlock my car. Paul, thank God, where are you? Maplewood. Where I'm supposed to be. On vacation. Remember that conversation we had? Yeah, about that. John's voice has that edge it gets when he's about to deliver bad news. I need you to come back. I freeze with my hand on the car door handle. What? There's been a development. A huge one. Marcus Wellington just called personally. You know, the Marcus Wellington? The tech billionaire? I know who he is. My stomach starts to sink. What does that have to do with me? His son got arrested last night. Federal charges, money laundering, racketeering, the works. This is going to be the biggest white-collar criminal case of the decade, and Wellington wants our firm to handle it. So handle it. Paul, he specifically asked for you. Apparently your reputation from the Jack Franklin case preceded you. This could make our careers. We're talking about a retainer in the high 7 figures. I lean against my car, feeling like the ground is shifting beneath my feet. John, I'm on vacation until January 5th. We agreed. I know. But this is an emergency situation. Wellington's son is being arraigned tomorrow, and we need to file preliminary motions by the end of the week. I need you back here by the end of this week at the very latest. What? The words come out sharper than I intended. John, Christmas Eve is coming up. I realize the timing sucks, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I close my eyes, trying to process what he's telling me. 6 weeks ago, this would have been a dream come true. The kind of high-profile case that makes careers and bank accounts. But now, I can't do that. What do you mean you can't? Paul, this is Marcus Wellington we're talking about. I mean, I can't leave. Not right now. I think about Jaden's excited face this morning, about the way Zara looked at me when she thought I wasn't watching. I have commitments here. Commitments? John's voice rises an octave. What commitments? You're on vacation nowhere. What could possibly be more important than this? My family. The words hang in the air between us, and I realize I mean them completely. Zara and Jaden aren't just my past anymore. They're my future, the life I want to build. Your family? John sounds genuinely confused. Paul, what the hell are you talking about? You don't have family. Just your parents that you never visit anyway. That's about to change. Are you having some kind of breakdown? Because if you are, we can get you the mental help you need. But right now, I need you to get on a plane and get back here. This is not optional. The dismissive tone in his voice ignites something fierce in my chest. You can't do that. I have vacation time. It's already approved and I'm using it. Dude, this is an emergency. You need to come back. No. The word comes out flat and final. I don't. There's a long pause, and when John speaks again, his voice is cold. Are you seriously going to throw away your career for some small-town fantasy? Because that's what this sounds like to me. Maybe I am. Paul, think about what you're saying. You've worked so hard to get where you are. We're talking about making partner within 2 years instead of 5. Financial security for life. Everything you've wanted. Everything I thought I wanted. This is insane. You're being irrational. I think about this morning. About making pancakes with Jaden while Zara hummed under her breath. about the way she smiled at me over our coffee cups like maybe we were finding our way back to something real. About the Christmas gala we're planning together, the quiet moments we've been stealing, the way it feels like I'm finally becoming the man I was supposed to be. You know what's insane? I say, my voice getting harder. Working 80-hour weeks for a paycheck that can't buy you the things that actually matter. Missing your kid's entire childhood because you're too busy chasing the next big case. Living in a city where you don't know your neighbors' names and eating dinner alone every night because work is the only relationship you can maintain. Jesus Christ, Paul, what has gotten into you? I figured out what I actually want, and it's not this. Fine. You want to throw away your career for some woman? That's your choice. But don't expect the firm to hold your position indefinitely. Wellington won't wait around for you to get your head out of your butt. The threat is clear, but it doesn't have the impact John probably expects it to. Instead of panic, I feel something like relief. Then I guess you'll have to handle it without me. Paul, I'll talk to you after the holidays, John, if there's still anything to talk about. I hang up before he can respond and immediately turn off my phone. My hands are shaking slightly, and I realize I just essentially quit my job, or at least burned the bridge to the biggest opportunity of my career. But instead of regret, what I feel is freedom. I look down at the packages in my hands, gifts for my son and the woman I love, and I know I made the right choice, the only choice. Some things are more important than money and status and corner offices. Some things are worth everything.
Chapter 17. Zara. I'm arranging a centerpiece of winter whites, roses, chrysanthemums, and baby's breath when the bell above my shop door chimes. I glance up to see Mayor Monica Sanchez stepping inside, her burgundy wool coat dusted with fresh snow, and her signature red lipstick as bold as ever. Zara, darling. Monica's voice carries that warm authority that's made her beloved in Maplewood for the past decade. I hope I'm not interrupting anything crucial. Never. I set down my floral shears and wiped my hands on my apron. What brings you by? Please tell me it's not another complaint about the holiday displays blocking sidewalk traffic. Monica laughs, unwinding her cream cashmere scarf. Quite the opposite, actually. I'm here with an opportunity that I think will interest you very much. My pulse quickens. Monica doesn't make social calls during the busy Christmas season unless it's business. Important business. I'm listening. She approaches my workstation, her keen eyes taking in the arrangements I've been preparing for today's deliveries. These are stunning, as always. Your talent continues to amaze me. Thank you. I wait, sensing she's building up to something significant. Tell me, what do you know about the annual Christmas Charity Gala? Just what everyone knows. Big fancy event, raises money for local causes, all the important people attend. I've never been invited, but I've heard enough chatter from customers over the years to know it's Maplewood's social event of the season. Monica nods, perching herself on the edge of my counter with practiced elegance. Exactly. This year marks our 15th anniversary, and we're expecting our largest turnout yet. Over 300 guests, including several state representatives and, she pauses dramatically, media coverage from 3 different news outlets, including a lifestyle magazine that features small-town holiday traditions. My breath catches. Media coverage means exposure far beyond Maplewood's borders. The kind of publicity that could transform my little flower shop from a local favorite to something much bigger. That sounds incredible, I manage, trying to keep my voice steady. But I'm still not sure why you're telling me this. Because, my dear, I want you to be our florist. The words hang in the air for a moment while my brain processes what she's just said. Your florist? The decorator bailed on us 3 days ago. Some family emergency in Florida that requires her immediate attention for the next month. Monica's expression turned slightly exasperated. 15 years of planning these events, and this is the first time we've had a vendor abandon us this close to the date. When is the gala? My voice sounds far away, like it's coming from someone else. This Friday, the 24th. I blink at her. That's only a week away. I know it's short notice, impossibly short notice, really, but I've been admiring your work for years, and when this crisis hit, you were the first person I thought of. Monica leans forward, her dark eyes intense. I've seen what you can do with limited time and resources. Remember the emergency arrangements you created for the Beckham's anniversary party when their original florist came down with pneumonia? Or the wedding you saved last spring when that out-of-town company delivered completely wrong flowers? I remember both events. The Beckham's party had been particularly challenging. 2 days' notice to create centerpieces for 80 guests using only what I had in stock and could source locally. But I'd pulled it off, and the photographs from that evening still make me proud. Monica, this is a much bigger scale than anything I've done before. My practical side wrestles with the excitement building in my chest. How many arrangements are we talking about? 15 centerpieces for the main dining room, plus arrangements for the cocktail area, the entrance, and the stage where the band will perform. Oh, and we'll need boutonnieres for the board members and corsages for their wives. She counts on her fingers. Roughly 40 individual pieces, plus whatever decorative elements you think would enhance the overall atmosphere. 40 pieces. In 1 week, during the busiest season of the year when I'm already stretched thin with Christmas orders. My practical side wants to politely decline and recommend another florist from the neighboring town. But then I think about the media coverage, the photographs that would showcase my work to thousands of potential customers, the opportunity to prove that Petals and Stems isn't just a charming local shop, but a serious floral design business capable of handling major events. What's the budget? I ask, my business brain kicking into gear. Monica names a figure that makes my eyes widen. It's more than I typically make in 2 months, and that's just for the floral work, not including the potential future business this exposure could generate. The theme is Winter Wonderland, she continues, clearly sensing my interest. Think elegant, sophisticated, but still warm and inviting. The venue is the Grand Ballroom at the Maplewood Conference Center, so you'll have high ceilings and plenty of space to work with. I close my eyes for a moment, visualizing the possibilities. White and silver arrangements with touches of deep green. Maybe some crystalline elements to catch the light. Tall centerpieces to fill the dramatic space without overwhelming the tables. Cascading arrangements for the entrance that would create a sense of walking into an enchanted winter forest. What about assistance? I ask, opening my eyes to meet Monica's hopeful gaze. This is definitely a 2-person job, minimum. I can arrange for volunteers to help with setup and breakdown. The conference center has their own event staff who can handle the logistics once everything's in place. My mind races through the implications. I'd need to order flowers immediately, probably call in special favors with my suppliers to get everything I need on such short notice. I'd have to work late every night this week, probably bring some of the arrangement work home. Jaden would need to spend more time with his friends, or his grandparents, or Paul. The thought hits me like a warm wave. Paul is here, and he's been incredible with Jaden. If I took this job, it would mean long hours at the shop, but it would also mean Paul could spend more time with his son. Quality time, the kind that builds real relationships and memories. And maybe, if everything goes well, Paul could be my date to the gala itself. The 3 of us could attend together, like a real family. The thought makes my heart flutter with possibilities I'm still afraid to examine too closely. I can see you're thinking it through, Monica says gently. I don't need an answer this very moment, but I do need to know by this afternoon. If you can't take it on, I need time to contact other options. Other options. There's a florist in Millfield who might be able to help, though their style is much more traditional. And there's always the grocery store arrangements route, though that's not exactly the impression we want to make for our anniversary year. Grocery store arrangements? For a gala that's going to be photographed and featured in magazines? The very thought makes me cringe. This is my chance to show what a real florist can do, to elevate Maplewood's biggest social event to the level it deserves. Actually, I say, surprised by the confidence in my own voice, I don't need until this afternoon. I'll do it. Monica's face lights up with relief and excitement. Really? You're sure? I'm sure. The words feel right as soon as I say them. Terrifying, but right. This is exactly the kind of opportunity I've been hoping for. And honestly, Maplewood deserves beautiful flowers for this event, not grocery store arrangements. Oh, thank goodness. Monica stands and reaches across the counter to squeeze my hands. You have no idea how worried I've been about this. The board was starting to panic, and Frank De La Rosa was actually suggesting we just buy a bunch of poinsettias and call it festive. I laugh, imagining the elegant ballroom filled with basic red poinsettias. We can definitely do better than that. I know you can. I've always believed in your talent, Zara. This is just going to prove it to everyone else. Monica reaches into her purse and pulls out a thick folder. Here's all the information you'll need. Floor plans, guest count, schedule for the evening, contact information for the conference center staff, plus a list of previous year's arrangements, though I hope you'll bring your own creative vision to it. I accept the folder. Its weight, tangible proof that this is really happening. I'll need to place orders with my suppliers today to ensure everything arrives in time. Whatever you need, the committee has given me full authority to approve any reasonable expenses. Monica rewraps her scarf, preparing to brave the cold again. Oh, and Zara, I hope you'll plan to attend the gala yourself. As our florist, you absolutely deserve to see your work appreciated. I'd love that. The words come out before I can second-guess them. I was actually hoping to bring a date, and my son. Of course. The more the merrier. It's a family-friendly event until 9 o'clock, when we transition to the adult portion of the evening. Monica pauses at the door, her hand on the handle. Anyone I know? Heat creeps up my neck, but I force myself to maintain eye contact. Paul Carter, he's back in town for the holidays. Monica's eyebrows rise slightly, but her expression remains carefully neutral. I see. Well, it will be lovely to see him again. I remember he was quite accomplished in school. There's something in her tone that suggests she knows exactly who Paul is and probably has opinions about our history, but she's too polite to voice them. I appreciate her discretion more than she knows. Thank you, Monica, for the opportunity and for believing in me. Thank you for saying yes. You've literally saved Christmas for 300 people. She pushes open the door, letting in a swirl of cold air and snow. I'll call you tomorrow to check in, but otherwise, the creative decisions are entirely yours. Make it magical, Zara. I know you will. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Paul. The ancient wooden hockey stick feels familiar in my hands as I pass the puck to Jaden across the frozen pond behind the Maplewood Community Center. His laughter echoes across the ice as he attempts to control it with his much smaller stick, the puck sliding past him in a wobbly line toward the makeshift goal we constructed from some fallen branches. "Dad, you're going too easy on me," Jaden calls out, his breath creating small puffs of vapor in the crisp afternoon air. His cheeks are red from the cold, and his eyes sparkle with determination. "Easy? Kid, I'm playing my hardest." I skate backward, giving him space to approach the goal. "You're just getting better." The lie comes naturally. I am going easy on him, but watching him gain confidence with each small success makes my chest tight with something I'm still learning to name. Pride, maybe. Or just pure, overwhelming love for this little person who shares my stubborn streak, and apparently my competitive spirit. My phone buzzes in my jacket pocket for what feels like the 100th time today. I ignore it, focusing instead on Jaden's wobbly approach toward the goal. He winds up for a shot, his form surprisingly decent for a 6-year-old, and sends the puck sailing wide to the left. Almost! I skate over to retrieve the puck. Remember what I showed you about following through? Keep your eye on where you want the puck to go. Like this? Jaden positions himself again, his tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Exactly like... My phone starts ringing, the sound cutting through the peaceful afternoon. I can see Jaden's attention waver as he glances toward the sound, then back at me with curiosity. Sorry, buddy. 1 second. I pull out my phone, already knowing what I'll see. John's name flashes across the screen for the 4th time in 2 hours. I decline the call and shove the device back into my pocket. Where were we? Who keeps calling you? Jaden asks, abandoning his hockey stance to skate closer to me. His balance on the ice is getting better each time we come out here. Nobody important. The words taste bitter. John used to be important. Hell, a week ago he was the most important person in my professional life. Now, standing on this pond with my son, those endless case files and billable hours feel like relics from someone else's existence. Jaden accepts my answer with the easy trust of childhood and returns to his position. This time, when he takes the shot, the puck slides neatly between our branch goalposts. Goal! I throw my hands up, skating in a circle around him. Jaden Johnson with the winning shot. His grin could power the entire town. Did you see that? I totally scored. I saw it. That was amazing. I ruffle his hair through his winter hat. You're going to be better than me pretty soon. My phone buzzes again. Not a call this time, but the insistent vibration of multiple text messages arriving in rapid succession. Each buzz feels like a physical weight settling on my shoulders. Hey, Dad. Jaden's voice pulls me back to the moment. Yeah? Are you okay? You keep looking at your pocket funny. Damn. I thought I was being subtle. I'm fine, buddy. Just thinking about how much fun we're having. We are having fun. Jaden skates in a small circle, testing his balance. Mom never plays hockey with me. She says she's too worried about falling and breaking something important for the shop. Your mom's smart to be careful. Though the thought of Zara on ice skates, wobbling and laughing and grabbing onto my arm for balance, sends an unwelcome heat through my chest. But that's what dads are for, right? The dangerous fun stuff. Is that why you came back? To do dangerous fun stuff with me? The question hits harder than it should, out of the mouths of babes. That's one of the reasons. What are the other reasons? My phone starts ringing again before I can formulate an age-appropriate answer to that loaded question. This time, I don't even look at the screen before declining the call. Wow, somebody really wants to talk to you, Jaden observes. Yeah, well, sometimes grown-ups have a hard time understanding when other grown-ups are busy. I pass him the puck again. Want to try for another goal? We play for another 20 minutes, and my phone only interrupts us 3 more times. I'm getting better at ignoring it, at staying present in this moment with Jaden. But each buzz and ring creates a small knot of tension between my shoulder blades. The sun is starting to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink when Zara appears at the edge of the pond. She's wrapped in a thick purple coat, her curls escaping from under a matching knit hat, and she's carrying a thermos that probably contains hot chocolate. How are my favorite hockey players doing? She calls out, carefully making her way down the snowy bank toward the ice. Mom! I scored a goal! Dad saw it and everything! Jaden abandons his stick and starts skating toward her, his form still unsteady but enthusiastic. A goal? That's incredible! Zara's smile is radiant as she watches him approach. I brought hot chocolate to celebrate. Zara Johnson, you beautiful genius. I skate over to join them at the edge of the ice, where the frozen surface meets the snowy bank. We were just starting to feel the cold. I figured you might be. She unscrews the thermos cap, which doubles as a cup, and pours steaming hot chocolate. The rich smell mingles with the crisp winter air. Jaden, careful getting off the ice. Take your time. Jaden sits down on the bank and starts unlacing his skates, chattering excitedly about his goal and the save I made when he tried to fake me out. I watch Zara watch him, noting the soft expression on her face, the way her eyes crinkle slightly when she smiles. My phone buzzes again. This time Zara notices. Her gaze flicks to my jacket pocket, then back to my face. Popular afternoon? Something like that. I sit down next to Jaden to unlace my own skates, hoping the casual movement will distract her from asking follow-up questions. It doesn't work. Zara has always been perceptive, and motherhood has only sharpened her ability to sense when something's off. Work stuff? She asks, her tone deliberately light. Just some colleague who doesn't understand the concept of vacation time. The half-truth comes easily, but it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. I've spent years perfecting the art of deflection, of giving just enough information to satisfy curiosity without revealing anything meaningful. That's annoying. Zara hands Jaden the first cup of hot chocolate, then pours another. I remember dealing with difficult suppliers who thought I should be available 24/7 just because I own a small business. Yeah, exactly like that. Except John isn't a difficult supplier. He's my business partner, and the celebrity case he keeps calling about could make our firm's reputation, could secure my financial future in ways I'm only beginning to understand, could also require me to leave Maplewood. Again. Jaden interrupts my spiraling thoughts by spilling hot chocolate on his gloves. Oops, it's really hot. That's why we blow on it first, Zara says gently, producing a packet of tissues from her pocket. Here, let me help. I watch her tend to him with practiced efficiency, cleaning his gloves and adjusting his grip on the cup so he's less likely to spill again. This is what I missed during those crucial early years. Not just the big moments, but these small acts of care that build the foundation of a relationship. My phone rings again. Jesus, I mutter under my breath, pulling it out to decline the call. But this time I see that John hasn't just called. He's left 4 voicemails and sent 11 text messages. The preview of the most recent message makes my stomach clench. Paul, this is urgent. I'm peeing myself here. The Wellington case just took a major turn. Call me back immediately. Everything okay? Zara's voice is carefully neutral, but I can see the concern in her eyes. Fine, just persistent. I shove the phone back into my pocket and reach for the cup of hot chocolate she's holding out to me. Thank you for this. Perfect timing as always. I have good instincts about when my boys need warming up. The words slip out naturally, and I see the moment she realizes what she said. My boys, as if we're a unit, a family. The thought should terrify me. A week ago, it would have sent me running back to the safety of my downtown Manhattan apartment and my clearly defined bachelor existence. Instead, it feels like coming home. Mom, can we come back tomorrow? Jaden asks, oblivious to the undercurrent of tension between his parents. I want to practice that shot again. If the weather holds and your dad's available, Zara says, glancing at me with a question in her eyes. My phone buzzes with another text message, then another. John's desperation is practically radiating through the device. Absolutely, I say, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. We'll work on your defensive moves too. Can't have you just being good at offense. Awesome! Jaden jumps up, energized by the hot chocolate and the promise of tomorrow's practice. Can we build a snow fort after? I know the perfect spot. We'll see how much energy we have left after hockey, Zara says. But probably yes.
Chapter 19. Zara. The house settles into its familiar evening quiet, the kind of peaceful silence that only comes after a child has been thoroughly exhausted by a day of adventure. Jaden fell asleep before I even finished reading his second bedtime story, his cheeks still flushed from the cold and his hair smelling faintly of winter air and hot chocolate. I pad back to my bedroom in my fuzzy slipper socks, carrying 2 fresh mugs of hot cocoa topped with marshmallows. Paul sits on the edge of my bed, having changed out of his damp winter clothes into a pair of dark jeans and a soft gray sweater that makes his eyes look impossibly blue. He's out cold, I report, settling cross-legged on the bed beside him and handing over one of the mugs. I think you wore him out completely. Good. Kid's got stamina. Paul accepts the cocoa with a grateful smile. Thank you for this, and for letting me steal him away for the afternoon. Are you kidding? He was practically vibrating with excitement when you suggested hockey. I haven't seen him that animated since his birthday. I blow on my cocoa, watching the marshmallows slowly dissolve into creamy swirls. You're really good with him, you know. Something shifts in Paul's expression, a vulnerability that makes my chest tighten. I'm trying. Some days I feel like I'm figuring it out, and other days I worry I'm completely screwing it up. Welcome to parenthood, I say softly. That feeling never goes away. You just get better at hiding the panic. Paul laughs, the sound warm and genuine. That's oddly comforting. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, the lamplight casting a golden glow across my bedroom. I've always loved this room. It's my sanctuary, decorated in soft whites and warm blues, with touches of the botanical prints I'm drawn to. Having Paul here feels both natural and surreal, like I'm living in some alternate version of my life where he never left. His phone buzzes on the nightstand where he'd placed it earlier, then again and again. Wow, I raise an eyebrow. Whoever that is really doesn't give up. Paul's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. It's nothing important. Define nothing important. I take a sip of my cocoa, studying his profile. Because that's been going on all afternoon. Jaden noticed too. Just work stuff. Some case that my partner thinks is urgent. But honestly, everything's urgent to John. Guy has no sense of priority. Paul's tone is casual, but I catch the way his fingers grip his mug a little tighter. Must be a pretty big case if he's this persistent. Zara. Paul sets down his mug and turns to face me fully. I don't want to talk about work right now. I don't want to think about New York or cases or any of that. The intensity in his voice makes my pulse quicken. What do you want to talk about? I want to talk about how beautiful you look right now. How being here with you feels like the first real thing I've experienced in years. His hand finds mine, threading our fingers together. I want to talk about how I can't stop thinking about this morning, about touching you, kissing you. Heat blooms in my lower abdomen. Paul, you're the only important thing to me, Zara. Everything else is just noise. His words should reassure me, but something in his tone makes me hesitate. There's an edge of desperation there, like he's trying to convince himself as much as me. Are you sure? Because that phone has been going off constantly, and... Paul silences me by leaning forward and capturing my lips in a kiss that steals my breath. This isn't the gentle, tentative kiss from this morning. This is hungry, demanding, filled with a need that makes my entire body respond instantly. His free hand cups the back of my neck, fingers tangling in my curls as he deepens the kiss. I taste chocolate, something that makes my head spin and my rational thoughts scatter like leaves in the wind. I missed this, he murmurs against my mouth. Missed the way you taste, the little sounds you make when I kiss you like this. Paul. His name comes out as a whisper, half protest and half plea. Tell me you missed it too. His lips trail down my throat, finding that sensitive spot just below my ear that always made me melt. Tell me you thought about us. I did. God help me, I thought about us constantly, especially during those long, lonely nights when Jaden was asleep and the house felt too quiet. But admitting that feels dangerous, like opening a door I'm not sure I'm ready to walk through. His hand slides down to rest on my waist, thumb tracing small circles through the soft fabric of my sweater. You smell like vanilla and flowers. Always did. That's probably just my lotion. I manage, though my voice sounds breathy and unfamiliar. No, it's you. It's always been you. His mouth finds mine again, and this time I don't even pretend to resist. I set my mug aside blindly, not caring where it lands, and let myself sink into the kiss. Paul's arms come around me, pulling me closer until I'm practically in his lap. The position should feel awkward, but instead it feels perfect, like my body remembers exactly how we fit together. His hand slides under the hem of my sweater, palm warm against my skin, and I gasp into his mouth. The sound seems to unleash something in him because suddenly his touch becomes more urgent, more demanding. I need to touch you, he says against my lips. Need to feel you. Please, Zara. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. That was just the beginning, Paul says with a wicked grin. What do you say to round 2? The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with promise and possibility. My body is already responding to the suggestion, despite having just experienced the most intense release I've had in years. Yes, I hear myself say, the word coming out without any input from my rational mind. Yes, I want that.
Chapter 20. Paul. The morning light filters through the lace curtains of my childhood kitchen, casting familiar patterns across the worn wooden table where I've eaten countless meals over the years. The smell of my mother's famous cinnamon French toast fills the air, mixing with the rich aroma of coffee that's been brewing since dawn. Some things never change, and I find myself grateful for that consistency in a life that's felt anything but stable lately. I still can't believe you're going to be here for Christmas this year, Mom says for the 3rd time since I sat down, her face glowing with the kind of happiness I haven't seen from her in years. She bustles around the kitchen with renewed energy, refilling my coffee cup and adding another slice of French toast to my already full plate. 7 years, Paul. 7 years we've spent Christmas morning on the phone instead of together. Dad looks up from his newspaper, reading glasses perched on the end of his nose. Your mother's been planning this menu since Thanksgiving. I think she's cooked enough food to feed half of Maplewood. I want everything to be perfect, she defends, settling into her chair across from me. Besides, Zara and Jaden are coming for Christmas dinner. I need to make sure there's plenty for everyone. The mention of Zara's name sends warmth through my chest, accompanied by vivid memories of last night that make my coffee taste better and the morning seem brighter. After she fell asleep in my arms, I lay awake for hours just watching her breathe, marveling at the fact that I was here, that she'd let me back into her bed, into her life. The way she responded to my touch, the sound she made when I kissed her, the way she whispered my name when she came undone beneath me. It all felt like coming home. That's wonderful, I manage, hoping my parents don't notice the slight roughness in my voice. I'm looking forward to it. Jaden's been talking about you all week, Mom continues, eyes twinkling. That boy is completely smitten with his father. Yesterday at the grocery store, he told Mrs. Watson that his dad is teaching him how to play hockey, and that he's the best dad in the whole world. My throat tightens unexpectedly. The best dad in the whole world. Christ, if only the kid knew how badly I'd screwed up, how many years I'd wasted being anything but a father to him. He's a good kid, better than I deserve. Don't say that. Dad's voice is firm, the same tone he used when I was growing up and being too hard on myself. You're here now. That's what matters. My phone buzzes against the kitchen table, the sound sharp and intrusive in the warm family atmosphere. John's name flashes across the screen, along with a preview of yet another message demanding I call him back immediately. I flip the phone face down and take another bite of French toast, trying to ignore the knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. Everything all right, honey? Mom's maternal radar has always been frighteningly accurate. Just work stuff. Nothing that can't wait until after the holidays. It's not entirely a lie. The Marcus Wellington case can absolutely wait until after Christmas. Hell, it could wait until after New Year's for all I care. I've spent the last 7 years letting work consume my life, missing holidays and birthdays and every moment that actually mattered. I'm not about to let John's obsession with partnership tracks and billable hours rob me of this time with my family. But even as I tell myself that, I can feel the familiar pull of obligation, the ingrained habit of putting work first that's been drilled into me since law school. John wouldn't be this persistent unless it was genuinely important. The Wellington case could be the breakthrough our firm needs to compete with the major players in New York. It's the kind of high-profile client that could set us up for life, could make our names be as prominent as the Agnophilos, the Geragos. My phone buzzes again, then again. Seems like someone really wants to talk to you, Dad observes, raising an eyebrow over his newspaper. John doesn't understand the concept of vacation time. I take another sip of coffee, savoring the rich flavor that's so much better than the swill I usually grab from the office machine. He'll figure it out eventually. The doorbell rings, its chime echoing through the house and cutting through our conversation. We all look at each other in surprise. It's barely 9 in the morning, too early for casual visitors or deliveries. Who could that be? Mom wonders aloud, already moving to get up. I'll get it. I push back from the table, grateful for an excuse to step away from my phone and the increasingly insistent messages. Probably just a package delivery or something. I make my way through the familiar hallway, past family photos that chronicle my childhood and the years that followed. There are gaps in the timeline where I should have been present, and I find myself promising silently that there won't be any more missing years. The doorbell rings again as I reach the front door, followed by an impatient knock that has an oddly familiar rhythm. Something cold settles in my stomach as I turn the deadbolt and pull the door open. John Francis stands on my parents' front porch, his usually immaculate appearance slightly rumpled from travel. His dark hair is disheveled, his expensive overcoat wrinkled, and there are shadows under his eyes that suggest he hasn't slept. A black rental car sits in the driveway behind him, engine still ticking as it cools. "What are you doing here?" The words come out harsher than I intend, but I'm too shocked to moderate my tone. "Good morning to you too, partner." John's smile is tight, lacking its usual easy charm. "Nice place." "John, I'm serious. What the hell are you doing in Maplewood?" "Well, since you decided to go radio silent on me, I figured the only way to get your attention was to come find you myself." He steps closer, lowering his voice. "Can I come in? We need to talk." "No, we don't. I'm on vacation. Remember that concept? Time away from work. Family time?" I don't move from the doorway, using my height advantage to make it clear he's not welcome inside. "Whatever crisis you think we're facing can wait until January." "The Marcus Wellington case can't wait until January, Paul. The preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 27th. We need to be in court in 5 days. My blood runs cold. "What are you talking about? The hearing isn't until next month." The judge moved it up. Wellington's legal team filed a motion to expedite, and Judge Delaney granted it. I've been trying to reach you for 2 days to tell you. John's expression hardens. 2 days, Paul. While you've been playing house up here, I've been drowning in prep work. The knot in my stomach tightens. The Wellington case is massive. If we win, we'll have proven ourselves capable of handling the biggest cases in New York. If we lose, especially because I wasn't there to do my job, it could destroy everything John and I have built together. You should have... First of all, jerk, I did call. About 100 damn times. You ignored every single one. John runs a hand through his hair, and I notice the slight tremor in his fingers that appears when he's running on too much caffeine and too little sleep. Look, I get it. You're having some kind of midlife crisis, reconnecting with your roots or whatever. But you can't just abandon your responsibilities. I'm not abandoning anything. I'm taking time off, which I'm entitled to do. Are you? Because I seem to remember you signing an agreement when we formed this partnership, an agreement that included certain obligations regarding major cases. John's voice takes on the calculated tone he uses in court when he's moving in for the kill. Specifically, the clause about both partners being present for any case worth more than $5 million. I had forgotten about that clause, buried deep in the partnership agreement we'd signed 5 years ago when the firm was struggling, and we were both desperate to prove ourselves. At the time, it seemed like a reasonable safeguard. Now it feels like a noose around my neck. John, the Wellington case is worth $12 million, Paul. $12 million, plus the exposure and reputation boost that comes with winning a case like this. We both know what that could mean for the firm. I know exactly what it could mean. National recognition. The kind of client base that would let us pick and choose our cases. Financial security for both of us. It's everything I thought I wanted when I left Maplewood 7 years ago. Besides, John continues, his tone shifting to something more personal, more manipulative. You owe me this. After what happened with the Gabriels case, after I covered for you when you messed up so badly we almost lost everything, you owe me. The Gabriels case. Of course he'd bring that up. The one case I genuinely mishandled, the one time my personal problems had bled into my professional life so completely that I'd nearly destroyed both of our careers. John had spent months cleaning up my mess, salvaging what he could, and rebuilding our reputation from the ground up. I'd promised him it would never happen again, that I'd never let my personal life interfere with our work. That was different, I say, but the words sound weak even to my own ears. Was it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly the same. You're letting your personal life derail your professional obligations. Again. John steps closer, and I can smell the coffee and stress sweat on him. I'm not going to let you destroy everything we've built because you're feeling nostalgic about your hometown. Paul? Is everything all right, honey? My mother's voice drifts from the kitchen, concerned and questioning. John's eyebrows raise slightly. Honey? Jesus, Paul, how deep into this domestic fantasy are you? Don't. My voice comes out as a warning growl. Don't you dare bring my family into this. I'm not bringing them into anything, but you need to remember who you really are. You're not some small-town guy anymore. You're a shark, Paul. You're one of the best corporate attorneys in New York City. And right now you're about to throw all of that away for what? For a bunch of nobodies. The words hit like a physical blow, and I have to grip the doorframe to keep from reaching for him. Get off my parents' property, now! I booked us both on a flight that leaves LaGuardia at 3 this afternoon. That gives you enough time to pack and say your goodbyes. John pulls an envelope from his coat pocket and extends it toward me. Your boarding pass. Don't make me go back to New York alone, Paul. Don't make me handle the biggest case of our careers by myself because you decided to play family man. I stare at the envelope without taking it, my mind racing through the implications. If I go back to New York, I'll miss Christmas with my parents. I'll miss the dinner with Zara and Jaden. I'll be breaking the promises I made to everyone here, including myself, about being present for the things that actually matter. But if I don't go back, I could be destroying the career I've spent years building. The partnership with John. The financial security. Everything I thought I wanted when I left this place behind. Paul, who's at the door? Dad's voice joins Mom's, both of them clearly concerned about the length of this conversation. John extends the envelope again, his expression softening slightly. Look, I know this is hard. I know you've got complicated feelings about being back here. But we're partners, Paul. We're supposed to have each other's backs. I need you on this one. The firm needs you.
Chapter 21. Zara. The anticipation bubbles in my chest as Jaden and I walk up the familiar path to the Carter house, our footsteps crunching against the light dusting of snow that fell overnight. The warm glow spilling from the windows creates perfect rectangles of gold against the white landscape, and I can already smell the rich aroma of Elena's famous pot roast drifting from the kitchen. Jaden practically bounces beside me, his small hand warm in mine despite the December chill. Mom, do you think Grandma made her chocolate chip cookies? His breath creates little puffs of vapor in the cold air, and his eyes sparkle with the kind of pure excitement that only children can manage. The ones with the extra chocolate chips? I'm sure she did, baby. She knows those are your favorites. I adjust the covered dish in my other hand, balancing the sweet potato casserole I spent all afternoon perfecting. It's my grandmother's recipe, the one secret ingredient being a dash of bourbon that makes all the difference. Remember what we talked about, though. You use your manners and you don't run around the house. I know. Can I tell them about the snowman we built yesterday? And about how you said that we can make snow angels tomorrow? Of course you can. His enthusiasm is infectious, chasing away the nervous flutter that's been dancing in my stomach all day. Things between Paul and me have been complicated since the other night. Amazing, overwhelming, confusing as hell. We haven't really talked about what it means, what happens next, and part of me is terrified to find out. The front door opens before we even reach it, warm light spilling across the porch as Elena appears with her arms already extended for Jaden. Her face lights up with the kind of pure joy that comes from being a grandmother. And I feel that familiar pang of gratitude for these people who've embraced my son so completely. There's my favorite little man. Elena scoops Jaden into a hug that lifts his feet off the ground, and his delighted giggle echoes across the quiet neighborhood. I've been waiting all day for you to get here. Grandma? Mom made sweet potato casserole, and she let me help measure the marshmallows. I only ate like 3 of them, I promise. Only 3? She sets him down and ruffles his curls, the same gesture I've watched her make with Paul countless times. Well, I suppose that means there are still plenty left for dinner. Come on, let's get you both inside before you freeze. Richard appears in the hallway behind her, wearing his favorite Christmas sweater that's probably older than I am, the one with the slightly lopsided reindeer that Elena knitted during their first year of marriage. Zara, sweetheart, you look beautiful as always. And Jaden, my boy, I've got a new puzzle we can work on after dinner. It's got 500 pieces. 500? Jaden's eyes go wide with the kind of awe usually reserved for magic tricks and ice cream sundaes. That's like 1 million. Not quite 1 million, but close enough, Richard chuckles, taking my coat as Elena ushers us toward the living room. Paul's in the kitchen helping with the gravy. Fair warning, he's been unusually quiet today. Something cold settles in my stomach at those words, but I force a smile. Thank you for having us. I brought sweet potato casserole. Oh, honey, you didn't need to bring anything, but I'm so glad you did. You know how much Richard loves your grandmother's recipe. Elena takes the dish from my hands, her fingers warm against mine. Now, Jaden, would you like to see what Grandpa and I found in the attic yesterday? What is it? Jaden's attention is immediately captured, his whole body practically vibrating with curiosity. Your father's old hockey equipment. The pads are probably too big for you still, but we thought you might like to see them. Really? Can I try them on? Can I? Please? After dinner sport, Richard places a gentle hand on Jaden's shoulder. But I think we can manage a quick peek if you're good during supper. They head toward the back of the house, Jaden chattering excitedly about hockey and Christmas presents and whether Santa knows that he's been extra good this week. Their voices fade as they disappear down the hallway, leaving me standing in the living room, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of a family home. Christmas decorations cover every available surface. Twinkling lights frame the windows. Garland drapes the mantel, and a magnificent tree stands in the corner, its branches heavy with ornaments that span decades of holidays. Some are clearly handmade, probably by Paul when he was little, while others look expensive and carefully chosen. It's the kind of tree that tells a story, each ornament a memory, each light a moment preserved in time. The tree's beautiful, I call toward the kitchen, following the sounds of clattering pots and the low murmur of conversation. Every year, Mom insists on adding more decorations. Paul's voice drifts back to me, warm and familiar. I swear that thing's going to collapse under the weight of nostalgia. I find him standing at the stove, stirring something that smells like heaven and home rolled into one. He's wearing a dark green sweater that brings out his eyes, and his hair is slightly mussed like he's been running his fingers through it. When he looks up and sees me, his expression shifts into something softer, more intimate. Hey. The single word carries weight, memory, the echo of whispered promises and tangled sheets. Hey yourself. I lean against the doorframe, suddenly shy in a way that feels ridiculous given what we shared the other night. Smells incredible in here. Mom's been cooking since dawn. I think she's trying to make up for 7 years of missed family dinners in one meal. He sets the spoon aside and moves toward me, his movements careful, like he's not sure of his welcome. Paul, would you mind taking this to the dining room? Elena appears from the pantry, arms full of serving dishes. And Zara, sweetheart, could you grab the rolls from the warming drawer? We fall into the familiar rhythm of family dinner preparation, moving around each other in the kitchen like we've done this 1,000 times before. Paul's hand brushes mine when he passes, and the contact sends heat shooting up my arm. Every accidental touch, every shared glance feels charged with possibility and the memory of his mouth on mine. Dinner is everything I expected and more. The conversation flows easily, punctuated by Jaden's excited chatter about school and Christmas wishes and the snow fort he's planning to build. Richard tells stories about Paul's childhood that make my son giggle and Paul groan with embarrassment. Elena keeps adding food to my plate despite my protest that I'm already full. Mom, remember when we used to have that tradition about Christmas wishes? Paul asks as Elena brings out her apple pie. Everyone had to share one thing they hoped for in the coming year. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Elena claps her hands together. Jaden, would you like to start? I wish. Jaden scrunches up his face in concentration, clearly taking this very seriously. I wish for a real hockey stick, and maybe some ice skates, and for it to snow on Christmas morning, and for Dad to stay forever and ever. The last part comes out in a rush, like he's afraid someone might stop him before he can get it all out. The words hang in the air, heavy with innocence and hope, and I feel my heart clench in my chest. Paul's face goes very still, and I can see the muscle in his jaw working. Those are very good wishes, Richard says gently. What about you, Elena? I wish for more family dinners like this one, for this house to be full of laughter and love, the way it's supposed to be. Her eyes are bright with unshed tears, and she reaches over to squeeze Paul's hand. What about you, Zara? I take a breath, considering my words carefully. I wish for the Maplewood Christmas Charity Gala to be a huge success. I'm the official florist this year, and I want everything to be perfect. It's such an important event for the community. Oh, how exciting. Elena practically bounces in her seat. The gala is always such a lovely evening. When is it? December 24th. I turn to Paul, feeling heat rise in my ears. Actually, I was wondering, would you like to be my +1? I know it's short notice, but... Zara. Paul's voice is quiet, careful, and something cold settles in my stomach at his tone. I need to tell you something. The room goes very still. Even Jaden seems to sense the shift in mood, his fork halfway to his mouth as he looks between us with wide eyes. What is it? I try to keep my voice light, but I can hear the tremor underneath. Paul runs a hand through his hair. The gesture I've learned means he's struggling with something. I might have to go back to New York sooner than planned. The words hit like a physical blow. What do you mean, sooner than planned? There's a case. A big one. My partner John flew down here this morning to tell me that the court date got moved up. What? I whisper, trying to process what he's telling me. You're planning to miss Christmas? I know it's terrible timing, but this case is huge. It could make or break the firm. John and I have been working towards something like this for years. John. The name tastes bitter in my mouth. The same John who couldn't respect that you were on vacation. He's my business partner, Zara. My best friend. We've been through hell together building this firm. I can't just abandon him when he needs me most. Something sharp and painful unfurls in my chest. But you can abandon us? Again? That's not what this is. Paul's voice takes on a defensive edge. This is my career, my livelihood. You can't expect me to throw away everything I've worked for. I'm not asking you to throw away anything. I'm asking you to honor the commitments you made here, to your parents, to Jaden, to me. My voice is rising despite my efforts to keep it controlled. You said you wanted to be here. You said you wanted to be part of his life. I do want that. But I also have responsibilities in New York. People depending on me. What about the people depending on you here? The words come out sharper than I intend, and I see Jaden flinch in my peripheral vision. What about your son, who just wished for you to stay forever? What about your parents, who haven't seen you for Christmas in 7 years? Zara, please, you're making this harder than it has to be. Harder than it has to be. I stand abruptly, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. Paul, you've been back for a few weeks, and at the first sign of pressure from your old life, you're ready to run back to the city, just like before. This isn't like before. This is about my career, about being responsible. Responsible? The word comes out as a bitter laugh. You want to talk about responsibility? Your responsibility is to that little boy sitting right there, who's been without his father for 6 years. Your responsibility is to the promises you made when you came back here. I never promised I'd stay forever. The words are like a slap, and I actually take a step back. Around the table, Elena and Richard sit frozen, their faces etched with concern and disappointment. Jaden's eyes are wide and confused, darting between us like he's trying to understand why the adults are suddenly angry. You're right, I say quietly, my voice barely above a whisper. You never promised that. How foolish of me to think you might have changed. Zara, that's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? What's fair is choosing the people who love you over the people who just need you for their own success. What's fair is putting your family first, just once in your goddamn life. You don't understand the pressure I'm under, the expectations. Jaden, baby, we need to go. I don't look at Paul as I call for my son. Can't bear to see his face right now. But we haven't had dessert yet, Jaden protests, confusion clear in his voice. And Grandpa was going to show me the hockey stuff. Another time, sweetheart. We need to head home. But why? Did I do something wrong? His voice is small, worried, and it breaks my heart that he's blaming himself for the tension in the room. No, baby, you didn't do anything wrong. I kneel down to his level, forcing a smile that feels like it might crack my face in half. Sometimes grown-ups just need to figure things out. Is Dad coming with us? The innocent question is like a knife twisting in my chest. I glance up at Paul, who's standing frozen by the table, his face pale and stricken. No, sweetheart. Dad has some work things to take care of. But it's almost Christmas. Work things should wait until after Christmas, right? Out of the mouths of babes. I stand slowly, gathering what's left of my composure. That's what I thought too, baby. That's what I thought too.
Chapter 22. Paul. The silence that follows Zara and Jaden's departure stretches like a chasm through the dining room. I stand frozen by my chair, watching the empty doorway where they disappeared, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. The weight of what just happened settles over me like a lead blanket, suffocating and impossible to shake off. Well, Mom's voice cuts through the quiet, sharp as broken glass. That was quite a performance. I turn to face her, expecting anger, preparing for a lecture. Instead, I find something worse. Disappointment. The kind of bone-deep disappointment that makes a grown man feel like a child again, small and ashamed and utterly lost. Mom, you don't understand. Don't. She holds up her hand, stopping me mid-sentence. Her eyes are bright with unshed tears, but her voice is steady, controlled. Don't you dare try to explain this away. Don't you dare make excuses. The dishes from dinner still sit on the table, half-eaten pie and cooling coffee, the remnants of what was supposed to be a perfect family evening. Mom begins clearing plates with sharp, efficient movements, each clink of china against china like a small accusation. I need to call John. I need to figure out what I'm going to do next. The words feel foreign in my mouth, like I'm speaking someone else's lines. No. Dad's voice is quiet but firm, carrying the same authority that used to command his courtroom. You need to sit down. You need to think about what you're doing. Dad, this isn't up for debate. I have responsibilities. To whom? He leans back in his chair, fixing me with the same steady gaze that used to make seasoned lawyers squirm. To this mysterious partner who can't handle a case without you? Or to your son, who just told a room full of people that his greatest Christmas wish is for his father to stay? The memory of Jaden's words hits me like a slap. The pure, innocent hope in his voice when he said he wanted me to stay forever. The confusion on his face when the adults started fighting. The way he asked if he'd done something wrong. It's not that simple, isn't it? Mom sets down the stack of plates harder than necessary. Paul Richard Carter, you have spent the last 6 years building a life that apparently matters more to you than your own family. Fine. That's your choice. But don't you dare drag that little boy through your indecision one more time. I'm not dragging him through anything. I'm trying to provide for him, to build a future. What future? Her voice rises, all pretense of control finally cracking. A future where he sees his father twice a year, where he spends Christmas mornings wondering why Daddy's work is more important than being here, where he grows up knowing that when the chips are down, you'll always choose someone else over him. That's not what this is about. Then what is it about? Dad's question is quiet, but it carries the weight of 30 years on the bench. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like a man who's so terrified of actually committing to something real that he'll sabotage it the moment it gets complicated. I'm not sabotaging anything. This is my career we're talking about. My livelihood. I have a responsibility to my clients, to my partner. What about your responsibility to your son? Mom's voice breaks on the last word. What about your responsibility to that beautiful girl who's been raising your child alone for 6 years while you played big shot lawyer in New York? She never asked me to stay. She never told me she wanted me to be part of his life. She shouldn't have had to ask. Dad stands slowly, moving to the window that overlooks the front yard. Paul, when I was your age, I thought success meant working 80-hour weeks, taking every case that came across my desk, proving to everyone that I was the best damn lawyer in the state. He's quiet for a moment, his reflection ghost-like in the dark glass. I missed your first steps because I was in court. I missed your first day of school because I had a deposition. I missed Christmas morning when you were 8 because I was working on a case that I was convinced would make my career. But you were successful. You became a judge. You built something important. I built a career. He turns back to face me, and there's something achingly sad in his expression. But I almost lost everything that actually mattered in the process. The only reason your mother didn't leave me, the only reason you and I have a relationship at all, is because I woke up one day and realized that all the success in the world doesn't mean a damn thing if you don't have anyone to share it with. Mom's hands are shaking as she continues clearing the table, her movements jerky and inefficient. I want to help her, want to fix this somehow, but I feel paralyzed by the weight of their disappointment. You don't understand the pressure I'm under. John and I have been working toward this for years. If we lose this client, if we don't handle this properly, we could lose everything. And if you leave now, Mom says without looking at me, what exactly are you gaining? Security, financial stability, the ability to provide for Jaden's future. Jaden doesn't need your money, Paul. Her voice is tired now, drained of its earlier fire. He needs his father. He needs a man who shows up, who keeps his promises, who doesn't disappear the moment life gets complicated. I'm not disappearing. I'm handling my business obligations. You're running away. Dad's words are quiet but devastating. Just like you did 7 years ago when things got messy with Zara. Just like you've been doing your entire adult life whenever something requires you to actually be vulnerable, to actually commit to something beyond your own ambition. The accusation hangs in the air between us, and I want to deny it, want to argue that it's not that simple. But there's a kernel of truth in his words that I can't quite shake, an uncomfortable recognition that makes my chest tight. I've worked too hard to throw it all away now. No one's asking you to throw anything away. Mom finally looks at me, and the pain in her eyes is almost unbearable. We're asking you to prioritize. We're asking you to choose what matters most. It's not that simple. This case could set us up for life. It could change everything. It could also cost you everything that actually matters. Dad moves closer, his expression gentle but firm. Son, I've seen a lot of men in my courtroom over the years. Men who made the same choice you're making right now. And you know what they all had in common? They were all alone in the end. Successful, wealthy, professionally accomplished, and completely alone. John needs me. We're partners. We've been through everything together. And what happens when John finds someone else? Someone younger, hungrier, more willing to sacrifice everything for the job? Mom's question is quiet, but pointed. What happens when you're 60 years old and you realize that all those years of putting work first left you with nothing but money in the bank and regrets in your heart? The image she's painting is uncomfortable, too close to fears I've been pushing down for months. The loneliness of my apartment in New York, the way my days blur together in a haze of billable hours and client meetings. The way I sometimes go days without having a real conversation with another human being. This is different. This case is important. More important than Christmas morning with your son? Dad's voice is gentle but relentless. More important than being the man Jaden can count on? More important than the woman who's been waiting for you to grow up and realize what you're throwing away? Zara's not waiting for me. She made it clear that she doesn't need me. She shouldn't have to need you. Mom's voice is fierce now, protective. She should be able to count on you. To trust that when you say you're going to be there, you'll actually show up. That little boy has spent 6 years wondering if his father loves him enough to choose him. Are you really going to make him wonder for the rest of his life? I want to argue that this is different, that after this case, things will calm down. But even as I think it, I know it's not true. There's always been another case, another crisis, another reason to delay the things that actually matter. I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to be anything other than what I am. You could start by keeping the promises you've already made. Mom's voice is softer now, but no less determined. You could start by being the father that little boy deserves. The man that Zara fell in love with all those years ago. What if I'm not enough? What if I can't be what they need? Then you figure it out. Dad's answer is simple but profound. You stay, and you figure it out. You don't run back to New York the moment things get complicated. You don't choose the easy path of familiar dysfunction over the harder work of building something real. The kitchen feels smaller suddenly, the walls closing in as the weight of their words settles over me. I think about Jaden's excitement when he talks about hockey, about the way his face lights up when I help him with homework. I think about Zara's laugh, the way she felt in my arms the other night, the trust in her eyes when she asked me to be her date to the gala. John's going to be furious. John will survive. Mom's voice is gentle but firm. The question is, will you survive losing your family again? Because Paul, honey, if you leave now, if you choose work over them one more time, I don't think you'll get another chance.
Chapter 23. Zara. The drive home passes in silence, broken only by the soft hum of Christmas carols drifting from the radio and the occasional sniffle from the back seat. I keep glancing in the rearview mirror, watching Jaden stare out the window with that lost expression that breaks my heart into 1,000 pieces. His little shoulders are hunched, his superhero backpack clutched tight against his chest-like armor. When I pull into our driveway, the house looks smaller somehow, lonelier against the backdrop of snow-laden trees. The Christmas lights I strung around the porch last weekend twinkle cheerfully, but they feel almost mocking now, too bright for the heaviness settling in my chest. Mama? Jaden's voice is small as I turn off the engine. Did I do something wrong? The question hits me like a physical blow. I twist in my seat to face him, taking in his wide blue eyes filled with confusion and something that looks dangerously close to guilt. Oh, sweetheart. No, you didn't do anything wrong at all. Then why did we have to leave? I unbuckle my seatbelt and reach back to touch his knee, my fingers finding the soft fabric of his favorite jeans. Sometimes grown-ups have disagreements about important things. It doesn't have anything to do with you. But I was the one talking about Christmas wishes. I was the one who said I wanted Daddy to stay forever. His voice wavers on the last word, and I can see him trying not to cry, trying to be brave the way 6-year-olds do when their world suddenly stops making sense. Baby, your wish was beautiful. It was honest and brave, and I'm proud of you for sharing it. Then why did Daddy get upset? Why did he start talking about leaving again? How do you explain adult complications to a child? How do you tell your 6-year-old that his father is struggling between two worlds? Between the life he's built and the life he's discovering he might want? How do you protect a little heart from the reality that sometimes love isn't enough to make people stay? Your daddy has some important decisions to make right now. About his work, about where he wants to live, about what kind of life he wants to build. I choose my words carefully, trying to be honest without destroying his hope. And sometimes when grown-ups are trying to figure out big things, they get scared or confused, and they say things that come out wrong. Jaden processes this with the serious concentration he usually reserves for particularly challenging Lego instructions. Is he scared of staying with us? The innocence of the question nearly undoes me. I think he's scared of a lot of things, sweetheart. But that's something he has to work through on his own. Are you scared too? I pause, my hand still resting on his knee. Am I scared? Terrified would be more accurate. Terrified of letting myself hope again. Terrified of watching Paul walk away once more. Terrified of seeing that lost look in my son's eyes. If his father chooses his old life over this new possibility. A little bit, I admit. But you know what I'm not scared of? What? I'm not scared of taking care of you. I'm not scared of making sure you know how loved you are, no matter what happens with anyone else. Jaden's expression lightens slightly, some of the tension leaving his small shoulders. Can we go inside now? I'm getting cold. Of course, baby. The house welcomes us with warmth and the lingering scent of the cinnamon candles I lit this morning. It feels like sanctuary after the emotional minefield of dinner, familiar and safe in a way that makes my chest loosen just a fraction. Jaden drops his backpack by the door and immediately gravitates toward the living room where our Christmas tree stands in the corner, decorated with 6 years' worth of handmade ornaments and twinkling lights. Mama, look. He points to the window that faces our backyard. It's snowing again. I join him at the window, watching fat snowflakes drift down in the glow of our porch light. The backyard is transformed into something magical. Pristine white stretching toward the tree line, unmarked except for the delicate tracks of rabbits and the occasional bird. It's beautiful, isn't it? Can we go play in it? Even though it's dark? The request surprises me. Usually by this time of evening, Jaden's winding down, ready for bath time and stories. But something in his voice tells me he needs this, needs the simple joy of snow and movement, and being a kid without complicated adult emotions weighing him down. Let me get our coats. 10 minutes later, we're bundled up like Arctic explorers, complete with waterproof gloves and the ridiculous knit hats, mine with a pom-pom the size of a tennis ball, his with ear flaps that make him look like a very small, very serious aviator. The snow crunches under our boots as we step into the backyard, and Jaden immediately breaks into a grin that reminds me why I fell in love with winter in the first place. There's something about fresh snow that makes everything feel possible again, like the world has been wiped clean and offered a chance to start over. Come on, Mama. Let's make snow angels. He throws himself backward into a pristine drift with the complete faith of a child who knows his mother will catch him if he falls. I watch him spread his arms and legs wide, moving them back and forth with the concentrated determination he brings to everything, from homework to Lego construction to learning to tie his shoes. Your turn. He scrambles to his feet carefully, trying not to disturb his creation. Right here next to mine. I look down at the spot he's indicating, a patch of unmarked snow that will definitely soak through my jeans and probably leave me shivering for the next hour. But the hope in his voice, the pure joy radiating from his small frame, makes the decision easy. Here I go. I let myself fall backward, arms spread wide, trusting gravity and the soft cushion of snow to catch me. The cold hits my back immediately, sharp and shocking, but Jaden's delighted laughter makes it worth every degree of discomfort. Move your arms. Move your legs. You have to make it perfect. I follow his instructions with exaggerated seriousness, sweeping my limbs through the snow while he coaches from the sidelines like a tiny enthusiastic director. The snowflakes continue to fall around us, catching in my eyelashes and melting on my cheeks, and for a moment, I let myself forget about everything except this. The simple pleasure of making my son laugh. Okay. I think that's good. I struggle to sit up without disturbing my snow angel, brushing white crystals from my hair. How did I do? Jaden examines my handiwork with the critical eye of a 6-year-old perfectionist. Pretty good. The left wing is a little wonky, but it's still really nice. Just pretty good? I'll have you know I was the snow angel champion of Maplewood Elementary, 3 years running. Really? His eyes widen with the kind of awe reserved for truly impressive childhood accomplishments. Really? Your grandma has the ribbons to prove it. We stand side by side, admiring our snow angels. His perfectly proportioned and enthusiastic, mine slightly lopsided but charming in its imperfection. They look like they belong together, a big angel and a little angel. Family units pressed into the pristine white canvas of our backyard. They look happy, Jaden observes, his breath puffing out in small clouds, like they're friends. The best of friends, partners in snow angel adventures. He reaches for my gloved hand, his small fingers finding mine with the automatic trust that never fails to humble me. Mama, are you happy? The question catches me off guard, too serious and perceptive for a 6-year-old who should be focused on snowball fights and hot chocolate. But Jaden has always been intuitive, picking up on emotional undercurrents that most kids his age would miss entirely. I'm happy right now, in this moment with you. Making snow angels and being silly and watching you be the amazing kid you are. But what about the other stuff? The grown-up stuff that made everyone upset at dinner. I squeeze his hand gently, choosing my words with the care of someone diffusing a bomb. Sometimes happiness is complicated for grown-ups. Sometimes we want things that might not work out the way we hope. But that doesn't change the important things. What are the important things? You. You are the most important thing in my whole world. Jaden, you're my priority, my heart, my everything. We stand there for a moment, two figures in a snow-covered backyard, looking up at a sky full of falling stars. The neighborhood is quiet around us, windows glowing warm and yellow. Other families tucked safely inside their own versions of home. Mama, what if Daddy decides he doesn't want to stay? What if he goes back to New York and we don't see him anymore? The fear in his voice cut straight through me, raw and honest in the way that only children can be. I want to reassure him that everything will be fine, that his father would never abandon him again, that fairy tale endings are guaranteed for little boys who wish hard enough. But I've learned the hard way that empty promises hurt more than honest uncertainty. I don't know what your daddy is going to decide, sweetheart. I wish I could tell you for sure, but I can't. His face falls slightly, and I hurry to continue before he can spiral into worry. But here's what I can promise you, what I can tell you with absolute certainty. I turn to face him fully, my hands finding his shoulders. I will never leave you. No matter what happens with anyone else, no matter how complicated things get, no matter what decisions other people make, I will always be here. You are my world, Jaden. You're my priority, and nothing will ever change that. Promise? I promise, with snow angels as my witnesses.
Chapter 24. Paul. The boarding pass stares back at me like an accusation. I pick up the paper, feeling its weight, practically nothing, yet it might as well be made of lead. The flight number blurs as I stare at it, my mind replaying the disaster of tonight's dinner on an endless loop. Zara's face when I mentioned going back to New York, the way her walls slammed up so fast I could practically hear the metal gates clanging shut. Jaden's confused expression as his Christmas wish crumbled around him like a house of cards. What the hell is wrong with me? My phone buzzes against the wooden surface, John's name flashing across the screen. I let it ring once, twice, before swiping to answer. Did you get it? His voice crackles through the speaker, sharp with impatience. Flight leaves at 8:15. I've got Williams covering your meetings until you're back. But I've got the board breathing down my neck about the Wellington case. Says if we don't have preliminary filings by Thursday. John. I cut him off, my fingers tightening around the phone. I can't. Silence stretches between us, broken only by the faint sound of traffic from his end. Probably still at the office, burning the midnight oil like we always do, like I used to do. Can't what? I can't take the flight. I can't leave early. What do you mean you can't leave? Paul, this is serious. The partnership committee is meeting next week, and your name is on the list for discussion. If you're not here, then they'll have to discuss someone else. Another pause, longer this time. I can practically hear the gears grinding in John's head as he tries to process what I'm saying. John Francis doesn't do confusion well. He's a man who operates in absolutes, in billable hours and win-loss ratios and bottom lines that make sense. Look, I get it. Small-town nostalgia, childhood memories, whatever. But you need to snap out of it and get back here where you belong. I stand up from the kitchen table, pacing toward the window that overlooks my parents' backyard. The Christmas lights. Dad strung up last weekend reflect off the fresh snow, casting everything in a warm, golden glow. This isn't a midlife crisis. Then what the hell is it? Because from where I'm sitting, you've completely lost your mind. You're talking about throwing away a career we've spent 10 years building, a partnership that's practically guaranteed for what? A woman who clearly wants nothing to do with you and some kid you barely know? The words hit like physical blows, each one designed to cut deep. John knows exactly which buttons to push, exactly how to weaponize doubt and fear. It's what makes him such a good lawyer and such a dangerous friend. That kid is my son. A son you walked away from 6 years ago without a backward glance. Don't get all paternal now just because you're feeling guilty. My free hand clenches into a fist, and for a moment I want to put it through the window. The casual cruelty in his voice, the way he dismisses Jaden like he's nothing more than an inconvenience, makes my blood boil. You don't know what you're talking about, John. No, listen to me. You think I don't understand what you're going through? You think I haven't seen this before? Half the guys in our class have gone through the same thing. They hit 30, start questioning their choices, convince themselves they want something different. And you know what happens to every single one of them? I don't answer, but he continues anyway, his voice gaining momentum like a closing argument. They throw it all away. They leave successful practices to become high school teachers or park rangers or whatever other nonsense they think will make them happy. And 5 years later, they're broke and bitter and begging for their old jobs back. Is that what you want? Maybe. Jesus Christ, Paul. Listen to yourself. You're talking about giving up everything for a fantasy. You think playing house nowhere is going to magically fix whatever's broken inside you? I sink into one of Mom's kitchen chairs, suddenly exhausted. The fight is draining out of me, replaced by something that feels dangerously close to clarity. Maybe what's broken inside me is exactly what got me here in the first place. What's that supposed to mean? It means maybe the problem isn't that I'm thinking about leaving. Maybe the problem is that I ever left at all. John's laugh is sharp and humorless. Oh, please, spare me the reformed sinner routine. You left because you had goals, because you wanted something better than getting stuck in a dead-end town with a teenage girlfriend and a baby you didn't plan for. She wasn't just some teenage girlfriend. I loved her. You thought you loved her. There's a difference. No, John. I loved her, I love her, and I was too much of a coward to fight for that. The admission hangs in the air between us, raw and honest in a way that makes my chest ache. It's the first time I've said it out loud, the first time I've acknowledged the truth that's been eating at me for 6 years. You need professional help. Seriously. You need to check yourself into some kind of facility and get your head examined. His tone has shifted from frustrated to genuinely concerned, which somehow makes it worse. At least when he was angry, I could fight back. This patronizing worry is harder to combat. I'm not having a breakdown, John. I'm having a breakthrough. Same difference from where I'm sitting. Look, take a few more days. Get this out of your system. Sleep with the ex-girlfriend if you have to, but then get on a plane and come home before you completely torpedo your career. This is my home. Your home is a corner office on the 37th floor of our building. Your home is a life that makes sense. I look around my parents' kitchen, taking in the mismatched coffee mugs hanging from hooks my dad installed 15 years ago, the refrigerator covered in photos and grocery lists, and Jaden's artwork from their visits. The breakfast nook where I ate cereal every morning before school, where I told my parents I'd gotten into law school, where they hugged me goodbye the day I left for Boston. Maybe I don't want a life that makes sense to you anymore. Paul, I'm done, John. I can't do this anymore. Can't do what? Be successful? Make money? Have a future? I can't keep pretending that success means anything if I'm miserable. I can't keep maintaining a partnership that requires me to sacrifice everything that actually matters. You're delusional. You think you can just waltz back into their lives and everything will be sunshine and rainbows? Maybe, but it's my choice to make. John's silence stretches long enough that I wonder if the call has dropped. When he finally speaks, his voice is cold and measured. If you don't get on that plane tomorrow, don't bother coming back when your vacation time runs out. I won't have someone on my team who can't commit to the work. The threat should scare me, should send me into a panic about mortgage payments and student loans and the comfortable life I've built in New York. Instead, I feel something that might be relief. Good. Good. Paul, are you listening to what I'm saying? I'm telling you that if you stay, you're fired. No, you're telling me that if I stay, I'm free. Free to do what? Become a small-town lawyer handling wills and divorces. Free to make $30,000 a year instead of $300? Free to throw away a decade of building your reputation? Free to build something that actually matters? John's breathing is sharp and frustrated on the other end of the line. I can picture him now, probably still wearing his suit from this morning, tie loosened and sleeves rolled up, staring at the city lights and trying to understand how his best friend has completely lost his mind. I don't want you back at the firm when your vacation ends. Do you understand me? I don't want someone who can't handle the pressure, who cracks under commitment. I understand perfectly. Good. Then maybe you'll come to your senses and... John. I cut him off, my voice steady and sure. I quit. The words hang in the air like a declaration of independence. Final. Irreversible. Terrifying and liberating in equal measure. You what? I quit. I'm not coming back. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Not ever. Paul, you can't be serious. You're throwing away everything. The partnership, the money, the prestige. I'm throwing away a life that was killing me slowly. I'm choosing my family. A family that doesn't want you. A family I'm going to fight for. A family I should have chosen 6 years ago. John's silence is deafening. When he finally speaks, his voice is quiet and disbelieving. You've completely lost it. You need help, man. Serious professional help. No, John. For the first time in years, I know exactly what I'm doing. And what happens when reality sets in? When you realize that good intentions don't pay bills or build relationships? When you figure out that you can't just show up and expect everything to be forgiven? I look out the window again. Somewhere over there, she's probably putting Jaden to bed. Maybe reading him a story or helping him brush his teeth. Ordinary moments that I've missed, that I chose to miss, that I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to be part of. Then I'll figure it out. But I'll figure it out here, with them, doing everything I can to earn my place in their lives. This is insane. You're giving up everything for nothing. I'm giving up nothing for everything.
Chapter 25. Zara. Morning light filters through my bedroom curtains, painting everything in soft pastels that should feel peaceful, but somehow makes my chest ache instead. I've been awake for 20 minutes, staring at the ceiling and trying not to think about whether Paul is already back in Manhattan. Back to his normal life. Stop it, Zara. Just stop. I force myself out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold hardwood floor. The house feels different this morning, quieter somehow, as if even the walls know that everything changed. Again. The shower water is too hot, but I don't adjust it. The sting feels appropriate, a physical manifestation of the raw sensation that's taken up permanent residence beneath my ribs. How many times am I going to let him do this to me? By the time I'm dressed and caffeinated, Jaden's bouncing around the kitchen in his pajamas, completely oblivious to the storm that went through his mother's heart sometime between midnight and dawn. Mama, can we have pancakes? It's Friday. His enthusiasm is infectious despite everything. I ruffle his curls, marveling at how resilient kids are, how quickly they bounce back from disappointment. Sorry, baby. Today's the Christmas gala, remember? I've got to get the flowers set up at the community center. Oh, yeah. He perks up even more if that's possible. Can I help with the big pretty arrangements? Absolutely. But first, breakfast. How about cereal? And then we'll grab muffins from Betty's on the way. Chocolate chip? If they have them. I pour his cereal, while my phone buzzes with a text from Monica Sanchez. Weather looks perfect for tonight. Can't wait to see what magic you've worked with the flowers. Setup crew arrives at 9. Perfect. Because what I need right now is to spend the day surrounded by romantic Christmas decorations while my heart feels like it's been put through a blender. The drive to Betty's bakery is mercifully short, though Jaden fills every second with chatter about the gala, about Christmas, about whether Santa knows we moved the Christmas tree to a different corner of the living room. His innocent excitement helps push thoughts of Paul to the back of my mind, at least temporarily. Betty's is warm and smells like cinnamon and fresh bread. Marisol waves from behind the counter, her silver hair perfectly curled despite the early hour. "Morning, honey. You ready for the big night?" "As ready as I'll ever be." I force a smile that feels more genuine than expected. "Chocolate chip muffins?" "Fresh out of the oven. How many?" "2, please." Jaden presses his face against the glass case, pointing at various pastries with the serious concentration of someone making life-altering decisions. "Mama, look at those snowman cookies. Can we get one for Dad? He likes cookies." The mention of his name hits like a physical blow. Marisol's eyes dart to mine, clearly picking up on the sudden tension. "Paul Carter, you mean? Heard he was back in town. Such a nice boy, that one. Always polite." I hand her exact change, avoiding eye contact. "The snowman cookie sounds perfect, baby." Because what else am I supposed to say? That the nice boy broke my heart twice now and is probably already in New York, scrolling through emails and pretending this place never existed? The community center buzzes with activity when we arrive. Monica's event planning team has already started transforming the space, hanging string lights and setting up tables with crisp white linens. The transformation is impressive. What was yesterday a simple community space now looks like something out of a holiday magazine. "Zara!" Monica appears at my elbow, clipboard in hand, and wearing the kind of bright smile that means she's had at least 3 cups of coffee. Perfect timing. The setup crew just finished with the tables. Where do you want to start? I survey the space, my professional eye automatically cataloging the logistics. 16 round tables, a head table for the mayor and special guests, a small stage area for the evening's entertainment. Each table needs a centerpiece, plus arrangements for the entrance, the buffet stations, and accent pieces throughout. Let's start with the entrance arrangements. Those will take the longest. The next 3 hours pass in a blur of green and red and gold. Jaden helps by handing me supplies and offering running commentary on which flowers are the prettiest. His enthusiasm is infectious, and for stretches of time I actually forget about the ache in my chest. "This one looks like a Christmas tree." He points to a particularly full arrangement of white roses and evergreen branches. "That's the idea, sweetheart. They're really pretty. Everyone's going to love them." "You think so?" "I know so. You make the most beautiful things." His simple confidence in me is exactly what I need to hear. I hug him close, breathing in his little boy's scent of shampoo and innocence. All right, let's finish these centerpieces. The afternoon flies by in a whirlwind of final touches and last-minute adjustments. The centerpieces come together perfectly. Low arrangements of white roses, red carnations, and evergreen branches accented with gold ribbon and tiny white lights. Elegant but not overwhelming. Festive without being gaudy. "Mrs. Johnson, these are absolutely stunning." I turn to find Rebecca, one of Monica's volunteers, standing behind me with genuine admiration written across her face. "Thank you. I hope they photograph well." "Are you kidding? The local paper is going to have a field day. This might be the most beautiful event we've ever hosted." The praise should feel good. Should give me the professional satisfaction that usually comes with a job well done. Instead, it feels hollow somehow, like I'm going through the motions of being proud, while my real emotions are tied up in knots elsewhere. "Mama, I'm hungry." Jaden tugs on my sleeve, and I realize it's already past 3 o'clock. "Of course you are. Let's get you some lunch." We grab sandwiches from the deli down the street and eat them in my car, watching the final preparations through the community center's windows. The space looks magical now, transformed from an ordinary meeting hall into something that belongs in a Christmas movie. "Are you going to dance tonight, Mama?" Probably not, baby. I'll be too busy making sure everything stays pretty. But dancing is fun. Remember when we danced in the kitchen last week? I smiled despite the tumult in my chest. That was fun, wasn't it? Paul would probably dance with you if you asked him. The innocent observation hits like a sucker punch. Paul might not even be here for the dancing part, sweetheart. Why not? How do you explain adult complications to a 6-year-old? How do you tell your son that sometimes people make promises they don't keep? That sometimes love isn't enough to overcome fear and poor timing and the weight of past mistakes? Sometimes grown-ups have complicated schedules. It's a cop-out answer, but it's the best I can manage without either lying to him or burdening him with truths he's too young to understand. That's silly. Fun is more important than schedules. You're absolutely right, baby. It is. If only it were that simple. By 5 o'clock, the space is complete. Every arrangement is in place. Every ribbon is perfectly tied. Every detail has been checked and double-checked. The transformation is remarkable. The community center has become a winter wonderland. All soft lights and elegant flowers and the kind of romantic atmosphere that makes people believe in magic. Zara, this is incredible. Monica appears at my elbow again, but this time her clipboard is nowhere in sight. Seriously, this might be your best work yet. Thank you. That means a lot. You should go home and get ready. The evening's going to be wonderful. I nod, but part of me wants to stay busy, wants to keep my hands occupied, and my mind focused on logistics instead of the growing certainty that Paul's presence tonight is going to complicate everything. Come on, baby. Let's go home and get fancy. Jaden bounces ahead of me toward the car, chattering about bow ties and whether his good shoes still fit. His excitement is infectious, reminding me that tonight isn't about my complicated feelings or Paul's mixed signals. It's about celebrating the community, raising money for families in need, and showing Jaden that sometimes grown-ups do fun things together. Even if my heart feels like it's being held together with holiday ribbon and sheer determination. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Paul. The Christmas charity gala looks like something out of a fairy tale. String lights cascade from every corner, and Zara's flowers, Christ, her flowers, turn the ordinary space into something that belongs in a magazine. White roses and evergreen branches catch the warm light, creating shadows that dance across crisp linens and gleaming silverware. I stand in the doorway for a moment, adjusting my tie and trying to calm the riot in my chest. Tonight calls for putting my best foot forward. If I still have a chance at having a best foot. The place is already filling up with Maplewood's finest. Mayor Sanchez holds court near the silent auction table, gesturing animatedly to a small crowd. Familiar faces from high school mingle with older residents I remember from childhood trips to the hardware store or the post office. It's like stepping into a time capsule, except everything feels smaller than I remember. No, not smaller. More manageable. More real. I scan the room, my pulse picking up speed with each passing second. There, near the far corner, adjusting one of her centerpieces even though it's already perfect. Zara moves with the same unconscious grace she's always had, her fingers gentle as she straightens a ribbon that doesn't need straightening. She's wearing a deep emerald dress that hugs her curves and makes her skin glow under the warm lights. Her hair is pulled up in some complicated style that leaves her neck exposed, and I have to swallow hard against the sudden urge to cross the room and press my lips to that vulnerable spot just below her ear. Get yourself together, Carter. Jaden appears from behind a table, wearing a tiny suit that makes him look like a miniature businessman. His face lights up when he spots me, and the grin that spreads across his features is like a punch to the solar plexus. Dad, you came! He races across the room, dodging adults and weaving between tables with the single-minded determination of a 6-year-old on a mission. When he reaches me, he throws his arms around my waist with an enthusiasm that nearly knocks me backward. Hey, buddy. I ruffle his hair, marveling at how right this feels, how natural. You look pretty sharp in that suit. Mama said I had to dress up because it's important. Are you staying for the whole party? The question hits like a physical blow. Of course he's wondering if I'm going to disappear again. Of course he's learned not to trust that the adults in his life will stick around. I'm staying, Jaden, for the whole party and a lot longer than that. Zara approaches slowly, her expression carefully neutral. The dress is even more stunning up close, the fabric shimmering slightly as she moves. But it's her eyes that catch and hold my attention, those warm brown depths that used to look at me with such trust, such love. Now they're guarded, cautious, and I hate that I'm the reason for that wariness. Paul, her voice is polite, distant, the tone she'd use with a casual acquaintance, not someone who knows exactly how she sounds when she comes apart in my arms. You made it. Wouldn't miss it. This place looks incredible, Zara. Your work is... I gesture at the transformed space, searching for words adequate to describe what she's created. It's magic. A tiny smile tugs at the corner of her mouth before she catches herself. Thank you. The committee had a clear vision. Nonsense. This is all her. The attention to detail, the way every element works together to create something beautiful and cohesive. But she's not going to accept credit. Not from me. Not yet. Can I talk to you for a minute? Privately? Wariness flickers across her features. Paul, if this is about yesterday... It's not. Well, not entirely. I glance at Jaden, who's watching our exchange with the keen attention kids always pay to adult conversations they sense are important. Jaden, why don't you go check out the dessert table? I saw Mrs. Peterson setting up those chocolate cookies you like. His eyes widen. The ones with the sprinkles? Those ones. He takes off toward the dessert station with the single-minded focus of a child who's just been given permission to investigate sugar. Zara watches him go, her expression softening in that automatic way it always does when she looks at our son. You have about 30 seconds before he comes back with questions about how many cookies constitute an appropriate pre-dinner snack, she says. Fair enough. Time to jump in with both feet. I quit my job. The words hang in the air between us like a challenge. Zara blinks once, twice, her composure slipping for just a moment. You what? Quit. Resigned. Told John to find another corporate shark to bleed clients dry. The satisfaction in my voice surprises me. She stares at me like I've just announced I'm joining the circus. Paul, that job was everything to you. Your whole career was making me miserable. The admission comes easier than expected. I spent 6 years climbing a ladder that leads nowhere I actually want to be. Making money for people who already have too much. Working 100-hour weeks for what? A corner office and a partnership track that would keep me chained to a desk until I die? But the partnership... Screw the partnership. The vehemence in my voice makes her step back slightly. Sorry, Zara, I thought about it all. About the office and the contracts and billable hours and all that used to matter. and all I could think about was Jaden asking if I was staying for the whole party. Her throat works as she swallows, and I can see her trying to process this information, trying to figure out what it means. That doesn't change anything that happened between us, doesn't it? I step closer, lowering my voice as more guests filter past us. I'm not the same guy who left 7 years ago, Zara. And I'm sure as hell not the same guy who showed up here 3 weeks ago, thinking I could just waltz back into your life and pick up where we left off. Then what are you? The question is barely a whisper, but it cuts through the ambient noise of the party like a blade. What am I? A man who's finally figured out what actually matters. A father who wants to know his son. A guy who's been in love with the same woman for over a decade and just now has the balls to fight for her. I'm someone who's tired of running away from the best thing that ever happened to him. She opens her mouth to respond, but before she can speak, Jaden appears at my elbow with chocolate on his fingers and excitement written across his face. Dad! Mrs. Peterson said there's going to be dancing later. Are you going to dance with Mama? Jesus, kid. Timing. Zara smiles slightly, but she doesn't look away from me. There's something in her expression I can't quite read. Surprise, maybe, or confusion. But underneath that, something that might be hope. I don't know, buddy. That's up to your mom. She's a really good dancer. We dance in the kitchen sometimes when she's making dinner. The image of Zara spinning around the kitchen, laughing and carefree, hits me right in the chest. How many moments like that have I missed? How many quiet evening rituals? How many spontaneous kitchen concerts? How many bedtime stories and scraped knee kisses and first day of school photos? Too many. Dancing sounds pretty good to me. I look directly at Zara, ignoring the way my pulse kicks up speed. What do you say? One dance? She hesitates, and I can practically see the internal debate playing out behind her eyes. Part of her wants to say yes. I can see it in the way her fingers fidget with her dress, the way her breathing has gone shallow. But the cautious part, the part that's learned not to trust me, holds her back. Paul, Please. The word comes out rougher than intended. Just one dance. No strings attached, no expectations. Just let me hold you for 4 minutes. The vulnerability in my own voice surprises me. When did I become the kind of man who begs? When did my pride become less important than the chance to feel her in my arms again? Jaden bounces on his toes between us, practically vibrating with excitement. Say yes, Mama! Dancing is fun! Zara looks down at him, then back at me. Something shifts in her expression, some internal wall cracking just enough to let a sliver of possibility through. One dance. The words are so quiet I almost miss them over the ambient noise of the party. But Jaden hears them loud and clear, pumping his small fist in the air like his favorite team just scored a touchdown. Yes! This is going to be the best party ever! His enthusiasm is infectious, and despite everything, despite the uncertainty and the fear and the very real possibility that I'm setting myself up for another heartbreak, I find myself smiling. Really smiling, for the first time in weeks. When does the dancing start? I ask. Zara glances toward the small stage where a local jazz trio is setting up their equipment. After dinner. Mayor Sanchez always makes her speech. Then we do the auction results. Then dancing until whenever people get tired. Perfect. That gives me time to work up the courage. You need courage to dance with me? There's the barest hint of teasing in her voice, so faint I might be imagining it. Sweetheart, I need courage to be in the same room as you without making a jerk of myself. The endearment slips out before I can stop it, and I watch her stiffen slightly. Too much. Too fast. Dial it back. Jerk. Sorry. Old habit. It's fine. But her voice has gone careful again. Distant. Damn. 1 step forward. 2 steps back. This is going to be harder than I thought. Jaden, oblivious to the undercurrent swirling around him, tugs on my sleeve. Dad, want to see the silent auction? There's a fishing trip and a weekend at some fancy hotel, and Mama donated a whole year of flowers for someone's garden. A whole year? I look at Zara with surprise. That's incredibly generous. She shrugs, uncomfortable with the praise. It's for a good cause. The money goes to families who need help with heating bills and Christmas presents. Of course it does. Of course she's using her business to help people, because that's who Zara is. That's who she's always been. Someone who sees a need and figures out how to fill it. Someone who makes the world a little brighter just by existing in it. Show me everything, buddy. I want to see what I'm bidding on. Jaden grabs my hand and starts pulling me toward the auction tables, chattering excitedly about fishing rods and hotel rooms and whether I know how to fish. I let him drag me along, but I glance back at Zara as we go. She's watching us with an expression I can't quite decipher. There's wonder there, maybe, or something like it. As if she's seeing something she didn't expect to see. Something that changes the equation somehow. One dance, I tell myself. Just one dance. And then we'll see what happens. But even as I think it, I know it's not going to be enough. 4 minutes in her arms isn't going to erase 7 years of mistakes or heal the wounds I've opened. It's not going to magically fix everything that's broken between us. But it's a start. And for the first time since I walked back into her flower shop 3 weeks ago, I actually believe we might have a shot at something real.
Chapter 27. Zara. I watch Paul and Jaden make their way through the auction tables, my son's animated gestures and Paul's attentive nods, creating a scene that feels both foreign and achingly familiar. The way Paul bends down to Jaden's level, really listening to whatever 6-year-old wisdom is being shared. It's exactly how I always imagined he'd be as a father. Back when I still let myself imagine such things. He quit his job. The words keep circling through my mind like a song stuck on repeat. Paul Carter, who used to talk about partnership tracks and billable hours with the fervor of a true believer, who left Maplewood because small-town life wasn't ambitious enough for his grand plans, he quit his job. For what? For us? Or is this just another midlife crisis dressed up in pretty words? Zara, honey, you outdid yourself tonight. I turned to find Mrs. Henderson, one of my regular customers, approaching with a warm smile. She's been buying flowers from me since I first opened the shop, always ordering cheerful arrangements for her kitchen table. Thank you, Mrs. Henderson. Are you enjoying the evening? Oh, it's lovely. And I noticed that handsome young man talking with little Jaden. Is that... Paul, yes. I keep my voice neutral, but Mrs. Henderson has lived in Maplewood long enough to read between the lines. Well, isn't that wonderful? Jaden must be over the moon. Is he? The thought catches me off guard. Jaden seems happy, certainly, but what happens when the novelty wears off? What happens when Paul realizes that being a father isn't just fun trips to see Christmas lights and helping with homework? It's sleepless nights with fevers and tantrums in grocery stores and the soul-crushing fear that you're screwing up everything that matters. It's complicated, I say finally. Mrs. Henderson pats my arm with the gentle authority of someone who's raised 4 children and lived through 7 decades of human drama. The best things usually are, dear. Before I can respond, Mayor Sanchez's voice crackles through the microphone on the small stage. Good evening, everyone. If I could have your attention, please. The room gradually quiets as people turn toward the stage. I spot Paul and Jaden near the back, Jaden perched on Paul's shoulders so he can see over the crowd. The sight sends an unexpected pang through my chest. They look like they belong together, like this is how it's always been. First, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and supporting such a worthy cause. The mayor continues. Thanks to your generosity, we've raised over $8,000 for our holiday assistance fund. Applause fills the room, and I feel a genuine surge of pride. $8,000 will help a lot of families this Christmas. Now, before we announce our auction winners, I want to give special recognition to Zara Johnson of Petals and Stems for setting up tonight's beautiful decorations and for her incredibly generous auction contribution. More applause, and I feel heat creep up my neck as dozens of faces turn toward me. I've never been comfortable being the center of attention, preferring to let my work speak for itself. Zara's year-long garden maintenance package was our highest grossing single item, selling for $1,200 to, Mayor Sanchez pauses dramatically. Paul Carter. The world tilts slightly on its axis. Paul bought my auction item for $1,200. I scan the crowd until I find him, still holding Jaden on his shoulders. He's looking directly at me, and the expression on his face is intense, determined. He mouths something that looks like, "We need to talk," and my pulse picks up speed. The mayor continues reading auction results, but I'm barely listening. Paul bought a year of garden maintenance from me. That means he's planning to be here for a year, at minimum, unless he's planning to gift it to someone else. But even as I think it, I know that's not what this is about. This is Paul making a statement, putting his money where his mouth is, literally. The auction announcements wrap up, and the jazz trio begins their first set. Couples start drifting toward the makeshift dance floor as the opening notes of a slow, smoky ballad fill the room. My stomach does a little flip. One dance? I agreed to one dance. Paul makes his way through the crowd, Jaden still on his shoulders until he sets him down near where I'm standing. "Mama, are you going to dance now?" Jaden bounces on his toes, still high on sugar and excitement. "In a minute, baby. Why don't you go find Mrs. Peterson? I think she saved you another cookie." He takes off toward the dessert table without a backward glance, and suddenly it's just Paul and me standing at the edge of the dance floor. Other couples sway gently to the music, lost in their own worlds. $1,200? I raise an eyebrow. That's a lot of money for someone who just quit his job. I have savings, and apparently I'm going to need a garden. You don't have a house yet? I will. He extends his hand toward me, palm up. Dance with me, Zara. It's not really a question, but it's not quite a command either. It's something in between, a request wrapped in certainty. As if he knows I'm going to say yes, even when I'm not sure myself. I look at his outstretched hand, remembering the last time we danced together. I was so sure then, so certain that love was enough, that we could handle anything life threw at us as long as we had each other. How young I was, how naive. But my hand moves of its own accord, sliding into his. His fingers close around mine, warm and familiar, and he leads me onto the dance floor. The song is something slow and jazzy, perfect for swaying rather than actual dancing. Paul's other hand settles at the small of my back, and suddenly we're moving together like no time has passed at all. Like we haven't spent 7 years apart, like my heart hasn't spent 7 years learning how to beat without him. You look beautiful tonight, he says quietly, his breath warm against my ear. I want to deflect the compliment, to keep this light and casual, but the way he's looking at me, like I'm something precious, something worth fighting for, makes the words stick in my throat. Thank you. We sway in silence for a while, the familiar rhythm of his body against mine both comforting and unnerving. I can feel the solid warmth of him, can smell his cologne mixed with something that's just purely Paul. It's overwhelming and not nearly enough all at once. $1,200, I say again, because I need to break the spell he's weaving around us with his proximity and his careful touches. Best investment I've ever made. You haven't even seen the garden yet? I'm not paying for the garden, Zara. His hand tightens slightly on my back. I'm paying for the excuse to see you every week for the next year. The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. No smooth pickup lines or carefully crafted romance, just the truth. laid out between us like a challenge. Paul, I know you don't trust me. I know I have to earn that back, if I even can, but I need you to know that I'm serious about this. About staying, about being the father Jaden deserves, about... He pauses, and I can feel him gathering courage for whatever comes next. About fighting for us. The song changes to something even slower, more intimate, and Paul pulls me fractionally closer. I should step back, should maintain some distance, but my body has other ideas. My free hand finds its way to his chest, fingers splaying over the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Are you serious? The question comes out barely above a whisper. About staying in Maplewood? About being a father to Jaden? 100%. His voice is rough with emotion. I'm not leaving you again, Zara. Either of you. I can't. You say that now, but what happens when small-town life gets boring again? What happens when you realize that Maplewood doesn't have the excitement or opportunities you need? What if I told you that the only excitement I need is watching Jaden discover something new? Or the only opportunity I want is the chance to prove that I can be the man you both deserve? I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it's like a physical ache in my chest. But believing him means risking everything I've built, everything I've protected myself with for 7 years. You hurt me. The words slip out before I can stop them. You left, and you hurt me so badly I thought I might not survive it. His jaw tightens, and I see guilt flash across his features. I know, and I hate myself for that more than you'll ever know. But Zara, I was 23. I thought I had to choose between you and my future, and I made the wrong choice. And now? Now I know that you are my future. You and Jaden? Everything else is just details. The certainty in his voice does something dangerous to my carefully constructed walls. They don't crumble, not yet, but they crack just enough to let hope seep through. I have to protect him, I whisper. I can't let you hurt him the way you hurt me. I won't. I swear to you, Zara, I won't hurt either of you again. We're barely moving now, just swaying together in the middle of the dance floor. Other couples dance around us, but they might as well be on another planet. The world has narrowed to just this, Paul's arms around me, his voice in my ear, the impossible possibility that maybe, just maybe, we could find our way back to each other. He loves you already, I admit. Jaden, he talks about you constantly. You're all he wanted for Christmas. Paul's breath hitches. And when I look up at him, his eyes are bright with unshed tears. He barely knows me. He knows enough. Children have good instincts about people. And what do your instincts tell you? The question hangs between us, loaded with 7 years of history and hope and fear. What do my instincts tell me? They tell me that this man holding me is still the same boy who used to sneak flowers from his mother's garden to bring to me. They tell me that the way he looks at Jaden, with wonder and fierce protectiveness, is real. They tell me that maybe, just maybe, people can change. They also tell me that I'm still desperately, hopelessly in love with him, and that terrifies me more than anything. They tell me to be careful, I say finally. Fair enough. I'll take careful over hopeless. The song shifts again. Something with a little more tempo, but neither of us adjusts our pace. We're lost in our own bubble, having a conversation that feels like it might change everything. Paul, He stops moving suddenly, his hand coming up to cup my face. Can I kiss you? The question steals my breath. It's been 7 years since Paul kissed me, 7 years since I felt his lips against mine, 7 years of wondering if I imagined how perfect we were together. If my memory had romanticized something that was probably ordinary, I should say no. I should step back, put distance between us, protect the fragile peace I've built in my life. I should remember all the reasons this is a terrible idea. Instead, I nod. His mouth descends on mine slowly, carefully, like he's afraid I might bolt at any moment. The first brush of his lips is tentative, questioning, but when I don't pull away, he deepens the kiss. And oh, I didn't imagine anything. If anything, my memory undersold how perfectly we fit together, how right this feels. Paul kisses like he's trying to memorize me, like he's pouring 7 years of regret and longing into this single moment of connection. I kiss him back with equal intensity, my hands fisting in the lapels of his jacket to keep him close. Everything else fades away, the music, the other dancers, the careful walls I've built around my heart. There's only Paul and the way he tastes like possibility and coming home. When we finally break apart, both of us are breathing hard. Paul rests his forehead against mine, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone. Jesus, Zara, I've missed you so much.
Chapter 28. Paul. I wake to the sensation of something bouncing on the bed with the enthusiasm of a small earthquake. My eyes crack open to find Jaden perched between Zara and me, his curls wild from sleep, and his face lit up like he's discovered buried treasure. It's Christmas! It's Christmas! Wake up! Wake up! The sight of him here, in Zara's bed with me, it hits me like a punch to the chest. Last night feels like a dream. The dance, the kiss that nearly brought me to my knees, the long conversation afterward on Zara's porch that ended with her inviting me to stay. Not just for the night, but for Christmas morning. For Jaden. For us. Zara stirs beside me, her hair a beautiful mess against the pillow. She looks younger in the morning light, softer somehow, and when her eyes find mine over Jaden's bouncing form, she smiles. It's tentative, uncertain, but it's there. Mama, can we open presents now? Please? I've been waiting forever. Zara glances at the clock on her nightstand and laughs. Jaden, it's 6:30 in the morning. That's not early. That's Christmas time. I can't help but grin at his logic. The kid has a point. Christmas operates on its own schedule, and 6:30 on December 25th might as well be noon. What do you think? Zara looks at me, and there's something in her expression that makes my chest tight. She's including me in the decision, treating me like I have a say in how this morning unfolds, like I belong here. I think, I say, reaching over to ruffle Jaden's hair, that Christmas waits for no one, especially not when there's a certain someone who's been very good this year. Jaden lets out a whoop of joy and launches himself off the bed, racing toward the living room. Come on, come on! The presents are waiting. Zara sits up, running her hands through her hair. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt that's sliding off one shoulder, and I have to force myself to look away before I do something stupid like kiss her again. Last night was a revelation, but this morning is delicate. Fragile. I can't rush this. You sure you're ready for full-throttle Christmas energy? She asks, and there's amusement in her voice. Bring it on. I've got 7 years of Christmas mornings to make up for. Something flickers across her face, pain, maybe, or regret. But then Jaden's voice carries from the living room. Are you coming or not? Santa's gonna be mad if we don't open the presents. Zara laughs and swings her legs out of bed. We better go before he stages a full revolt. I follow her down the hallway, and the sight that greets me in the living room stops me cold. The Christmas tree we picked out together is surrounded by carefully wrapped presents, the lights casting everything in a warm, golden glow. Jaden is practically vibrating with excitement, his hands clasped behind his back, like he's physically restraining himself from diving into the pile. This is what I dreamed about during those lonely nights in New York. This exact scene, Christmas morning with my family, watching my son's face light up with wonder, sharing this moment with the woman I love. The woman I never stopped loving. Okay, Zara says, settling cross-legged on the floor. But you know the rules. One at a time, and you have to say thank you. Jaden nods solemnly, then immediately grabs the nearest present and tears into it with the enthusiasm of a tornado. It's a set of building blocks from Zara, and he hugs them to his chest like they're made of gold. Thank you, Mama. These are perfect for the castle I'm gonna build. What about this one? I point to a medium-sized box wrapped in bright red paper. That one has your name on it, too. His eyes widen as he reads the tag. From Dad. You got me a present. The wonder in his voice nearly undoes me. Of course I did, buddy. It's Christmas. He unwraps it carefully this time, and when he sees what's inside, his gasp of delight makes every dollar I spent worth it. It's a model train set, not huge, but detailed and beautiful, with enough track to make a decent loop around the coffee table. A train! Look, Mama, it's a real train! He holds up the engine, examining every detail. Does it really work? It does. We can set it up later if you want. Yes! Can we make it go around the whole house? Zara catches my eye over his head, and there's something soft and grateful in her expression. Let's start with the living room and see how it goes. We continue opening presents. Jaden receives more toys and books. Zara gets a beautiful scarf from my mother and some fancy tea from me. But I'm barely paying attention to the gifts. I'm watching the way Jaden includes me in everything, how he shows me each present like my opinion matters. How Zara smiles when she thinks I'm not looking. How this feels like coming home after wandering in the wilderness for 7 years. When the present pile dwindles, Jaden looks around with slight disappointment. Is that all? Well, Zara says, getting to her feet. There might be something in the kitchen. But first, how about we make some Christmas pancakes? The special ones with the chocolate chips? Is there any other kind on Christmas? Jaden cheers and races toward the kitchen, leaving Zara and me alone among the wrapping paper carnage. She starts gathering the discarded ribbons and bows, and I join her, our fingers brushing as we reach for the same piece of paper. Thank you, she says quietly, for the train set, for being here, for... She trails off, but I understand what she's not saying. Thank you for letting me stay, for giving me this chance. One day at a time, Paul. That's all I can promise right now. One day at a time is more than I deserve. Wait right here for me. I'll be right back, I say, getting to my feet. Just need to grab something from my jacket. Zara perks a brow. Everything okay? Yeah, perfect actually. I retrieve the small velvet box from my jacket pocket, my heart hammering against my ribs. This could go spectacularly wrong. She could say no, could ask me to leave, could decide that I'm moving too fast and pushing too hard, or she could say yes. When I return to the living room, Jaden is lying on his stomach, pushing the train around the track and making locomotive noises. Zara is watching him with that soft expression she gets when she thinks no one is looking. Pure, uncomplicated love for her son. Our son. Zara. My voice comes out rougher than I intended, and she looks up at me with curiosity. That's when she sees the box in my hand. Her eyes widen. Paul, what are you... Just hear me out. I drop to one knee beside the coffee table, the train continuing its cheerful circuit between us. Please. Jaden looks up from his train, taking in the scene with interest. What's happening? Dad's doing something very important, Zara says faintly, her eyes never leaving mine. I open the box, revealing the ring I've been carrying like a talisman. It's not huge or ostentatious, a simple solitaire with a vintage setting that reminded me of her grandmother's jewelry. Classic, timeless, beautiful. Zara Johnson, I begin, and my voice is steadier now, filled with 7 years of certainty. I know I don't deserve this. I know I don't deserve you or Jaden, or the chance to be part of this family. But I'm asking anyway, because some things are worth fighting for, and you're worth everything. She's staring at me like I've lost my mind, her hands pressed to her mouth. I've loved you since we were kids. I loved you when I left, even though I was too stupid and scared to realize it. I've loved you every single day for the past 7 years, and I'll love you for the rest of my life if you'll let me. Paul. Her voice is barely a whisper. I know you need time. I know you need to trust me again, and I swear to you I will spend every day proving that I'm not going anywhere. But I also know that I want to wake up every Christmas morning for the rest of my life and see you and Jaden and whatever other children we might be lucky enough to have. Jaden has abandoned his train completely now, watching us with rapt attention. Is Dad asking you to marry him, Mama? Yes, baby, I think he is. Will you marry me, Zara? I hold up the ring, my hand surprisingly steady despite the earthquake happening in my chest. This proposal is 7 years in the making, and I can't wait another day to ask you to be my wife.
Chapter 29. Zara. The ring catches the morning light streaming through the window, sending tiny rainbows dancing across the coffee table. Paul kneels there with his heart in his hands, waiting for my answer, and I can't breathe. This is happening. This is actually happening. 7 years ago, I dreamed of this moment. I imagined it 1,000 different ways. On the beach where we had our first real kiss. In the flower shop surrounded by roses. Maybe even right here in this living room. But those dreams died the day Paul left for law school, packed away with all the other naive hopes of a 22-year-old who thought love conquered everything. Yet here he is, offering me everything I ever wanted when I was too afraid to even hope for it anymore. Mama, Jaden's voice breaks through my paralysis. Are you going to say something? I look at my son, our son, sitting cross-legged on the floor, with Christmas morning excitement still sparkling in his blue eyes. Paul's eyes. This beautiful, perfect little boy who's been asking Santa for a dad every Christmas since he could talk. And there's Paul, still on one knee, vulnerability written across every line of his face. This man who left me broken and came back, determined to put all the pieces together again. Who's spent weeks proving he's changed, that he's here to stay, that he wants this family as much as we want him. My heart hammers against my ribs as I stare at the ring. It's perfect. Not too big, not too flashy, just elegant and timeless. Exactly what I would have chosen for myself if I'd ever dared to dream this big again. You really mean it? The words come out barely above a whisper. You're not going to change your mind in 6 months and decide this small-town life isn't enough? Paul's eyes never waver from mine. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. You and Jaden, you're not settling for less. You're everything. You're home. The sincerity in his voice cracks something open inside my chest. This isn't the ambitious young man who left Maplewood chasing bigger dreams. This is someone who's learned what really matters, who's fought his way back to the only thing that ever made him truly happy. I know I hurt you, he continues, his voice rough with emotion. I know I have to earn your trust back every single day. But Zara, I swear to you, yes. The word slips out before I can second-guess myself, before fear can talk me out of the best decision I've ever made. Paul blinks, like he's not sure he heard correctly. Yes? Yes, you absolute fool. Tears blur my vision as I launch myself forward, wrapping my arms around his neck. Yes, I'll marry you. Yes to everything. His arms come around me so tight I can barely breathe, but I don't care. I'm kissing him through my tears, tasting salt and joy, and 7 years of longing finally coming home. He's shaking, we're both shaking, and when he pulls back to slide the ring onto my finger, his hands are trembling. The ring fits perfectly, like it was always meant to be there. Holy cow! Jaden scrambles over to us, bouncing on his knees. Does this mean you're going to live here forever and ever? And we're going to be a real family? Paul reaches out and pulls Jaden into our embrace, the three of us tangled together on the living room floor among the Christmas wrapping paper. That's exactly what it means, buddy, if that's okay with you. Okay? It's the best Christmas present ever. Jaden throws his arms around both of us. Wait, does this mean I can call you Dad all the time now? Not just when I forget? Paul's voice cracks when he answers. You can call me whatever feels right to you, but I'd be honored if you wanted to call me Dad. Dad it is, Jaden grins, and then his stomach gives a loud growl. But can we still have Christmas pancakes? All this family stuff is making me really hungry. Paul and I burst into laughter, the tension and emotion of the moment breaking into something lighter and easier. This is us, messy and imperfect and absolutely perfect all at once. Pancakes, I agree, wiping my eyes. But first, let me look at this ring properly. I hold up my hand, watching the diamond catch the light. It's beautiful, but more than that, it's a promise, a future. Everything I stopped letting myself believe in. Pancakes, Jaden reminds us, tugging on Paul's hand. You promised pancakes. Right, pancakes. I smooth down my hair and try to get my bearings. I'm engaged. I'm actually engaged to Paul Carter on Christmas morning, while my son bounces around us like a ping pong ball. Chocolate chip pancakes for my 2 favorite men. 3 favorite men, Paul corrects. And at my confused look, he grins. You're forgetting about the baby we're going to have, or babies. I'm thinking at least 2 more, maybe 3. Paul Carter. I swat his arm, laughing despite myself. We just got engaged 5 minutes ago, and you're already planning our entire reproductive future. 7 years, Zara. I've had 7 years to think about this. I want everything with you. Marriage, more kids, growing old together, the whole messy, beautiful package. Something warm and golden spreads through my chest at his words. He's thought about this, really thought about it. This isn't some impulsive Christmas morning proposal. It's the culmination of years of regret and longing and hope. Well, let's start with breakfast and see how that goes. I tease, but I can't stop smiling.
Chapter 30. Paul. The house settles into quiet evening rhythms. Jaden crashed hard after our day of Christmas chaos, his new toys scattered across his bedroom floor like evidence of the best day of his life. I check on him one more time, pulling his superhero comforter up to his chin before heading back to Zara's room. Our room now, I suppose. She's already under the covers, propped up against the headboard with her laptop balanced on her knees. The engagement ring catches the lamplight as she types, and something fierce and possessive swells in my chest. Mine. Finally, completely mine. What's got you looking so serious? I slide into bed beside her, noting the spreadsheet on her screen. Just updating my business projections for next year. She closes the laptop and sets it on the nightstand. If we're really doing this, getting married, having more kids, I need to plan for maternity leave. Maybe hire another part-time employee. The casual way she mentions more kids sends heat straight through me. We're really doing this. She turns to face me, her curls spilling over one shoulder. Are you sure about the kids thing? I mean, Jaden's already 6. Starting over with a baby. Hell yes, I'm sure. I reach for her hand, thumb running over the ring. I missed everything with Jaden. His first steps, first words, first day of school. I want to experience all of that with you. With our children. Her smile is soft and wondering. Children? Plural? At least 2 more. Maybe 3. I pull her closer until she's curled against my side. This house is going to feel pretty cramped with 4 or 5 kids running around. 5? She laughs, the sound vibrating against my chest. Slow down there, cowboy. Let's see how we handle baby number 2 first. Fair enough, but I'm buying us a bigger house. The decision crystallizes as I say it. Something with a real yard, maybe out on Maple Street where the lots are bigger. Room for a swing set, maybe a tree house. Paul, you don't have to. I want to. I tilt her chin up so she's looking at me. I want to give you and Jaden everything. The house, the white picket fence, the whole damn fairy tale. You deserve it all. Her eyes go soft and liquid. I love you. The words hit me square in the chest, same as they did this morning. I don't think I'll ever get used to hearing them, to having this woman look at me like I hung the moon. I love you too. I lean down to kiss her, intending something gentle and sweet. But Zara has other ideas. Her hands fist in my t-shirt, pulling me closer, and the kiss turns hungry, demanding. 7 years of separation, and these past few weeks of careful courtship have built something between us that's ready to explode.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Outside the window, snow begins to fall in fat, lazy flakes, blanketing Maplewood in pristine white. Inside our warm bedroom, wrapped in each other's arms, we watch it come down in comfortable silence. This is perfect. This moment, this woman, this life we're building together. Everything I never knew I needed until I lost it, and now I have it back.